Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, guys. Ketoth, rack your brain, Zuggy, denied. Bubble Buddy, pass. GOG, Ketoth, Rudo. Galaxy Logareth, Slumber K, Murky Waters, Keo, Patcher, Galaxies, Dr. Sadistic, Ong. Hello, hello. Hopefully you guys are having a good day so far. Finally get to catch a stream, yep. And the stream happens to be, hopefully, a good time because we're looking over the patch notes. Yesterday, they gave us patch notes like 20 minutes before I had to go to play Apex with my brother. So we just kind of went and like Control F'd a few different things, a few of like the highlights. But today I actually want to like properly read through stuff, you know? This is where our nerf bingo chart is right now. And that was just me Control F'ing some stuff. We're gonna go through and actually read through some stuff. Good morning to you as well, Gray Street. I didn't get my Aziri statue. Looks like you got Skamaz, Ketoth. Did you? And you had your Twitch like connected to Path of Exile and whatnot. There's a reclaim time. And it ended on May 14th or something. Wait, what? So you can do the thing to get it, and then if you don't click the, like, claim reward quickly enough, that's kind of annoying. Time to theory craft? Well, yeah, kind of. I need to actually, like, look through all the changes. Like, for example, when we were Control F'ing stuff, one of the things we Control F was Energy Shield. There was a lot of notes with Energy Shield recharge stuff getting nerfed. I need to actually, like, look at those nodes and what all they changed. Hey, Legend of Kage, how you doing, man? Good morning, just go with it. Lance, how would you solve the strength requirements for Mace with Giant's Blood and Dex Companions? How would I solve for it? There's a few tools you have. Number one is you can use soul cores, which convert the requirement of the Mace towards Dex. That's one thing you can do to try to alleviate how much attribute you need to get. Number two, you can roll reduced attribute requirement on the suffix, which is like not necessarily hard to do. It can go up to like 30% reduced. So let's say we're using the best Mace base, which is like 163 strength, 35% reduced. It takes it down to like 110. Another tool is strength is really good. Because late game, I think we'll probably want it for energy shield scaling. Early game, we just want it because it can help get us some extra life in our character. But with the heroic tragedy, I think late game, it's just we're going to want strength on a lot of pieces of gear anyways. You're now eligible to get this, to get your loot, claim your drop by May 15th. Oh, so it was May 15th was what you got cut off at, Ketoth? What's up, fellow grandpa? Hey, Goose. Yeah, so anyways, there's a few different things like that. Realistically, early game, we might just use a spear until we can get some strength in our character, that sort of thing. How do we feel about Ice Shot? Ice Shot? Should be good. I'm kind of a bow hater, though, so... How do I feel about it? A bit of animosity, not gonna lie. Hey, Galactic, how you doing? How you doing? Almost to glorious day one. Yeah, we're a week away now. We're officially a week away. The 3-week torture chamber is now down to 1 week. We've made progress. We've made progress. What about Chober Chaber? Let me pull it up, but I don't think it has very good base damage. It has plus levels. Yeah, its base damage is terrible. My guess is... Oh, and it has a big int requirement, which that makes it hard as well for attribute. Int's a lot less valuable to us than strength is, for example. My guess is this is not going to be... Like, a rare mace would just be better than this by a good margin. And this attribute is... This 100 int is quite a significant issue. Because int, like, strength investment, you get a bunch of ES from it, whereas int investment, you get some mana, and you're not really casting that much. We're just starting. We are, Nathaniel. You came at a good time. Huge bell buffs. Our martial arts monk is gonna blast. Yeah, there were some bell buffs. I've not gotten to those, but I do remember how Wheezy was planning to play martial arts. Was pretty excited about it. All right, let me get off the walking pad, and then we're gonna start reading. Hey, Gimmicked, what's going on, man? Big totem buffs as well. Yeah, Palstron's title was clean your totems, so I guess we'll see what that means. Are all the nodes listed for martial artists? I don't think they've given us the information on the nodes they didn't tease. I'm assuming they'll do like probably a full release video for it in between now and the launch, so we know what the other nodes are. Can you remind Twitch chat that YouTube chat exists? Every time I read your guys' message and they know there's not a chatter who sent that message, they know that's YouTube chat. They lie to themselves and say that's my imaginary friends, but they know deep down that's real people that I'm chatting with from YouTube, and they're just haters. What brand of walking pad? I don't really recommend the walking pad I have. I need to get a new one because it's like it's not running great at all. I need to get a replacement. I keep saying that, and I keep forgetting to actually order a new one, but I do need to replace this. Streamers hallucinating again? Yeah, they can't accept reality here. They want to pretend that YouTube chatters aren't real. It's really disgusting. Will we get an updated skill tree before the release of the league in a week or two? GGG on the last 4 releases, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, and 0.4, have not given us a tree. We've gotten the tree like a data mine scuffed up version on like PUDB like an hour or two before the launch, right? Am I crazy? Have we gotten the tree at all before? I feel like they've giga last minute handed us the tree every single launch so far. That's not how it's been with PoE 1. PoE 1 we always have the updates, but PoE 2 it's like they're super last minute giving us the tree so far. At least that's what it's been. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case, given they literally are adding a feature for people to share builds that needs to be supported in game. I'm hoping that because they're like, hey, we're going to try to like make it more user-friendly for the people that are sharing builds and the people that are playing those builds, maybe that means they'll be like, hey guys, here's the tree so you can actually do this. I don't know, we'll see. But like the last few leagues, it's been like we don't get the tree until literally the day of, and it's not even like be able to be supported or shared through POB or through Maxroll or Mobalytics or any of like the guide sites, because it's like they're all those sites and all those programs are trying to like update their program for the new tree that wasn't given until the game's already live, and then it's like, do you want to be messing around with trying to remake this tree, or do you want to start playing the game because the game's actually live right now, type of thing. Any bear nerfs? Is it good to league start? I have not seen anything about bears, but I also haven't really read the full patch notes. My guess is nothing happened to bears, but I will read through this and I will be updating the meteor bear respectively. If it's nuked, then I'll probably say, hey, it's bad now. If it's unchanged, it's a fairly solid build. But I'll be updating it based on what we find out today. Bear removed from the game. Oh no. What are your thoughts on the patch note in relation to baked beans? That's what kind of weird question is that? What are those beeps with so many flatline in your room? Oh, that's the treadmill. Whenever I like start it up, it beeps. It gives a little bit of beeping. All right, let's get into the meat and potatoes. What do we got here? I'm gonna do no background for now. Just chill. Just vibing. The start of a fresh new economy of Runes of Alder. Classy stuff, classy stuff. Slight nerf. Oh yeah, Baters. They hit Baters. Baters was insane. The build was good before Baters for sure. Baters is it's a loss, but it's not like the end of the world, if that makes sense. In each area, Runes Valdur, you will find Remnant, which allows you to craft item chosen by the Runic recipe. And I'm guessing you'll also have some pretty consistent drops based on the league mechanic. Like, people were telling me, like, for example, the Guaranteed Lesser, that's in Act 2 in the Buried Treasure Keth zone. That'll probably still give us a Lesser if we do the mechanic. So we probably want to make sure we're doing the mechanic in a few different zones. They gutted Chronomancer? What? I literally saw the Chronomancer video. They, like, buffed it, like, 5 different ways. Unless they released that video and then put a bunch of nerfs on it. Depending on runes, shapes used, you will then face an encounter with tough enemies you will need to defeat to claim your item. Okay, fair enough. Is COC Comet still viable? My brief reading yesterday made me believe COC is OP. Still good. Look who decided to stream today. Listen, how easy. Listen. I may have spent some time XDD chatting in Palstron Rabbits and Farmers Chat, and don't worry about it, okay? I'm here now. Remnants start with any number of slots between 2 and 10. Higher numbers being much rarer, but allowing you to craft much rarer items. Wait. I thought originally they said, like, the highest number was going to be 8. They must have added, like, some giga things on 10 or changed something. Because I feel like when they were talking about in, like, the reveal and stuff, they were talking about, like, 7 or 8 being the highest number. You were out there bullying? I was doing no such thing. I am not a bully, okay? Hey, okay, how you doing, man? How's Wolf? I did not play any Wolf, so I don't have much perspective on it. You need to ask somebody else about Wolf. I'm not sure. I think people liked Wolf last patch. I did not play Wolf. A whole 2 weeks passed since then. It's basically a new mechanic now. Yeah, maybe. Verisium metal. New currency. Okay. Added new NPC. His name is Pharaoh. With 4 new side quests in the campaign, allowing you to unlock various new crafting features. Verisium rune forging. Like, this is where we add, like, ward to gear, right? I think. Allows you to add runic ward to your armors. Yeah, like, this is like we just want to chuck stuff in there and add it. That's just some extra tank early on, I feel like. It's just worth doing. I was looking at skills to play with BLS, and I'm going to go default attack. Yeah, you realized every mace skill had an attack time attached to it? That's kind of how that works. How about Bear? Bear's good. I'm probably going to be updating my guide on Bear, but I need to, like, look through the patch notes. Added new defense. Runic ward. I like how they're... Okay, I know this because I read it yesterday, but they were saying, hey, we changed the term defense to be increased evasion, energy shield, and evasion, so that way you don't get it confused with thinking it's going to increase runic reward, but then they refer to it as a defense. That's funny. This defense kicks in once you reach 1 life, allowing you to continue to survive while runic ward takes damage. Runic ward regenerates independently of your life. Added 13 new alloy currencies, which can be unlocked through remnant encounters, completing Pharaoh's quest. These items add various new crafting methods to items by replacing existing modifiers, similar to perfect essences. Okay, neat. Do you think Wyvern's still good after this patch? Again, I don't know. I did not play much Wyvern. It seemed like a fairly heavy nerf to Oil Barrage. The thing is, a lot of Wyvern builds I feel like played like Rend, and I don't know if I saw any nerfs to Rend per se. Ren got nuked? Okay, then I don't freaking know. Listen, guys. I had 20 minutes yesterday. I keyword searched a few things. I don't really know what is the meat and potatoes of what all changed. After unlocking Verisium Runeforge in Act 3, you can upgrade the base type of unique weapons, blah, 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 blah. Upgraders' armors will have increased base defenses as well as runic ward, allowing them to be more competitive at higher levels. Unique armors above level 55 can still be rune forged to modify their defenses to include a runic ward at the cost of similar defenses, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I really don't see, I don't know. A lot of, like, reasons some weapons are bad is because I don't know if this is really going to make, I think this is just going to make your leveling gear just better for the later part of leveling type of thing. I don't know if it's really going to be competitive late game, but this will be interesting to see if how much this scales, if there's specific edge cases that get, like, dramatically better. Unique Verisium reforging has additional properties when used on Kalguran uniques. 13 ancient runes, which can be locked. Powerful bonuses specific to each weapon type. Okay, so scepter, wand, mace, spear, bow. Is there 13 weapon types in, like, the gem cutting menu? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12. 13 ancient runes, and of course a lot of those tabs don't actually exist in game. Like flails and swords and axes don't exist, for example. Interesting. Added 13 mythical early game runes. You can craft it from remnant encounters to provide significant bonuses to level 15 plus characters. Res swap? Hell yeah. They actually gave us res swap. This is so nice, man. The amount of times you end up having to swap like 4 pieces of gear whenever you like slightly brick your res for an upgrade. Holy. It's a miracle. We have it. Added 15 metacrafting runes that can be crafted from remnants. I wonder if this is going to be like prefix, suffix can't be changed, cannot roll attack, etc., etc. I wonder what all this is going to look like. This is going to be an interesting league for crafting. They got a lot of freaking stuff going on. We know how they work to some extent. Well, they showcased only a couple of them, right? This says 15. They showcased, like, for example, the one that was like, hey, you can roll some special mods now on this specific item. Like, they showcased a couple of them, but 15 leaves a lot of gray area as to what all is going to be included in that, right? Maybe they're all just, hey, specific extra mods for this base, but I think they could be other things as well, right? Hopefully it's both. Yeah, we'll see. They probably won't give us the full rundown on these. That'll be like we'll have to discover during the league. Added 60 plus runes that can be created by destroying a unique to make a rune that gains some of its properties. Wait, what? 60 plus. Okay, so they added the like the Olroth legacy thing, right? So is this basically saying there's like 60 specific harvestable mods? That makes me feel like this is a lot more limited than I thought that rune thing was gonna be. Because that's like they have very specific mods you pull from specific items. 60 plus, well, yeah, I mean, the 60 plus just means they probably have 60 and they might add a little bit more. They're not sure type of thing. It doesn't mean they're going to have 600. Hey, Leonidas, how you doing, man? It might be able to be one for each item and then they could have different mods. That would definitely help. Because there's like 2 ways it could be. Either they have specifically said... What's an example? Like, let's just take Ezemite Peak because it's I'm assuming this is an Ezemite item. Like, they could say, this is the Peak rune, and it always pulls Unwavering Stance. Or they call it a peak rune and it could have any stat from here. I mean, that does, I feel like it's going to consistently pull. Like if they're identifying it as a very specific rune, that makes me think it always pulls the same thing. And then it's like a tradable rune and it's always a stable thing. Cuz like if you say this rune is identified as the peak rune, and then one peak rune gives 80 life and another peak rune gives unwavering stance, that'd be an inconsistency, right? It's 60 stats they've chosen. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. If they're labeling it like this, where they're saying 60 specific runes that can be harvested, to me that means they've cultivated a very specific list of mods that can be pulled. So it basically, I just think it's more limited than this. To me, seems more limited than I was thinking it was going to be. I think it's a cultivated list. Guess we'll see what's on that cultivated list. Maybe some OP ones, maybe some mid ones. We'll see. 15 runic wards that can be crafted from remnants, adding or modifying properties related to runic ward. Any ward gamers prepared to log in? You were hoping for Polar and a mod from any unique? Well, they said specifically Ezomite and Kalgurin uniques. It wasn't going to be any unique, but the way they described it was pulling a mod from those unique types. Whereas this is very specific. They have this very small set list of 60 things. Waiting for the ward ascendancy. Ward looks clutch. Yeah, ward in this game seems way better. I need to figure out what the baseline recovery of ward is. Like in the showcase, it looked like its baseline recovery was like 7 to 10% per second or something. Ward gaming sounds too strong. I'm definitely going to be interested in ward for early game life setups. It remains to be seen how much ward can we get and what's its actual opportunity cost. Like how much does it take from your item or from what mods you already have.
Monk! I need a monk!
I need a monk!
Good afternoon, Mr. Lance.
Hey, user error.
Didn't want to waste this on Farmer earlier while you were in chat. You wouldn't be able to appreciate it the same way since it's not in a Taco Bell wrapper. The sides were actually an entire lasagna factor meal minus the bread. When you consider the full price cost of those sides versus the $9 I spent on that ribeye, oh boy what a deal. The bread was dipped into the pan steak butter, then air fried, was amazing.
The pan steak butter and then was air fried. Yeah, that do look pretty good. That do look pretty good. That's a nice looking steak. Steak is just the goat of like main dish entree selection. Chicken's pretty high up there for me because I like chicken in a lot of things, but steak's a good freaking time. Looking good as always, user. Looking good. I appreciate that you didn't want to waste it on Farmer. He wouldn't be able to appreciate it. You're correct. Without the Taco Bell wrapper, he wouldn't quite understand the glory that is steak. I'm gonna go CI Mom and expecting nothing from Ward. Gonna go CI Might Over Matter and expect nothing from Ward. I mean, it'll be really interesting. You might find wards pretty useful. You never know. Added 8 Kalgurin supports that can be crafted from remnants, concussive runes, Fist of Kalgur, healing runes, Kalgur Conviction. Okay, some supports that do something. Good to know. Expedition have been changed to remnants. Dude, they're calling... Is everything a remnant? I feel like... What does this word even mean at this point? I feel like... Remnants, it's everywhere, man. It's everywhere, dude. All right. The new Endgame story. Set out expedition with Pharaoh to explore the ocean. Yep, we investigate. If you can defeat what awaits you there, that's the goal. The monkey is going to take care of business. 100%. There's a new hub area. The remnants of King March. The ruins of Aldur to the southeast starting location. Fair enough. The logbook mechanic has been changed into the ocean exploring one using logbooks. Now unveil a section of the ocean. We're getting closer day by day to actual boat gameplay. Soon. Very, very soon. And I'm talking at least in the next 10 years. We may have actual gameplay on a boat. Every league we get closer to it. And this is just another step towards the future of boat gameplay. Never happening? No, man. It's happening, okay? Listen. Few years ago, the boat copium was based on nothing. There was no boats, okay? Next thing you know, Settlers rolls around. And we can send out people on boats with gold. And they can find a new life out at sea. And lose half my loot. Now, we can use the boat to go to other islands. Technically, there's a couple parts where there's a waypoint on a boat, and there's like a little animation of us getting off the boat. We're getting closer towards the actual boat gameplay. You just gotta believe a little bit harder. It isn't happening. Wake up. I will keep dreaming. And eventually, those dreams may become reality. Been changed to ocean exploring mechanic. Yep, nice. Many new underground areas have been added that can be uncovered during expedition. Very nice. You can walk onto the boat. Yeah, but I mean like actual like... I'm talking like a boat passive tree. Actual like boat fighting mechanics. You know, full shebang. Boat ascendancy. I want it all. Many islands have been added with the new Grand Expedition, previously known as logbooks. Medved, Varana, Uhtred. Join Olroth as the 4 faction leaders available to fight on new islands that you can discover. And we're going to mess them all up. We're going to destroy these absolute jokers. They're going to give us our heroic tragedy jewel. I'm going to put it on, and it's going to double my ES. I'm ready. Defeating Olroth will give you a key that you can use to access the new pinnacle boss for the runes of Aldur. The big crab spider thing that they weren't going to spoil, but then immediately showed us in the trailer. The new runes of Aldur includes a set of challenges. First challenge onwards, blah, 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 blah. All of your characters from early access, blah, blah, free passive tree refund has been granted due to these changes. Sure, blah, blah, blah. Standard, hardcore, Yep, okay, so new league stuff, sure. I'm excited about the challenge, dude. The challenge MGX do look pretty good. Sushi's gonna dupe mirror to your boats. Careful. Careful talking about my man Sushi, okay? There was some banning that occurred. Actually, since we're talking about boats, don't mind me. Just gonna pull up. Where is it? Where's my King's March track? Oh, I was in the wrong one. There we go. In honor of boats. Clipped, by the way, user. What do you plan to do with that clip? We're still on the start. Yeah, we're in the early game of the patch notes. We just started reading through. Endgame. The Atlas now has fixed points of interest, giving you distinct objectives that are easy to find. I am not confident that I won't still be a hater of Infinite Atlas, but I'm hoping GGG did something right here, and I end up liking this more, but we will see. I will say, part of the disdain for Infinite Atlas for me is like the non-choice in zones. It definitely did help a bit last patch and each patch prior where they've added more variety of layouts. Because Because point one was like every other zone was hidden grotto. And so diversifying from the bad layouts and kind of fixing some of them and making some of the layouts better, that's helped. I'm still not confident. I'm hoping eventually we get some ability to like, if we wanted to focus in on one piece of like farming strategy or one specific map, maybe they'll give it to us, but I'm not so sure. We'll see though. All like mechanics of Legalis now have quests that introduce the mechanics. Various setup, Pinnacle bosses now have quest versions that can be accessed deterministically alongside repeatable non-quest versions that offer a greater challenge. Hopefully very hard. Hopefully we made the right call in betting on the Delirium boss. Ideal scenario for a race against Farmer. He tries to bum rush the Delirium boss when his character's weak, and we get a montage of like 2 hours of him chain dying before he realizes he needs to go gear up. I would just personally enjoy that. I think it would be a good time. I would get to Alk LFG a bit in his chat. Here's hoping. All of these bosses will be hard for the bait boss companion build, dude. The boss companion build is going to crush, okay, Barabar? You don't know what you're talking about. The monkey slam about to be one-shotting. You just get, boom, 30 mil damage. Believe in something. New endgame storyline. The Cataclysm of the Beast has invoked an ancient protocol designed to scour for and purge corruption should it ever take a hold to this degree. Traverse the Atlas to enter the fortress, activate the gates, obtain the key to reach the ancient precursor weapons and disarm them. Are we the baddies? Like, are we the bad guy in this situation? The Cataclysm of the Beast has invoked an ancient protocol designed to scour and purge corruption. And we're like, yeah, let's go disable that. What the hell's going on here? Whose side are we even on? You were exiled for a reason? Guess who created the beast? It was us, wasn't it? It was us, dude. We are the bad guy. Pretty sure that just wipes out everyone? Yeah, okay, maybe. Still feels like we're the baddies a little bit. On completion of your first tower or fortress will rise from the earth. That's when we just go straight. Like, this is like, for sure our goal is go straight here, start getting Atlas passive spec'd. I'm assuming that when it's purges corruption, it goes too far and purges non-corruption stuff, or too, yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. Whatever you tell yourself to sleep at night to pretend we're not the baddies, by all means, but like, I feel like I've played this game enough to realize we are kind of the baddies, okay? We kill and destroy on repeat just for more loot. Purely motivated by power and greed. I don't know, man. I think we might be the baddies. Maps inside the fortress grant one or more passive points for the Atlas tree. This entirely replaces the previous method of gaining Atlas points. Atlas tree has been significantly expanded with over 300 nodes. After completing all the maps inside the fortress, you will gain enough passives to fully allocate the Atlas tree. Okay, question, guys. Hear me out. What if... You know, sometimes there's like nodes on the tree you don't want. Like, I'll give you an example. Some strategies, I just want to chill, and I don't want 20 possessed rogue exiles to appear on my map and start bullying my, like, speed farming build. You know what I'm saying? Like, so in order to, like, let's say there's some nodes that give you that sort of thing, like some random giga spikes in difficulty. In order to not have that happen, do you just have to leave some nodes unspec'd? And then you just have, they're just sitting there all the time, just being like, hey, you forgot to spec these? It's all gonna be generic? I don't think it's gonna be generic. I think there's gonna be some stuff like that in there. We'll see though, I guess. I'd imagine there's gonna be at least some nodes that fall under the category of you don't want them spec'd for X given strategies. My OCD can't handle that. No, it would drive me crazy, but I'm just thinking about that a little bit. Tablets will block. Yeah. They did mention that, and I think it's in the patch notes as well. As the entire Atlas tree can be fully allocated, there's no need to allow respecialization for it anymore. Multi-choice nodes on the tree can be changed between options at any time. So I guess you better be really happy with your choice if you haven't fully spec'd it, right? Okay, picture this, okay? Picture this. You have two roads that diverge. And initially, you're bad at the game, and you start allocating these points that go like over this way, blah, 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 right? You start allocating the points on this side. You have not gotten all the points yet, and you're realizing this side of the tree, you don't really like that content, and you want to go grab this side of the tree. You're just screwed until you finish all the Atlas to like spec out the other stuff, and you can't have the ability to go back on your choice that was poor. I mean, I feel like there's still situations where you'd want to respec prior to getting all the points. Sure, you can just refund the whole tree. It says there's no need to allow respecialization. But I feel like the need to allow respecialization is when you don't have all the points, right? Maybe it just won't be very hard to get all the points. So it's not that big of a deal. But, like, depending on how long it takes to go through this and how good your character needs to be to get all the points, like, that's where there's an issue, maybe. Mods punching down here. Wait, user, are you getting bullied? Oh wait, I'm getting bullied. Is Darcy making fun of my drawing? Listen, my drawings are on point. What are you talking about? Many maps in Fortress have ancient modifier that add or modify contents of the map. Any maps with the modifiers that add secondary content to the map also implicitly add the content to the map as well. Many maps in the Fortress have ancient modifiers that add... Okay, so that's just like the special content they have guaranteed in there. Like the rogue exiles that are fighting in the zone or whatever they showcase, I think. 40 ancient modifiers that have a chance to appear on any map outside the Fortress. And they start reoccurring outside the Fortress after you complete the Fortress. 3 gateway maps with 2 new bosses that can be used to access different sections of the Fortress. Okay. Precursor tower maps have been added outside the Fortress. Fair enough. Well, Pohunger is bullying me, then me and Dr. Statistic are bullying you. It's a love triangle. That doesn't make any sense. Who won the race yesterday? Who do you think won? And why wasn't it you? What kind of question is that, Dr. Sadistic? I'll put it this way. I'm going to be naming Farmer's title. I'm going to be naming his character. I'm going to be naming his firstborn. Okay? That's all you got to know. I have full naming rights of everything Farmer does on League Start. The power. The Burning Monolith, along with the Arbiter of Ash, has been moved into the Fortress. Okay. Okay, Arbiter. Gonna go hide in the Fortress. Freaking, he's scared of us. Quest version of Crisis Fragments have been added to 2 Enigma chambers inside the Fortress. Added 2 new Citadel maps with 2 new bosses that drop keys to the new Pinnacle boss. Or hello there. 2 new Citadel maps. 2 new bosses. Added the Arbiter of Divinity. Arbiter of Ash, Arbiter of Divinity. I gotta be honest, Arbiter of Divinity sounds way cooler than Arbiter of Ash. Like, let's be real here. Arbiter of Divinity, I already like this guy way more than Arbiter of Ash. Arbiter of Ash is lame by comparison, if you ask me. You said what you're going to League Start? Yes, I did. We're going to League Start. Unique Tame Beast. We will control the monkey, and the monkey will destroy our enemies. Name his character farmed by Lance. We'll do some like brainstorming for that stuff at some point closer to the League Start. Maps and Fortress can be alternatively completed by killing the Arbiter Divinity 5 times to complete different sections of the fortress automatically in order to gain Atlas Tree points. 5 times. Just beat him 5 times over. Okay. Do you think Mom is the play of this patch instead of ES? Mom's good. I believe. Well, I need to look at the pack. I need to look at the ES changes, guys. I think ES is still going to be good, is my rough guess. Alongside the Atlas Tree, a new system called Masters of the Atlas. Let's be honest, it's all about Hilda. Hilda gives us like double uniques on boss kills and stuff. We starting Twisters? Yeah, Twisters will be what we'll level with, unless I change my mind, but that's what I'm leaning towards. Twisters was a really chill leveling situation. Yeah, I definitely think Hilda's the one we're going to go for. We'll see what the other nodes are, but I feel like it's really hard to argue with getting double the loot table. Double the loot table on boss kills is insane. You just have to make sure you don't die ever to boss fights. Maybe you get more beast bosses for taming. Yeah, Hilda maybe has an access point for extra mods on bosses as well, if that is a thing or not. Can you equip a spear and scepter freely? Yep. They're both one hands. You can use those together. Yep. New storyline. An ancient trickster god. Tang Mazu. Do you dare to uncover his origins? I do. We got a bet on it. There is now a hub of the Withered Willow for Delirium in the southwest starting location. I don't think we rush Breach, or I don't think we rush Delirium. I think the play is we do Arbiter of Divinity and get passive points before we go to do Delirium. When are you gonna make a video and guide? Sometime between now and League Start, Pohunger, believe it or not. Also, the guide probably won't have a passive tree because we don't have a passive tree. We need now? Well then shut up and stop asking me questions and it'll happen faster. How about that, Pohunger? I'll put it this way, Pohunger. If we were in a minivan, we were driving somewhere, and you asked, are we there yet? Do you think that would increase the rate we got to said destination? No. No one. Don't make Lance turn this car. I will turn this car around. I will turn this car around. Don't make me. We're not going to the zoo today. After breaking a Delirium here, there's now a progress bar showing how deep you are in the fog and how long you have until the fog clears. The start of the Delirium bar represents your initial location. Blah, 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 blah. They added a bar. Classy. Who are we yelling at, Pohunger? He's getting impatient. He's trying to slow us down. There are now a new set of Delirium encounters that can be seen on the Delirium bar. Reaching certain depths will cause colored mirrors to appear, walking into the mirrors, activating the new encounters. I think that's how you get like the special mobs throughout the map, right, that they showcased. The direction of the map boss can be observed by looking at the fog. Moving in the direction of the fog will always lead you to the map boss. You telling me fog is going to point me in the direction so I can clear maps faster? Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. Sounds nice. Map boss and Delirium will always be 100% delirious. That's what I want to hear. Maybe the Tangmazu boss will also be 100% delirious, and therefore, like, giga hard compared to the other bosses. Please let that be the case. Please let it just be arbitrarily a hell of a lot harder than the other endgame bosses. Delirium isn't awful. Grayscale hell in PoE 2. Yeah, they did like the thing with the fog where they made it like more of like a ground mist and kind of spread out from your character. I think. My axe. Yo, appreciate you. Bodily fragile Stoon. Appreciate this up, man. Is Delirium lagging in this game? Don't know. Maybe. The direction of the map boss can be observed. 100% delirious. The damage and life bonus modifiers from Delirium has been reduced. Don't like that. Mainly in terms of like that's making Delirium easier. And my goal is to beat Farmer, so I need it to be difficult content. Added 5 new elite Delirium monsters. Alright. Added a new sub-area, the Loathsome Mire. Loathsome Mire drops 2 new amulet bases that grant 2 instilled notables at the cost of either a suffix or a prefix. Guaranteed those are like too random and you can't change them, right? That's gonna be something, alright. Probably some mirror tier items are gonna be based around getting the 2 ideal notables. Who's Mire? It's just the name of the area. It's a loathsome mire. Mire like a swamp. It's like the double blight anoint. Yeah, it's like the double blight amulet. Liquid emotions can now be used to craft additional mod on jewels. I need a monk!
For every chatter that gets themselves sent to the seller in the next 60 seconds, I'll donate 100 bits per chatter.
100 bits per chatter? Get him! Get him! Take him out! Get him, boys! Get him! I'm not gonna help, Lance. What the hell, Outweezy? Yo, what the hell? Whose side are you on? User is just passing out money. What do you mean you're not gonna help? He's a crazy person. How close are we on the 60 seconds? Lance is a minion main? What are you talking about? The bribes are not going to him, thus he won't be bribed. That's true. Yeah, that's a fair point. Maybe we should consider redistributing some of these user error fundings. Maybe. Let's not think about that too much. Anyways, where are we? These work similar to greater essences, each having a set of specific mods that will replace a random existing mod on the item. Yeah, I mean, well, they're saying greater. Greater is magic only, right? Upgrades a magic to a rare. Is that what they showcased in the video though? I thought when they showcased it was more like a perfect where it just like straight up swapped a mod. Am I crazy? Let me find it. Let me find it. Time to find out where the hell they did the jewels. I bet User's gonna say he can't count because he's a PoE player and donates only 500 bits. Nah, User is a man of his word. I'm temporarily a YouTube chatter while I serve my sentence. Fabius, welcome to the YouTube chat. Alright, where the heck did they talk about this jewel stuff? This is a dangerous situation. Because, like, I thought in the footage it was like they literally used it on, like, a rare jewel, but I don't actually remember well enough to say that for certain. Showcase some of that stuff. What is PoE 2 right now if PoE 1's a 10? PoE 2 if PoE 1's a 10. In the scale of ARPGs, if PoE 1's a 10. I guess the question is, how much of a disparity is there between being a 10, a perfect score, versus being a non-perfect score? Like, the thing is, I think PoE 2 is a pretty good game right now. I enjoy it quite a lot. So I would rate it pretty highly. But like, let's say I say this is like an 8.5. That sounds way too close. If on the scale, it's only 1.5 different to PoE 1. If that makes sense. I'd probably give it like a 7.5 or 8 or something like that, but I still think that the gap between the two games is quite high. I think it's at 37 minutes on the reveal deal. Thank you. Let's see if you're right. Let's see if the 37-minute call is correct. Removes a random modifier and augments a rare basic jewel with a new guaranteed crafted mod.
Monk, I need a monk.
So it's not like greater.
That cat underscore
it's like perfect.
Underscore was technically banned after the 60s mark.
Yeah, it's like
his
perfect.
Chat message in last second, and I don't want him to feel like his sacrifice was for nothing. That will be 1,500 bits.
Holy!
Lost being slow lost out on an additional 500 bits.
Lost being slow. Talking fact, dude. Thanks for the 1,500 bits, user. I appreciate it. Also, Pohunger, thank you for contributing to the cause. Oweezy, I still appreciate you, even though you put no effort in to helping assassinate chatters for the 100 bits per. I did my best. You're welcome for my sacrifice. Thanks, Oweezy. Thanks. Yeah, so it's not like, so either this is incorrect or they changed this. I think that, well, they say similarly. I'm being pedantic. It's basically working like perfect essences though. I guess maybe since it's a crafted mod, maybe that makes it a bit different. Like you can't do multiple like that. Lance bullied viewers into giving money. I did not bully User Error. He did that of his own free will. You can really think it as User Error got like 15 honest chatters assassinated for 10 minutes. Completing Delirium mirrors now has a chance to spawn grand mirrors in the Atlas on a nearby map. Grand mirrors create a duplicate of the map boss in the affected map. Killing both bosses will unlock a new Atlas mechanic, the Trial of Madness. After triggering the Trial of Madness, fog will spread from a map of your choosing, including a locked simulacrum. While inside the fog, the entire map is starting at 10%, killing rare monsters, increasing the difficulty throughout the fog. On reaching 100%, the simulacrum will become available. Deliriousness continue to be increased up to 200% delirious. I wonder what 200% delirious is going to mean. Like they said they reduced the difficulty of Delirium, monsters from Delirium, I guess, but I don't think they said anything about scaling down the Delirious effect. Like 100% Delirious, does it say what it is? Is it the same as PoE 1? Does it talk about Delirium effect? Because in PoE 1, does it say the DR here? In PoE 1, it's like 80 DR for like magic mobs, or like 90 DR for magic mobs. It's something like that. But for rare monsters, it's not that much. 200 is the new 150. Is 150 a thing? Difficulty 1 up to 115 at difficulty 3. 150 in maps with 3 isolations. Which is a legacy waystone only. Scaling Delirious are currently unknown. However, it appears to grant scaling amount of increased damage, less damage taken. So we don't know what the DR is for Delirious in PoE 2 then. Okay. Should I keep Temp Chains on Blasphemy or just move Despair over and use that movement speed? Isn't a huge deal in mobs. Despair Self-Cast gives you higher effect scaling. And on the setup I was doing, I was snapshotting higher curse effect. So you lose single target if you do what you're suggesting. Could you do that? Sure. I'm not going to recommend it though. Rare and unique monsters and Delirious maps have a set of new Delirious modifiers, giving them strange new abilities. Spooky. Map bosses of Delirious maps can additionally drop a new set of 3 potent emotions that can be used to craft new powerful modifiers on jewels that are not available in normal jewel mod pool. Okay. These emotions can also be used to instill a set of 16 new passive tree notables that are not available in the passive tree. What do you guys think those 16 new notables are going to be? Do you think we're going to get a transfiguration of mind, soul, and body? I doubt we get that. Those would be pretty OP if we got something like those. A buff to ES? Yeah, there's a buff to ES hidden in here. Classic. Plus 200 life, keep dreaming. There is no life notables. That's not a thing in this game. Simulacrum is now an up to 7-wave encounter. Completing Simulacrum will now give you a key to face the new Delirium Pinnacle boss. There's a new set of 10 ancient emotions that can drop if unlocked by the Atlas tree, which can be used to craft time-lost jewels. There are 3 ancient potent emotions that can be used to craft new powerful modifiers for time-lost jewels that are not normally available. Cool. Some non-amulet Delirium uniques now drop with Raven touched, allowing them to be instilled. I mean, I guess we'll see what other Delirium items there are, but maybe you're gonna be able to instill the Raven flock staff and the other Raven things. We're getting new Deli uniques. Yeah, we are getting new Deli uniques. So it'll just depend if some of those are good or not. I don't know what I should start. Which hunter isn't nerfed? A lot of fairly strong early builds are pretty much the same, or relatively not too nerfed. But all that being said, join me. We're gonna tame the monkey with the giant pillar, and he's gonna one-shot things. Trust. What could possibly go wrong taming the monkey, man? Think about it. Think about all the times you may have been died or flattened to monkey slam, and think about that monkey slam being used against your enemies. That's justice. Is it Crowbell? You can tame Crowbell. He is a beast as well, I believe. They actually showcased him as one of the options. I'm thinking about the zero clear. No. Wipe that from your mind. Wipe that from your mind. Don't think about that. That's a not good thought. That's gonna make you not want to do something. You could erase that from your memory. Do not think about the zero clear. Think about the monkey slam. Breach storyline. Varun, Marshall Zashed. Reach 100% his bars. Genesis tree. Belts, amulets, rings, and currency. So it's a good place to make really good jewelry. Nodes in the Genesis tree can be allocated to affect what items will be crafted. New nodes are unlocked by using womb gifts. Fair enough. 6 new ring base types. We saw max res. We saw percent life. There's some pretty good base types. 4 new amulets that can be exclusively crafted from the Genesis tree. Cool. 4 new belt base types. Are we finally going to have belt bases that aren't just like flask recovery? Hey, maybe there's a future. Who am I kidding? Mageblood's getting added. Does it even matter? Mageblood's getting added. Do we even care? There's only one belt we want. Mageblood. Add a new character, a new set of caster and mini mods to be crafted on the rings. The surpassing chance, I don't know, we'll have to look into it, but hopefully there's some unique bosses that do a lot of projectile attacks. Because being able to just give them like arbitrary plus proj could probably like giga multiply their damage. What if it sucks? Mageblood's not gonna suck, dude. Mark did not force talking about Mageblood. He like literally forced it 10 times into that interview. Glazing it up and down. There's no way he did that and it's not good. It would be funny if it's dog. There's just no way. What if it sucks for companions, though? Then we have to use another belt. I'm still going to farm for it, and it's not going to suck for companions. I bet money it's going to be a chase unique and probably in a similar state that Mageblood is in the current game where it's good pretty much on anything. This item has no effect if you have a companion. That would not... They would not put a line like that on there. Somebody in Ziz chat says it'll funk. Yeah, just because somebody... Yeah, people could throw out random theories. We don't freaking know. Somebody in our chat could say, hey, it's going to be an immunity belt. Your character becomes immortal once you put it on. Who freaking knows? We're all just guessing. At the end of the day. Find out in 8 days? Yep. Breachstone splinters turned into a special womb gift when fully stacked. This can be turned in Genesis tree to create a breachstone. New breach domains now spawn in the Atlas. Using breachstone will reveal the maps inside the domain, allowing you to enter. Maps inside the breach domain contain breach hives, sky hives, and sky fortresses. Breach hives have a series of walls that can be burned through. Okay, I don't really like... I'm not really a breach hive enjoyer, but okay. Sky hives are the new area in which breach lords have constructed fortresses that you will need to assail. Sky hives contain a challenging multi-wave encounter, and fortresses, Tool and Ash. That's where we go get that shield. Is Rampage Bear still going to be good? I have not seen any nerfs to Bear, so I think so. Outside of Batera's Vengeance, it should be similar. Lance loves walls, don't know wall. Po hunger, yep. Guys, shut up. I read the majority of your messages, okay? And half the time you guys go, Dono Wall, he didn't read my message, and I go back and read your message, it's like something I totally already responded to. You guys are out of your minds. Oif! Oif! Oyefi! Aif. Don't know what the hell how to say that. Alright, anyways, lingers a restless spirit. Bound to the wildwood, searching for one who might answer her call. The king in the mist has claimed her flesh. That is a wild line. Claimed her flesh. Holy. The hell is going on here? Leaving her soul adrift. Untethered and unable to pass beyond. She believes that only reclaiming what was taken can she be made whole once more. Uh-huh. She's the druid's wife. Yeah, there was something about the druid's wife. So if you play bear to start with, if you play druid to start with, your first priority is to do this, okay? That would be a lore accurate druid playthrough. This is your priority. Okay, you can't just go do like freaking Delirium or Breach. Okay, if you start as a druid, this is what you should be doing. Okay, that's just lore accurate. There's a new hub area called Caer Tarth. To the west, you start a location. The map's around this location. Completing gives you ritual points. Cool. Ritual points have been completely revamped with many new nodes, and existing nodes change. Ritual is definitely something I'll be interested in farming now that they, like, slimmed down the reward window for, like, uniques. I think this will actually be a fairly good farm to do early on. All items in the endgame ritual screen are now either uniques or omens. Mageblood is tied to ritual. Nowhere at any point did they say Mageblood is tied to ritual. They just showcased, hey, this is a giga rare unique you could get. Stop making up stuff. Bow hunger. Any tribute not spent on rewards can now be sacrificed to gain the audience with the king. Killing the king of the mist now drops the new key, the head of the king. This can be used in the Caer Tarth to begin the Rite of the Nameless. Rite of the Nameless is a new Atlas mechanic in which you choose a series of 5 maps to complete a single continuous ritual. The monsters from each ritual, including the map boss, will reappear in the next. This is pretty freaking cool. This is just like, this makes me think of like Maven, freaking invitations a little bit, you know, starting to juice up the fight with a bunch of fights all at once. Which is gonna be nice for target farming unique since I'm playing SSF. Yeah, I do like that it's like they slim down the reward table to just be uniques and you kind of can focus it a bit. While choosing maps for the Rite of the Nameless, each map after the first will contain extra mods which affect difficulty and rewards of the rituals during the rite. Each map in the Rite of the Nameless awards 1 element of the key used to access the ritual pinnacle boss. Added the new boss, the Queen in the Mists, available after allocating a specific node on the Atlas tree. This boss can drop 3 new corrupted idols. Please. Please, GGG. You made an Ascendancy that has a specific Ascendancy point that says, screw you. If you don't use idols, please let these idols be actually good for my companion character, okay? I'm begging you. Your trouble's dying, it is dying. I need to order a new one. I was supposed to order a new one like a week ago, but I keep forgetting to do it. Niche on niche, these new corrupted idols are gonna be OP as hell. Okay, they're gonna be giga OP. And they're gonna work for my character. Nope, they suck. How would you know? Why are they corrupted? I got no idea. Because the Bodark, the queen. Wait, Queen of the Mist. Isn't it supposed to be Bodark, or am I lost? They literally called it the Bodark or something like that. I guess it's the Queen. So we fight King of the Mist. Next thing you know, we're gonna find who Queen of the Mist is, you know? Different boss? Okay, I'm confused. Added new boss, Queen of the Mist available after allocating specific node. This boss can drop 3 new corrupted idols. And this isn't the Bodark? Bodark's Pinnacle Queen is separate. Oh, okay. Well, hello! +1 boss, alright. Fraythorn rituals are now prevented from ever showing deferred items to ensure items are not lost if returning to this area on a higher level character. Cool. She's basically the Morrigan. Wait, was there footage of Queen of the Mist? Did we see something like that? We saw in the reveal? No way. Did we actually? Where at? At what point? Here's Breach. Here's Breach. Here's Mist stuff.
At Aoife's body. Using her body, you can attempt to release her spirit, but this is when you learn about the true threat of the League. The Wildwood is built on top of an ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of darkness known as the Bodark, and the Nameless King's use of this power has been causing the prison to weaken.
To exit? Alright, good call, good call. Good comms. Good comms.
In order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world, a champion will need to enter its prison and beat him back, but those with a name are unable to survive there. In order to do so, you'll need to transfer your name to another with a new mechanic in the Ritual League, the Rite of the Nameless. The Rite will begin in a nearby forest. At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter, but that will soon change. The final ritual of the area will include the map boss.
Hey, hey! That guy's gonna work for me! That's our new #1 employee of the year, okay? He's gonna work for me! Zakoa the Head Crusher. He is gonna be on my team!
And defeating him will give you a piece of the effigy onto which you will transfer your name.
Just wait, just wait.
But the ritual is still not complete. Once the map boss is defeated, the atlas will open, and you will need to pick another adjacent map to continue the ritual. During the rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So for example, if you go in this direction, you gain significantly more tribute. But if you go in this direction, the uniques in the reward window will turn into currency instead. You can also sometimes get offered specific items that will be added as rewards. So in this case, you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mageblood. A difficult decision, I'm sure. Now, as this is one continuous ritual, the encounters on the next map won't start from scratch.
Difficult
they contain all
decision.
the monsters that were gathered from the rituals of the previous map as well, making them harder and harder. And that includes the map boss too. You will need to defeat both map bosses in the final encounter for your next effigy piece. And it still doesn't end there. Pick another map, another reward, and add another map boss to continue until the ritual of the Nameless is complete. It will take 5 maps in all, and will be an incredible challenge. But once
My
complete,
monkey's
you
gonna
return to the
1v5.
Wildwood for the final rite. Transfer your name to the effigy, adorn the crown of the Nameless King, and enter the prison. Now of course, once the Pinnacle boss is complete, the League doesn't end there. As you do rituals on the Atlas, you can continue to give tribute to the King in the Mists for another audience. Pick another forest to begin the Rite of the Nameless once more, and this time with a harder Pinnacle boss and new unique items to find. Of course, we've also significantly upgraded the Ritual Atlas tree. Get points by completing maps in the Wildwood, and you'll be able to unlock some pretty cool nodes. Some of them affect the Rite of the...
Okay, I'm gonna slow it down. We're talking about the passage through. I'm gonna slow it down. Let's go 1 point. Let's go 1.25.
Nameless, like this one, which extends its duration. You thought fighting 5 map bosses at once was hard? How about 6?
Hell yeah.
Or this one, which makes maps during the rite have more reward mods, often having 2.
Guys, hear me out. What's better than 1 Mageblood? Hear me out. 2 Magebloods. Roll Mageblood, roll 50% for additional reward, and roll Mageblood again. How sick would that be? 10 chaos? Shut up.
You also have nodes that allow things to combine with other content, like this one, which gives a chance for rituals to be created inside summoning circles, adding a random boss to the ritual encounter. There is even a node which adds a new type of possible ritual, the Audience with the Queen.
Okay, back it up. Audience with the King, Idol of the Sycophant, Idol of the Martyr, Idol of the Pharisee. Obviously, all 3 of those are going to be insane for my monkey build.
Encounter. There is even a node which adds a new type of possible ritual.
That is not the Morrigan. This is literally like... That's the Queen of the Mist.
The Audience with the Queen, which causes the Bride of the King to sometimes appear.
Yeah, she freaking... She's like going freaking Darth Maul over here, like two-sided freaking staff lightsaber thing.
Okay, so that's ritual. But let's have a look at what...
Yeah, who said it was like the Morrigan? They were saying it's like finding a Morrigan. It's the same percentage. Okay, forget that. They've clearly never farmed for a Morrigan before in their lives. Okay, like rituals have a 15% chance. 15. You're telling me 1 in 7 maps is how often you're finding Morrigans? The only time that was a true statement was in Pharisha with a full bestiary freaking Giga Atlas, okay? Morgan is not a 1 in 7. Morgans, yeah, they're pretty rare. In Pharisha, with Scarabs, I could give you they were around 1 in 7, because Pharisha, crazy. You know, like 50 reds per map or whatever, but come on now. Come on now. All right, where were we? Queen of the Mist, new fight. Good idols for my build. What's the creaking in the background? Wait, can you guys hear that? That's literally the treadmill. I'm telling you, the treadmill's dying. The treadmill is dying. Wait, can you guys just like hear it the entire time? Just, oh my word. That's the treadmill? Yeah, it's the treadmill. That's me walking. Lance ate too many snacks. Wait, you guys are free for real right now? Hold on, let me listen in. 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 Let me listen in. Hold on, let me listen in. Let me listen in. Okay, I can't hear it. I mean, all I could hear was just me saying, let me listen in. Yeah, that wasn't... It wasn't quite working. I'm in the market for a new clock. Could you recommend your brand of treadmill? I'm gonna get a new treadmill, okay? I'm telling you, I've been talking about my treadmill dying for the past week. I just keep forgetting that I need to place an order for it, okay? It's driving me crazy. Raise the sound gate. All right. Hold on. I gotta remember what freaking... What was the sound program I had for this? I don't even remember what the program was. Do I have it on my desktop, for example? Blah, 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 blah. When I got this mic, it came with some software, and I don't remember what it was called. I think it's this one. Motive mix. Come on, surely this is the correct thing, right? Last time I played PoE 2 was on 0.1. Any tips for 0.5? Follow a build and have some fun. All right. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Mm-hmm. Dude, I don't remember the friggin' settings on this thing. Oh no, what have I done? Why did I listen to you guys start freaking opening a program? This is the worst mistake. Is this treadmill ASMR stream or a PoE stream? It's a PoE stream, okay? Bum, 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 bum. Is this changing anything? I'll mess with this another time. I don't want to mess with this on stream right now. PoE on treadmills, ASR shoot unacceptable. Press the mute button. You just want me to mute the mic? Is that what? Is that what you guys needed? Is that what you needed? Peace and quiet, The mind is free now. All right, here's what we'll do. Log back in game. And the peaceful background noise will drown out your thoughts of my current treadmill situation. What's the best Twister build, in your opinion? What's the best Twister build, in my opinion? I have no clue. The only people I actually know that played Twister builds past, like, campaign are Snoobe and Prada. I have no freaking clue. I have not been playing Twister builds. We're literally just using it to get to Act 3 and swap to companions. Alright, where were we? Fate of the Vaal moving to core. Fate of the Vaal has been added to the core game. You first encounter a series of 6 ancient beacons in Act 3. Energize them to obtain energies, crystals. Encounter a second set of 6 ancient beacons in the interludes. Fair enough. There is now an Atlas passive tree for Fate of the Vaal. Atziri's temple can now be found on the Atlas. Sure. There are also new precursor tablets to guarantee Vaal beacons in your map if you want to focus on the League. Okay, fair enough. It's no longer possible to prevent a room from being deleted from the temple. Rooms that must be deleted but have other connections will be turned into a simple path room. This prevents the snake. They got us! And by they got us, I don't know if I should include us in this. The snake was pure degeneracy, okay? The snake was pure degeneracy. They got Sushi? Actually, they did get Sushi. They banned him as well, just to be safe, I guess. Just to be safe as well. The number of rooms in the temple when starting has increased to allow getting to Atziri more quickly. So chaining Atziri is going to be a thing, at least. Rooms can now be upgraded to tier 4 after unlocking this ability on the temple atlas tree. This allows more specialization into particular room types and encourages more interesting temple layouts. We'll see what the hell that means. Reward rooms granted from the console after defeating the architect have been significantly improved with more varieties to unlock in addition to upgrading the rewards of all existing ones. I'm guessing doing like Atziri rushing maybe is going to be somewhat worth it. Because doing Atziri rushing for reward rooms was kind of okay. If they buff that a lot and Atziri's loot table is still good, that'll help. But we'll see. Restricted rooms in Atziri's temple that are accessible with always destabilize upon exiting the temple. Restricted rooms in Atziri's temple that are accessible will always destabilize. Okay. Atziri's temple medallions now have their drop rate scale with the number of paths in the temple in addition to other rooms previously. So your medallion drop rate goes up the less of a snake you have. Is that what that's saying? Or just saying like path rooms scale medallion drop rate. Room-based medallions can no longer be used inside of an active temple. Room-based medallions now display upgrade information when hovered. Okay. Descriptive error message when they cannot be placed. Fair enough. Default maximum number of energized crystals can now be stored has been increased to 60. Yeah, so you don't have to level this up anymore, which is nice. I'm cooked, but as I said, when they presented the league that Mageblood will be Shrine Belt like PoE 1, I know I'm cooked, but as I said, when they presented the league that Mageblood, they didn't say this. You're just making up a theory. Why are you bringing this up now anyways? Is it a very possible thing that could occur? Sure. They're not saying any like, what does this have to do with anything right now? The monster level of temple now factors in the level of areas where the crystals used to open were obtained. The monster level of temple factors in the level of the areas where the crystals are obtained, i.e. low level temple, low level acquisition, low level temple. Corruption chamber temple bonuses have been updated to add monster modifier chance instead of additional monster modifiers. Okay. So no giga rares. Portals created in Temple of Aziri now create a corresponding portal in the parent Vaal ruins for ease of access. Okay, so we have a good way to get back to it. Vaal beacons now show a grayed out icon on the minimap when completed. Shield wall, Nebulock, angle unnerfed. I don't think he knows, guys. I don't think he knows. Vaal blacksmith infusers can be applied to martial weapons, while Vaal arcanist infusers can be applied to wands, staves, and scepters. Uh-huh. Is that different? That's not different, right? Oh, that's just... They're just specifying there's like 3 different types of Vaal infusers, right? No, there's more than 3. There's freaking like 6 now. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Vaal catalyzing infusers can now be applied to jewelry. Cool. So everything could be 30 quality now. All infusers can be only used on items at above 20 quality. Fate of the Vaal currency now have a maximum stack size of 5,000 when stored in the wildcard slots of currency tabs. All right. Some of the possible outcomes for applying to Vaal cultivation orbs unique items have been updated. Splendor. How much does this kill Splendor? $93 base ES. Does it go up to 220? Is that what it is? It goes to 300. 300. So you have 93 plus 100 takes you to 193. 300% increase takes you to roughly a little bit under 800. 30 quality. It's just going to be a 1k ES chest piece now. Which you can get that on a rare. Yeah, that hurts it a lot. I mean, it still has the 20 all res. It still has +1 gem. You still can put six soul cores in it. Still extremely good chest. But its top end got cooked. Ooh, ES nerf? Yeah, that definitely is a nerf to ES. That is a respectable nerf to ES, because this chest piece, top end was like kind of crazy. How much? What did it end up? Did it end up going to like 1,500? What was its actual top end? Let me check real quick. Splendor top end was how much? Its top end was 1,600 ES. Technically, it could be a little bit higher, I guess, if this went to like 200. But still, that's crazy. You could theoretically get it to like 1,750. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. This guy wants 10,000 mirrors. He read the patch notes and he's like, time to reprice. 16 hours ago. Maybe he read the patch notes, saw the best one on trade, bought it, and then repriced it. For only 10,000 mirrors. Yep, that's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. It's a bargain. I don't know if I'd call that a bargain. Hate Forge Unique Gloves can now roll 16 to 30 max rage. If you use skill that requires glory. I don't feel like this changes it too much. I think this is like a somewhat of a buff. I feel like the whole like using multiple glory skills, I don't know, it's kind of a weird situation. So I feel like this is kind of a net positive. It makes it more usable. Wrathith Globe, basically unchanged. Shackles of the Wretched Gloves can no longer roll reverse. And Vertex, absolutely cooked. Captain Dance 9 will buy that for sure. That might be Captain Dance 9, the guy who has it listed. I know it says Grey Pen. That's probably a Captain Dance 9 alt. Probably a Captain Dance 9 alt. Let's be honest with ourselves. Runic Self-Chill is the stupidest nuke for the most exciting mechanic in the game. Why in the world will they add it? Well, they added it because they're like, we think this is cool. And then afterwards, we're like, wait a minute, we think it's too powerful. So they removed it. Right, that's that. I think there's probably some middle ground where they could have nerfed it instead of just outright deleting it, but they decided we're just gonna delete it. So it is what it is. That's how it be. They add stuff. They're not exactly sure how strong it'll be or how powerful it'll be. People make some insane build with it. They say that's too strong, and that's balance, man. That's how it goes. It ebbs and it flows. Welcome to early access. Yep. There are now large abyss cracks in the Atlas. Completing the Atlas abysses will close them. Yep. Is there any like new bosses for Abyss? No. Abyss got like nothing, right? Abyss just has Kulamak. Like Breach got the toll fight and stuff. Abyss is like the most unchanged. And Expedition is like this melding of the new league. Temporary disabled on Standard League due to the integration of Runes of Aldur. Reintegrated in Standard after Runes of Aldur is over. Yeah, so Runes of Aldur and Expedition is kind of like a combination. Recoms is gone. Goodbye, Recoms. Temporary disable. Expedition now have wait. Oh, wait, what is this? Explosives now wait to explode until most of the monsters unearthed by the previous... Who signed off on this one? This is a crazy line. It's the noob protection. I don't know. I have a hard time seeing this not being a feels bad situation. They're gonna have to make the mobs spawn faster, because you know how like the explosion like has a delay and then it blows up and then there's a delay of the monster spawning. Like, that delay's got to be gone. Or it's just going to feel bad. They don't want the new players getting rolled over and over again. Yeah. You can now use currencies from your stash to purchase items from Expedition vendors. Yeah, this is wild. So the whole new league mechanic has this basically just tied to it. Well, you can still find the league mechanic throughout doing other stuff, right? This is a weird situation. Weird. They didn't buff the vendors themselves. All that we know about the vendors is you can purchase... You can use the currencies from your stash. So like the raw currencies and stuff like that. So basically... This may be the last league those vendors exist. And Runes Valdur is just going to be the thing it is going forward, probably. I don't know. Expedition is getting the new coat of paint, and the new coat of paint says you have to wait until you kill most of the monsters to continue seeing the rest of the paint. Also, the big explosion is still on the tree, I think. So use that doesn't change at all. Yeah, well, a lot of this, as far as I understand, a lot of times they showcase this stuff. They showcase like the island hopping mechanic or whatever. And isn't it like the whole map? So like, in terms of the big bomb working with this mechanic where you're doing an entire map of like remnant stuff, I don't know how that's gonna necessarily work. I'm not too sure about that situation. How do you feel about the recom? How do I feel about the recom? I mean, kills one of your crafting methods essentially. The hope is, if you're killing this, the crafting they've added this league still results in a net positive crafting. But I don't know, maybe they just weren't happy with how the system was implemented or something. I don't know. But it's a pretty important crafting system that's just gone. That's how I was crafting my mana leggings. Yeah, this user combinator for a lot of crafting things. So, I don't freaking know. No recoms and perfect transmutes and perfect dogs are super rare. How are we gonna get some items? It's gonna be a different situation, guys. It's gonna be a different situation. What do you guys think about that? The more common divines, way more rare, perfect augs, perfect transmutes. How are we feeling about the possibility of an economic shift away from divines? Do you think that's possible? I feel like it's still going to be divines, but I mean, if the divines are pretty common, there might be a new staple currency that people decide to huddle around. Need to wait and see how it plays out. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting the first few days. I think there's going to be some pretty big volatility and stuff. Like the first patch, 0.1, when no one really knew what was going to be the main currency. That was the Wild West, dude. There were divines for 3 or 4x initially. It was crazy. Divines are needed for corruption and sanctify. That's true. They did say, hey, the divine matters before you use those things now, right? So people will do it a lot more before using the sanctifying corruption. With the introduction of the new endgame storyline, the Atlas has been reset. Your existing tablets and waystones will continue to work, so you continue progression as normal, but in order to gain points, you need to do the Origins of Divinity. Arbiter of Divinity is gonna have to go. We're in Geonor with Flame Wall today? No, we're not continuing the Flame Wall run, guys. I was only doing that until we got patch notes. Karn dropped the best sound, filter line. What happened?
All sorts of.
Did he get to? Did he get to the shield wall nerfs?
Please, no more. Please, no more.
Poor guy. Can't take a little bit of heat. Couple nerfs are coming his way. Karn might not survive. Guys, who do you think freaks out more about nerfs? Karn or Connor? Who do you think overreacts harder? Connor or Karn? Shoot, bonk the mic, my bad. Connor by far, Karn 100%. Connor, if he's targeted, Karn's more vocal, Connor's more paranoid. It's not even close. Well, which way is it? Which way is it not even close? Who's winning though? Connor holds some grudges. Karn at the moment. Karn holds grudges too. I don't know what you're talking about. Karn is for sure more paranoid. Yeah. Connor definitely thinks they are targeting him specifically. Whereas Karn is more like he thinks they hate melee. You know what I mean? Like, it's not quite the same viewpoint. Does Ben play PoE 2? Yeah. He's not a fan necessarily of PoE 2, but he'll play, I would imagine. There are... Ooh, zoom out farther. Nice. Support for searching Endgame Atlas. Nice. There are 2 versions of each pinnacle boss, the quest version and the infinite farm version. As such, primary, secondary, and tertiary calamity fragments can no longer be obtained. Okay. So help me. This better not be the game got easier again. You guys remember? Initially, we had like 4 difficulties to each fight. Bosses at the end game had 30 mil HP. More recently, we have like the tier 1, tier 2, and T3 version, and the T3 version is just half the HP of the T4 version. If we go to quest version and just regular version, and the regular version is just the T2 version, and we just deleting all the difficulty, about to throw some hands. Copium, we can scale with Hilda, and there can be real difficulty and real reward. Copium, Hilda will save us. Tabs of the same type may now be used together to increase the amount of lead content that spawn. This specifies the way it does this is different for each content type. In some cases, multiple tablets will increase the size of a single encounter, while in other cases, increases the number of encounters spawned. Cool. 200 deli. We'll have 200 deli. Well, yeah. Like, the thing is, though, I don't want the hardest content in the game just to be a rare monster in 200 deli, you know? Like, that's super lame. Having an actual hard endgame boss with a specific, like, tied rewards to it, way more interesting for that being your hardest content in the game. If it's just some random difficult rare in a map in a 200 deli map, that's a sad situation. Each empty tablet slot now contributes to the amount of random non-tablet spawned lead content in the area. This means that if all tablet slots are full, you only see lead content from tablets you are using. The intent of this change is to make sure you do not need to complete the Atlas tree for leagues you do not intend to run. Waystones must now be identified in order to activate them in the map device. Fair enough. Orbs of chance on tablets. Another way to delete tablets. Cool. Give me an Uber Beast to tame. Well, if they still have the tablet for adding rare monster mods, then that should still be something we can kind of go for, is taming a better version. Some items and content now require you to specialize in them through the Atlas, including exceptional items, fraction orbs, basic, and overseer precursor tablets. Some items and content now require you to specialize through the Atlas passive skills. Am I being stupid right now? They use the word specialize and the Atlas passive tree. I guess the specialization is just the tablets, because you're not specializing through the tree. The tree is, you get every node. Tablets can no longer be used on maps that cannot have extra content, such as unique maps. Fair enough. I can't believe they didn't nerf Quopodals. There's a lot of question marks on what they didn't nerf. One of the other option for keystones, guys, there's like 10 keystones. They hovered the entire Atlas. There was like 10 keystone nodes. Like, I'll put it this way. as somebody who wants to make fun of D4 Twig, this is in the same category. Having 10 arbitrary one or the other choices is not a, like, it's not really a choice. Like, what are we talking about here? Do we have the new Atlas Passage tree? No, we do not. They just showcased it and they showed it in the, like, they showed, like, a couple nodes, and then, like, at one point they panned over it. And there were, like, 10 keystones. You can literally count them in the video. Atlas passes that reference maps with powerful bosses now work with Overseer cursors and other sources of powerful map boss. Adjusted the values of generic precursor tablets to be similar to the same type of bonuses granted by Waystone modifiers. Reduce the roll variance of these modifiers. The following modifiers can no longer roll on Waystones. Barons, Beastly... How the hell am I supposed to know what any of this is? Anyone off the top of the dome? You guys, anyone know what Barons is? Anyone in chat? Know what Barons is? Don't close the door, I need... The choice really matter if you can respec freely? I don't really feel like it does. It's the zombie helm, it's a zone in WoW. We'll never know. Did Catalysts have a Bear Calamity last league? Yep, we did Meteor Bear last league. I'm gonna update it for this league. I don't think it got nerfed, or I haven't heard anything about it getting nerfed, so probably not much change for it. So I'm going to be updating it. Whether a map modifier is a suffix or a prefix has been adjusted so that generally prefix modifiers affect the monster output towards the player. Suffixes affect the player or monster defenses. Okay. So prefixes, damage mods, suffixes, tank mods, and screw your recovery. Barons is it contains additional guards. Okay, so maybe that's what this thematically has to do with adding some additional packs. I don't freaking know. Messing with the SSF Bears, so I'll peek on your YouTube to bounce off until Friday. You're right on, Spider Crow. Hopefully your SSF run goes well. The following suffix modifiers are now prefixes. Okay, it's just talking about the mods, trying to like streamline the pool a little bit. The overpowering monster modifier no longer causes monsters to have increased freeze buildup, blah, 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 blah. Now causes them to have increased ailment application. Okie dokie. Monster modifiers have been updated. They now provide more monster effectiveness, pack size, item rarity, monster rarity, or waystone dropshines, depending on the modifiers. These modifiers are multiplicative with other sources, such as those found on the tree. Okay. Treadmill finished. Let me put it to the side. Congratulations, guys. You no longer have to listen to the creaking. I'm sorry. We'll look into that. We'll look into the changing the noise gate, and I need to get a new treadmill anyways. Are you planning on playing Minion or caster / Minion? I'm planning on playing Companion. Rip my ASMR. Sorry, man. No more consistent creaking. It's gone now. Okay. Monster modifiers of pack size now also provide a chance for additional rare monsters to appear in rare monster packs. This is a buff, probably. Monster rarity is a new stat available that affects the chances of a magic, rare monsters, and the chance for additional modifiers on rare monsters. So basically, if we want to farm a Giga Tame Beast, we probably want this stat, right? Like for a Giga Tame Beast with like a bunch of extra mods, we need to be doing maps with this to try to get like 4 mod rares. I missed the creaking already. Oh, you'll survive. You'll survive. Plans to play Twister with companion adjacent. I plan to play Twister until companions and then swap to companions is the goal. Initially, I think that'll be around Act 3 when we do our second lab. Can we zoom in? Sorry, my bad. Forgot you guys have bad scene. My bad. Map modifiers that included sources of increased number of rare monster mods, increased the number of magic mods have been updated to only display the number at the header of the map and not also be displayed amongst the explicit modifiers. This is not a functional change. Okay. I plan to play Twisters. Okay, guys, what do you want me to do? In Act 1 and 2, how do you want me to progress? Play companions with my companion gem that I don't get till Act 3? Flame wall, you bastards. You guys want me to be like 10 hours in. 10 hours in, we finally get to Act 3. Play minions from the get-go? Huntress doesn't start out with minion nodes. And I don't want to play minions. I want to play companions specifically. I don't want to play another type of minions. Not be a meta cuck. That's exactly what playing an untested build is. Playing something that has never been done before, which might be bad, is not a meta thing. Playing the thing that we know is good, that a bunch of people are going to play, that is what the meta thing is. Dual level with Connor? I don't want to have to carry Connor. Be way too much effort. He'd be slowing me down. Have the bonus the quantity of items dropped and experience gained provided by increased monster effectiveness, such as the Aziri's Temple. Rest in peace. Monster effectiveness. The functionality of the Omen of Chaotic Rarity, Omen of Chaotic Quantity, Omen of Chaotic Monsters have been inverted. Instead of guaranteeing the modifiers are of their type, they instead prevent the modifiers from being of their type. So let's say you wanted a bunch of rarity, you'd proc both this Omen and this Omen in a hopes that it would re-roll to more of these mods. Okay. Added the new Omen of Chaotic Effectiveness. While this is active, your next Chaos Orb will replace all modifiers in the Waystone with modifiers that do not grant monster effectiveness. Okay. Okay, yep. This is like... It was a little bit too targeted, guys. Now it's like in reverse. Do you like the changes of density? I don't think I saw the changes of density. Did I scroll past it on accident? Up to 3 of the above omens may be used simultaneously. Yep, that makes sense. So now if you have all 3, you can kind of do what one omen used to do before. Have the damage as extra buffs granted from the following shrines: Freezing, Gloom, Meteoric, and Tempest. Which affects the scepters, right? The scepters that guaranteed these shrines. It affects those. Completion of fixed locations on Atlas is now shared with party members. With the addition of more varied content to the Atlas, the size of the content indicators has been increased by 50%. Waystones have 2D art. So you're saying somewhere in here I missed something? There was like a pack size thing that I missed? Is that what you're saying? Or is it later? It's in the campaign part? Alright. To improve how long it takes for experienced players to replay through the game in a new league, we've added elements to multiple campaigns. Yeah, this is the video where they go over like the indicators that'll point you in the right direction. Some areas throughout the game have been shortened. Heck yeah. I know over the past week, there have been some haters in chat. They're like, they never changed the campaign. They dug their feet into the ground or something. Like, what do you say to this, huh? What do you say to this? They just arbitrarily chose to shorten some zones in the campaign. Remove the second dreadnought area, so it's just one area now. Fair enough. Area in Act 3. Area order in Act 3 has been somewhat rearranged to make progression smoother. The waterway levers have been turned into pressure pads that now simply need to walk over, and the final part of the lever is pre-drained. Oh, yeah. That's a good one right there. That's a good one. Pre-drained, baby. Pre-drained. The Dreadnought gave so much XP, though, so you might not believe me, but I promise you, in this game, you can do this thing where you say, you know what? I'm not happy with my current XP level. And like, let's say you're worried about the Dreadnought. Where's the Dreadnought? Let me just find it real quick. The Dreadnought. And you could control click, and you could click new, and the zone will refresh with new monsters. So if you're worried about your current XP, and you're mad that GGG took away your ability to run 2 zones in a row, you can work around them. Listen, they tried to nerf you. They tried to hold you back. You know, they took away one of your zones. They, unfortunately, did not think about the fact that you could just create a new zone with more monsters. You actually have the power. So GGG's trying to hold you back. You say, you got to work around. Maybe next patch they'll disable your ability to make a new zone with more monsters. Maybe they'll realize their crucial error in trying to prevent your XP, and then they'll figure out a new way to stop you. But so you can do that. Time stamped for your Act 2 plans. What are you talking about? What is this?
With the tame beast thing, like oh,
hold on. They're talking about tame beast.
interesting.
Hold on. Background audio's got to go. What was this?
You get your first ascendancy. That tame beast gem is actually a higher level, though. Like, is this something you?
Yeah, we do have a thing that we're going to do about that.
Okay.
There's a solution I believe that we had for that one.
Yeah, all right.
But yeah.
And with this,
We have a solution. Did they mention in the patch notes? Because they just vaguely said we have a solution, but they didn't really like say what it was. No. Okay. Well, like, unless we get like some actual information here, you know, have a solution. What exactly does that mean? You know, the solution is twisters. Yeah, that's the solution. We didn't nerf twisters, so that way all the Spirit Walker players could get to the part where they swap to companions in a reasonable time. That's exactly what it is. Monster density in the second half of the campaign has been reduced, especially in the interludes. I don't know if I like that. I mean, I kind of like having like a lot of monsters, but okay, I guess. Your XP when you get, I mean, maybe you just rerun some more zones and they'll just be a little bit less efficient for XP. We'll see what that's like, I guess. Level 34 interludes, you're not gonna get level 34. You'll probably lose a couple levels though on what but the things you'd go through faster, lose some of your XP, but you could reset zones and make up for it. Like, I don't know. We'll see what maybe certain zones will still be good density, good XP. It should be less in Act 1 since that's when you get easily blocked. Yeah, they cut the density out of the interludes, which is when your character like feels good to play and you can actually kill things. Whereas in Act 1, that's when you're getting just stuck because your character's terrible. Nah, man, that's part of the experience. That's when the monsters need to win. Act 1 weeds out the tourist? Yeah. That's what Act 1's doing, is weeding out the tourist. Holy. The filter zone. Bleed damage on players is no longer increased while the player is moving. This change does not affect bleeds players apply to monsters. Every single time I get the Ralakesh Pantheon in PoE 1, I allocate it for this specific reason. And then that's the Pantheon I run for like 95% of all my gameplay. Just cause like literally the time it takes for you to look at chat while running around is the time it takes for the bleed to kill you, and it's like, then you don't die to that anymore. So, cool. You know what this is? This is like, they're like, okay guys, if CI characters just get bleed immune for free, we should make bleed less bad for other players. Maybe that's what this is a little bit. They're compensating for the fact that CI players are just immune to bleed. ES ignores bleed anyways, yeah. It's just a weird situation. Your maximum runic ward is now added to your starting honor when beginning a trial of Sekimas. Okay. Cool. The defense's keyword is no longer in use. Existing is changed to armor, evasion, energy shield. To make it more clear, they don't apply to runic ward. So runic ward not considered increased defense. So you're gonna need specific increased wards somewhere throughout your tree to scale this. That probably keeps it in a relative balanced place, right? Why are the CI cucks immune to bleed? Why are energy shield builds immune to bleed? Because for lore purposes, bleed doesn't make sense when you're attacking somebody who has energy shield, right? Can you make energy shield bleed is the question. I don't freaking know. It's they did it for like, because you're not hurting their life, then they can't make a bleed. Because it bypasses ES, it doesn't bypass ES. Otherwise, CI characters would instantly die. Wait, did they change it and then they just said, CI just says bleed immune on it? Is that what they did? Oh, okay, never, listen, I'm out of date. They actually changed the keystone. All right. My bad. Wait, what is this, Fobgun? What the hell, Fobgun? What on earth is wrong with you? I can't believe I got friggin' Fobgun's friggin' he's becoming one with his chat of gooners. I can't believe I just got baited by Fobgun like that. My word. I might need to ban that guy. I might need to take him out. Who gave him a sword anyways? You act like he isn't the head gooner? No, he is, but I didn't expect him to be going around linking freaking Twitter posts. Note to self, never open links from Fobgun. Yeah. Never again. Dude is untrustworthy as hell. Fobgun links are a brand risk. Yep. That they are. That's a good question, Pohunger. Fobgun, do you have dirt on somebody on GGG? How do you keep getting like buffs and not nerfs on your clearly overpowered bow archetype? Can you explain yourself? Because the word on the street is that you have dirt on a GGG dev. You have some leverage. There's like some blackmail situation going on. What's the situation? He has a cousin from Tencent. Jonathan is his uncle. Only a single leech instance per resource. Life, mana, energy shield can apply at a time. When multiple leech instances are active, only one with the highest recovery will apply. Okay. There is now a limit of maximum amount of damage a hit can be considered to deal for Leech. Hits that deal less damage than 40,000 are unaffected, but if it would deal more than 40,000, it is treated as dealing only 40,000. How much does this change the game? That's a pretty big change, right? Because people are hitting in the millions. And you have like leech resistance and stuff. And leech is like pretty much the only thing people are using to recover on a large amount of things. I'm afraid those leech changes are for Blood Mage. So, cast on crit, Blood Mage, was the motivating factor for them looking at Leech. But, like, let's not kid ourselves. Leech, like, how do I put this? Look at the path of building. Look at the sources of sustain in this game. And tell me Leech isn't an insane outlier. Like, regen. Oh, what do you get here? 0.5%. What do you get here if you invest in a regen? 0.5%. That's what the regen sources are in the game. And then, what other sources do you have? You have a flask, which can go up to, like, what? 500 per second or something? Like, if you're looking at all the different sources, recharge, all the different sources of recovery in the game, Leech is a huge outlier. Recoup, yeah, Recoup is on an 8-second basis, and notables are like Fizz specific or Ellie specific. Like, there's a lot of, like, way more limitations. So Leech was a huge outlier. Leech was insane. And I feel like after this, I don't know where it's even gonna end up. Is it gonna? It's probably still good compared to other options. Man, I can get huge regen. That's only because of Quipodals. It can get decent regen from huge investment. That's fair, but that's also huge investment. Leeches, you have damage. You have a little bit of leech somewhere, and therefore you have Giga Sustain. That's not really huge investment. The Quipodals thing is... Did they nerf that? I don't think I searched for Quipodals. I didn't see it anywhere. Maybe they nerfed it in some other way that isn't Quipodals specific. Something that breaks it somehow. %6 leech means your max recovery from an instance, it would be 2,400. Is that factoring in leech resistance? And 2,400 per second is still, like, kind of a lot in the grand scheme of things with this game. The best recovery in the game is going to be EB mana. If they didn't nerf Quipodals, it's probably Quipodals. If they didn't nerf it. Quipodals is ridiculous. The formula for chance to deflect has been adjusted to provide better scaling with investment into deflection rating with a cap of 95% chance to deflect, similar to a chance to evade being capped at 95. The new... chance to be deflect is 150 times blah 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 blah. So they have a different formula for it, where A equal attack your accuracy, D equal defender deflection. I think I saw somebody graph out a chart for this, right? Lance, can you explain to your family and God family, me, why you were looking at suspicious photos X? You are not my God family, farmer. And I got freaking link baited by Fubgun, who I assumed was a trusted source, given he's a streamer, but he was not. Note to self, do not trust Fubgun. That is what I freaking learned. Do not trust the sword. Yep. Lance didn't invest enough into deflect. I blame the new deflect formula. Okay, it hurts my early deflect investment. Fubgun is a cancer to the game. Holy. Did Fubgun hurt you and your family? Anyone in chat, guys. If Fubgun has hurt you or your family, you may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800 the Holton Files and see if you have a case. I demand a mirror of compensation. Parry, shield, block, resonating shield no longer delay heavy stun buildup from decaying longer than expected. Parry, shield, block, resonating no longer delay heavy stun buildup from decaying longer than expected. Is that a buff? That's a buff, right? Your heavy stun buildup goes down faster? I think that's a buff. Fubgun kicked my dog. I kind of doubt that. That would require... No, I don't believe you. Melee attacks can now only apply splash damage once per damaging area. Some attacks create multiple damage areas during use. For example, Whirling Assault creates multiple damage areas around you as you move. So no splash shotgun. This is like basically saying, like, hold on. Let's make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Okay. So there's, you know, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. You spin in a circle with Whirling Slash. And let's say there's a damaging area here, 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 here. Like all the way around you, right? There's damaging areas that's occurring when you're doing this. A splash would be like this. Like this. Like this, and you're not gonna get 2 hits from like this splash and this splash hitting this guy. You'll just get 1 extra hit from the splash. I think that's what that's saying. Is it? I think that's what it's saying. Maybe I'm cooked. I think it's just hurting like the scenario when you have... I think where this matters the most is like, let's say there's a rare monster and has like 10 normal monsters next to it, and you're gonna just cleave and get a splash damage off of all those normal monsters next to it and get a big shotgun on the rare, like that sort of example. Thanks for the new wallpaper. No problem. Happy to help. When minions are removed due to the resource changing, such as a weapon swap, younger minions are now prioritized over older minions to avoid wasting minion cooldown abilities. This doesn't do anything to the minion swap, right? This is just like helping the case where you're trying to preserve a cooldown. Still auto respawn? Yeah, I think you could still do the weapon swap. Maybe I'm being stupid. Only the young get benefit? Well, no, it's the old. It's like... Let's put it this way. Let's say weapon set 1, you have 3 skeletal snipers. Weapon set 2, you have 2 skeletal snipers and a cleric. And if you swap back and forth multiple times in a row, the 2 skeletal snipers will not be replaced at all, so they can continue to grow their cooldown to use their command skill. I think that's what that's saying. I don't think it changes the, like, Infernal Legion stuff, though. Elephant still seems like it's probably pretty strong. I would think so. I haven't seen anything too significant that I think brutalizes it. They obviously nerfed the Infernal Legion gems, but they didn't, like, delete it. It's a buff for command users and doesn't change for weapon swap abusers? Yeah. That's how I'm reading that. Means affected by Last Grasp support or Tekrod's Revenge. And totems unaffected by unnamed Heartwood Oracle Notable can no longer die during the effect from taking further damage exceeding their maximum life. Can no longer die during the effect from taking further damage exceeding their maximum life. So is that basically a bug fix, or am I being stupid? Where, like, Last Gasp did not prevent the death and they could still die, but now it does prevent the death for the given time frame. This feels like a bug fix. It's weird reading this in the player changes category. I heard Flubgun bows got nerfed. Hardly. Hardly. Bows, they got off easy. In fact, some of them got some buffs. Undeserved, I say undeserved. Stats worded as when you collect a remnant no longer give you the benefits of these stats when an ally shares the effects of the remnant with you. Updated the name of the buff that Trinity grants to Affinity, as Resonance is the name of a keystone. This is a description change. Archons are no longer inherently lost when you attack. This is now a property of Elemental Archons specifically. So, like, if you weapon swap and use a, let's say, Furious Slam, and then you go back to use your spell cast, you'll still be an Elemental Archon. I don't know. I'm kind of an Archon hater. I'm still salty. It was intentional, not a bug. It was in the description. Like, if I go to Last Gasp right now. Last Gasp. Sword skills that create persistent minions, causing their minions to fight on when they've been wounded, dying after a short duration, or when they take further damage exceeding their maximum life. Okay, okay. So, yeah, no, that was just how it worked previously. All right. Then that makes sense why it wasn't in the bug changes. Listen, guys. As someone who doesn't play minions, I can't be expected to know that, okay? This is like a first-time experience for me with this companion build. I cannot be expected to know these very niche interactions of the minion archetype. It's just not really appropriate. Introduce the new martial artist Ascendancy class for the monk. This is going to be farmer pretending he's going to be viable for late game content. He's going to die a bunch and then have to probably look for a new build made by somebody else to get him to clear Delirium. Palstron sent me here for my minion questions, though. He sent you here for your minion questions. I don't know why he did that, but now that you're here, welcome. And no, I can't answer your minion questions. I'm not that guy, but you should stick around because we are almost... Wait, that's it? Wait, we're only like 30% of the way. We're not even halfway. I was gonna say halfway through patch notes, but That would be a lie. Can you answer companion questions though? Yes. Spirit Walker. That's us. That's us. Subdue even the most formidable beasts. That's us. That is not us? Okay, Aloezy, yeah. I get it. You're gonna go martial artist. You're gonna punch some things. But when you want to start doing some real damage, you think about the reroll, okay? And then it's gonna be us. You know what I'm saying? Then it's us. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna punch your minions. I'm pretty sure you're comparing a 30-foot tall, 4-armed gorilla to some dude who studied martial arts. Okay, you're not winning that fight. All right, you're just not winning that. Like, you talk about fighting freaking King Kong. Okay. That gorilla auto attack is slower than a mace skill? It's not slower than a mace. Nah, that's it. That's it. I didn't want to have to do this, but you know what? I'm gonna pull up the gorilla footage. I'm gonna pull it up. Pull up the evidence.
Order.
Pull up the evidence. Look at the speed at which the gorilla attacks.
Grants tame beasts the ability to tame bosses.
Where is it? Where's the gorilla?
Yep, all of these.
Shark dude, monkey, bird. I thought Crowbell was in one of these, but maybe I'm imagining that. Crowbell's definitely maybe an early option. If we can get Tame Beast earlier, if they did actually have a quote-unquote solution, I could see ourselves just go grabbing Crowbell.
It probably won't come as a surprise to hear that these bosses can cut through packs and bring the pain to their former friends. If you like the look of the Spirit Walker, but need some further inspiration for what to do with her, we've put together a couple of in-game builds to give you ideas, kindly made by some of our developers. First up, we have the Storm.
All right, no,
Thanks to Prime use when we dodge
We're not playing Storms, guys.
more damage. To do that, we take Vivid Stampede, which grants we can do speed.
We are
Our
playing
Storm.
Monkey Slam. Okay, Monkey Slam.
And for our second build today, we have
Yeah.
the Zookeeper.
That's our
This
boy.
build is for those who prefer to sit back and let your animal army do all the work. The Spirit Walker has enlisted the entire zoo to fight on her behalf, with a whopping 6 companion skills active.
That speed's not bad. Look at the speed. Look at the speed of those swings.
This build is for those who prefer to sit back and let your
Keep in mind, this guy has like no attack speed for companions.
animal army do all the work. The Spirit Walker has
Rolls right in, cleaves the entire pack.
enlisted the entire
Boom, slam, Giga Chad. Absolute Giga. Just, hey, watch that again. Watch that again. That was sick.
who prefer to sit back and let your animal army do all the work. The Spirit Walker has
Boom. Literally the entire pack erased with one cleave.
enlisted the entire
Boom.
zoo to fight on her behalf, with a whopping 6
Triple
companion
swing.
skills active.
Into
This
slam.
is thanks to Sylvan's Effigy.
Come on now. Come on now. That looks good. Your video sped up? Oh no, was it? No, wait. It's not what it looks like. That's because earlier you made me want to make, you guys told me to make Jonathan talk faster. Whoa. All right, watch it again.
This build is for those who prefer to sit back and let your animal army do all the work. The Spirit Walker has
Boom. I mean, that's still pretty fast, guys. Come on. Considering the fact that he has like no companion attack speed, that's still pretty fast. I think we all can agree. He's using the unique scepter, which has no companion attack speed. He probably has no good jewels in his tree. His tree's probably like giga inefficient.
enlisted the entire zoo to fight on her behalf. With a whopping
what the hell happened?
The Spirit Walker has enlisted the entire zoo to fight on her behalf, with a whopping 6 companion skills active. This is thanks to Sylvan's Effigy, a new unique scepter coming in Return of the Ancient.
If this is bad, we go second build. It's not going to be bad. It's going to be good. Okay, I'm going to slightly skip around because I'm pretty sure this was in here, right? What's the notable called? Just real quick. I just wanted to look at this real quick. Trusted Kinship. They like giga buffed this, I'm pretty sure. I will come back to the lineage support and stuff. Now grants 30% more reservation efficiency of companion skills and 20% less reservation efficiency of non-companion skills. It no longer provides 30% less defense. Like this is a huge buff. Like I was fully planning to click this keystone with the 30% less defense and it still be worth it. But now that it comes with the reservation and we get the +1, like that's pretty sick. That's pretty sick right there. Ironic how Asmiri spirits are universally despised, yet everyone wants to play the Spirit Master. Asmiri spirits is a league mechanic where you follow around a thing slowly. It's not necessarily fun to play. That has nothing to do with whether or not it's thematically cool or has anything to do with what nodes are on the Ascendancy. Like, you can't disassociate those two things. That's kind of a weird situation. All right, where were we? New lineage support gems. Let's take a look. I'm hearing Iron Ward. What the hell does that mean? Is it more fun to have something else follow you slowly? It's not going to be slow, guys. We're going to juice its speed, okay? The Ascendancy comes with 30 movement speed baseline. And we're going to start grabbing a bunch of minion and companion attack speed. It's going to be fast, okay? New lineage gem. Okay, and we just don't have any info on any of this stuff. Just here's some stuff. I mean, okay. Just guess based on the name? Nah, I think we just go next. They got cool names. I mean, we'll find out if they decide to tell us what they are, I guess. Barracks, but no taming, right? Yeah, no taming. Do you think there's a world where they have patch notes? They add all 3 of the barracks rings, but they just hide the fact they're adding taming as well and don't have it in the patch notes. It's like a secret item to find. How would you 3-to-1 it though? Well, the Reforged bench is a 3-to-1, right? Put in the secret recombinator. Well, there's the Forge bench thing is 3-to-1. I don't know. Might not be likely, but it is weird to have all 3 of these rings but no taming. Feels weird, at least. Cat O9 Tails, new unique item. The Cat O9 Tails. I wonder what that does. Maybe it's like you die, but you don't die.
And my axe.
Yo, Captain Skykiller, how you doing, man? Nine Tails is kind of like a Naruto reference, though. Ooh, yeah, you guys might be right. A whip. Mmm. If it was a whip, though, what item base would that even be? A flail? Flails aren't in the game. Flails aren't in the game, though. You think it would be a mace? That would just be weird, right? Might be a scepter. Yeah. It's probably a scepter. A spell? It says unique item. They turned Morningstar from a flail into a mace, so they can do whatever they want. You're right, yeah, maybe it is a mace too. Decree of Flight, Decree of Loyalty, Duality, Eventide Petals, Eyes of the Rune Father. I mean, that's gotta be... That's probably like an amulet or a helmet from the final version of the Runes of Aldair boss. Runic War type thing. That sounds legit. Like, that's gotta be like one of the chase items, right? The Rune Father. Surely that's like a chase item. Pharaoh's Gift. Yo, he's gonna get us a gift? What a guy. Forgotten Warden. No, I haven't forgotten Warden. Warden just sucks. I think about it on a regular basis, okay? I have not forgotten what you did to Raider, okay? Joffrey's. Strength stack ES item. You don't think, guys. You don't think. Guys, hear me out. Hear me out. They nerf Itziri's Acuity to only have 1k ES, and then they add this thing, and we have Heroic Tragedy in the game. Like, you don't think, right? Like, no clue what that is. Joffrey's Sanctuary, it's a PoE 1 item, which holds thematic is getting flat ES from strength. We have access point to a lot of percentage, right? The other key factor you need for ES builds is flat ES. This could be a hell of a lot of flat ES, I'm just saying. We may be looking at a strength stacking league. Brutus, yeah, they also added Brutus, which is a strength stacked mace, right? On PODB, Kato Ninetails is a belt. How would he know that? There's no way it's the same stacking with Heroic Tragedy. It could be a flat ES per strength thing. That's all we know it as in PoE 1. It could also play into Zealot's Oath. A way to get regen on ES. Both of these things are somewhat powerful things to have in PoE 2. If that's what it is. Either way, I'm going to be very curious to see what this item is. Because that has some very, like, strong potential if it's an ode to its roots of what it is here. It's gonna have a massive downside. I mean, a lot of times massive downsides are workaroundable or downright irrelevant depending on what your character is, so. And sometimes the downside is an upside, yeah, depending on the build. New unique item, Gate Crasher. That's got to be a mace, right? Crasher. That's got to be a mace. Boots. Boots for sure. Horror's Flight. Boots for sure. Boots for sure. It's been teased? No, it has. And it's gloves? No! Wait, why would this be gloves? Who's using the word flight in reference to gloves, man? Who signed off on that? Say it ain't so, guys. Say it ain't so. Gloves, arms, wings. No. No. Boots, run, fast, fly. Okay, that's a way more reasonable transition of thoughts, okay? A glove for falconers, yeah. Ironbound, I don't know if they showcase this one or not. This sounds like a body armor though. Ironbound is a bow? Dang it! No! A bow? Alright, I know this one. This is the wand they showcase. This is the wand they show. I know this one, okay? This is the wand. they show this is the wand, this is the curse wand. I saw this one, okay? Lore weave, body armor, obviously. Hear me out. Hear me out. Set max res to 85. What do you guys think? What if it sets your max res to like a pretty high number? Ironbound's the block scaling bow. Yeah, I was forgetting about that. Mageblood, yep, there it is. That's the goal of the league, guys. The goal of the league is this thing right here. Mageblood. I want it bad, man. I want it so bad. Mageblood. What if it sucks? It's not gonna suck. There's no world where Mageblood sucks. I'm rooting for it sucking? Why would you be rooting for Mageblood to be bad? It would be funny. I'll see you in 0.1 or 1.0. I don't want to live in that world. Mageblood isn't gonna suck, dude. Mageblood's gonna be goated. It's just the shrine belt. Why does everybody like to assume that? Because they nerfed shrines. They nerfed the gain damage from some shrines. Those aren't even like the best shrines. Like the best shrine would be Excel Shrine. Shrine Belt wouldn't be a big enough divine sync. I don't think it would either. There's barely any shrines in this game. Opportunity. Nightfall, Master Domain. Master Domain, believe it or not, Jewel, Trust. Nightfall, Quiver, 100%. Opportunity, Necklace. Tell me that isn't 100% accurate. Be honest with me. That's gotta be spot on. Nightfall's a shield. Dang it! No, wait, is that actually one they already showcased? That was the S shield? Shield, quiver, offhand, same thing, guys. Same thing. Same thing. Okay, I'm right about this, though. This is definitely a jewel, and this is definitely an amulet. Like, 100%, though. For sure, for sure. You're using artistic liberties? I'm just putting out some very accurate guesses here, okay? Redemption. 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 When I hear the word redemption, you look up, right? You look to the sky. You look to the heavens with your head. And what's on your head? A helmet. Redemption is a helmet. It's the new cannon base. It's a crossbow. No, stop. What are these names, dude? Come on. There's no way. I need to have a talk with the GGG item naming guy, okay? Me and him need to have a little conversation because he is way off on some of these, okay? He is way off on some of these. There's no a freaking a grenade launcher, redemption. Come on now. They're revealed in the same video? Okay. I maybe or may not have forgotten the names of some of the uniques recently mentioned, but I can explain why. I'm pretty sure in the first 35% of these patch notes, I've read over 1 billion words, okay? And so I had to get rid of some of the old information from a week ago when I watched the video in order to make space for the 1 billion words I just read from these patch notes. It only has room in his head for one unique Mageblood. I gotta be honest, Joffrey's is gonna be insane. I'm calling it now. Joffrey's is gonna be broken. Energy shield, blind spot. Okay? I am calling it. Energy shield, blind spot. There's no way they make Giant's Blood half the value of strength and not half the value of heroic tragedy. It is a blind spot. This thing's gonna be broken. I'm calling it now. Okay, I'm just saying. This is gonna be disgustingly good. I'm a Joffrey's believer. All right, real quick though, I need to top up the water, guys. I need to top up the water. Give me like. Give me like 30 seconds to go get water. Okay. I'm gonna have some Fist of Stone leeching ES. You're gonna do Ascend Sanguina with Fist of Stone. Maybe that'll work. I don't know. All right. Anyways, I need to get some water, and we will continue the read. Also, I'm getting cold. I'm gonna grab some pants as well. Okay. I'm gonna grab some pants. You know what? Just so you guys are clear on the situation, I'm going to include pants in the BRB message. Okay. I'm gonna get some pants as well because I'm cold. have returned. Don't mind me, I'm just going to put on these pants. And let the warmth of the cotton, or whatever material they're made out of, help retain the heat. So I'm no longer freezing. Alright, that feels good. Hey, Uncle John! What we doing live? Yo, Uncle John. How you doing? Welcome everyone, Uncle John stream. We're currently very slowly but very surely making it through the patch notes, just kind of theorizing on what these uniques are. Chat keeps rudely correcting my savant level guesses on what uniques these are. If water pants existed, I would not fear them, Alweezy. I got water and pants, guys. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. Welcome to the longest reading patch note stream. There's no way it's the longest. We're making steady progress here. Periphery. Okay, okay, when I see this word, I gotta be honest, this one, I have no freaking clue. I'm gonna go focus. I really got no clue on this one. I'm gonna go focus. This one, I got nothing for that one. That or a helmet? Yeah, I could maybe see helmet. I could also maybe see amulet. I'm not too sure. That's not even a weird word. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm not gonna let you gaslight me into believing that's not a weird word. It's a weird word, okay? Peripheral and periphery is that. Come on, like peripheral. Yeah, I see that all the time. But periphery, like, nah, man, that's insane. How do you think viable do you think totems are gonna be? I haven't got to the part of the patch notes where they're changing totems, so I don't know. Palstron seemed pretty excited about the totem changes. He literally had clean your totems in his title, so I'm guessing they're promising. Sadist's Mercy. Okay, we have Sadist Garb in PoE 1. Mercy. If you're going to show mercy, what part of your body would you use to show mercy? Definitely wouldn't be boots. Boots are like you're stepping on somebody, you know? Gloves. I could see gloves. I could see gloves. Honestly, I think this is giving. I'm getting ring vibes. I'm getting ring vibes, to be honest with you. I'm getting ring vibes. I'm feeling scepter, bendy spear. What the hell is bendy spear? I was about to say ring. I'm thinking ring for this one. What's that Kalandra's touch card called? It doesn't that have like mercy in the name? Am I just making that up? Reflection of the heart. Guys, think about this. You know, reflection of the heart. I forgive you. Mercy. Ring. Think about it. Logic tracks. Okay, logic tracks. Cyril's grit. 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 Mace, belt. I gotta be honest, whatever this item is, I think it's probably bad. I'm getting very strong vibes. This item is gonna be absolute garbage. Cyril's grit. 1 out unique for sure. Mace. Mace, belt, Grit. Would they say grit to describe a mace though? I'm leaning more towards belt, just a completely worthless belt slot no one's gonna use. Grit equals tough armor. No. Serrals. Nah. It's a mace. Isn't there already a mace though that's called Serrals? This is already in the game. Yo, that's not fair. No, this is PoE 2. All the Calgary uniques are already in the game. Is this what it was revealed as? Physical Thormsdam per active, protective rune, maximum quality is 40. You're thinking of this? So you're telling me this is new? I thought there already was like a Serral's hammer thing in this game. They just showed some of the new craft. You thought, okay. Well, listen, I was wrong about the belt. You guys were right about mace, but I was spot on garbage. I think we all could agree I was spot on. This is spot on about this being certified trash on launch, okay? I knew there was a reason I got that vibe. When I saw the word Serrals, I instantly thought bad. It probably was because of the it probably was because of this. It's like I knew deep down there's a reason I read this and I just thought this is bad. And I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Now it makes more sense. Spiteful Floret. That's a scepter guaranteed. You think a Floret's going to be a scepter? I think like a bouquet of roses. This could be a staff. I think this could be a staff. Hold on, I'm getting a call from my wife. All right, I'm back. Spiteful Floret. I'm thinking staff. I'm thinking like I'm picturing like a long stemmed with like a rose at the end, you know? Or an ES helmet, like a circlet, or like a flower crown. I can kind of see that too, honestly. I'm going with staff though. Floret means small flower. Did I ask for the definition of floret, Ramrod? Or did I just say I think it's gonna be a staff? Split personality. I wonder what this could be, guys. I wonder what this could be. For no reason in particular, I'm going to say this is going to be a jewel. Imagine it's not a jewel. That would be something, man. That would be something. If we show up but it's not a jewel. Dude, the strike stacking, the stars are aligning. Split personality. Where's my boy? Where's my boy? Joffrey's split personality. Voices. Percent can roll on jewels. The stars are aligning, people. Yeah, the stars are aligning. No adorn nerf? No adorn nerf. Are we back to attribute stacking? Did we ever leave? Attributes good. Pay attention. Pay attention. They always have been. Brucelet as well. Well, that's a mace. We're not playing maces. Okay, let's be honest with ourselves. We're not playing maces. Surge of the Tide. This is a mace, and it's gonna look like Tidebreaker. It's like the new version of Tidebreaker. It's gonna look like a big anchor. One-handed Tidebreaker? Yeah, maybe. Hey, Surge. Sylvans, we know. Scepter. Auspics. I actually do remember this. This is the chess piece. Hollow Mask. Believe it or not. Helmet. The Ordained. The Ordained. We already have a big anchor. Wait, Tidebreaker exists in this game? Wait, what? Dude, this is messed up, man. Dude, this is so bad. I didn't even know it existed in PoE 2. I literally did not even know this item existed in PoE 2 because of how bad it is. I guess for level 45, it's kind of decent. At the very least, I guess. Looks cool, though? Yeah. And then we get to upgrade it? True. With the upgrade, it might deal 300 to 500 damage. And still be worse than a one-stat mace. The Ordained. Ordained, you think of like priest or pastor or something. I'm thinking this is gonna be like a cloak. I'm thinking this is gonna be like a nice cloak. A body armor. It's a spear. Shut up. Is it the spear or that's the divinity dude spear? It's the winged jump spear. Come on. Screw this. All right. Well, I'm realizing I'm bad at this game a little bit. It is okay. Okay. It is the spear. It is the spear. Raven's Flock, we know, is the trash staff. Sunken Vessel. That's clearly a boat that had a hole in it. Unleashed. Unleashed. That's gotta be gloves. That's gotta be gloves. That's gotta be gloves. Like, you think about it, like when you're like shackled, you know. Belt, body armor, cloak. Nah, man, that's gotta be gloves, surely. Talisman, you guys? No, that's gloves for sure. It's gloves for sure. It's a chest piece. I can't. No. It's gloves. It's gloves. Shut up! Is it actually a? Yo, screw you guys. How many of these things did they actually showcase? If you guys think about it, I was one off. Because technically my last gas ordained was a body armor. I was like one off. You're losing bad at this game? Listen, all the ones that we don't know for sure, I've been 100% accurate, and we will find that out on League launch. Sunken vessel. Sunken vessel, sunken vessel. It's a boat with a hole in it. What is a gear piece that would sink? A vessel. A vessel. Give me a tricorn. There's no way this is a helmet. There's zero. You don't attach the word sunk to a helmet slot. Ain't no shot. Definitely isn't a weapon. There's no world where this is a weapon. Flask. Honestly, I think that's a good shout. Flask is a good shout. Shield. Nah. It's Flask is a good shout. Boots with minus movement speed. There's no way. No. I don't want to believe that either. I like Flask. I think Flask is a good shout. Charm. Oh, dude, I've been forgetting about charms. I don't think it's a charm either, though. Twisted Empyrean. Wait, you linked this before I even guessed. Okay, before I click on that link to find out what it actually is, I'm gonna say spear. Oh, dang it, it's the mace thing. All right. Okay. Vestige of Darkness. Body armor. Not even close. Body armor for sure. Vestige. That has to be body armor. Vaal. Piercer. Spear. Spear. No, that could be a bow too, couldn't it? Spear. I'm going spear. Vaal. Yeah, I mean, Vaal's kind of helmety, but like Piercer though? Could be a crossbow. They already have the grenade launcher. And bows have the block thing. This is going to be another spear. It's going to be another spear. Just watch. Vaal. That's spear vibes. That's spear vibes. Piercer, Vaal, Piercer, spear for sure. Another mace? It better not be another mace. Dude, every time I see a mace unique, I just think about mace skills and I just get sad. And then voices. The new most expensive item in the game. 4 passive voices. Hopefully there's a chatter who can dedicate time to see how wrong you are here. We could follow up next weekend. Here's the thing. There might be somebody who's willing to take that time, but they're not going to follow up next weekend because they're going to find out that I am 100% accurate on everything except for the pre-revealed items. And they're not going to follow up and showcase how I got all these right. Added 8 new idols that can come exclusively from monsters possessed by Azmiri spirits. More idols? That's good for us. That's good for us. More idols? What's our current idol situation? Yeah, we need expanded options here because these options are not great for us right now. We need some expanded options. Yeah, for sure we need some expanded options. These are just not good enough. All the idols got reworked? They would say if a specific idol got reworked. Added new Minion Splash and Minion Splash 2 Strength Support Gem. These support skills which create minions which strike causes minion strike skills to have a melee splash. Hey! I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take that. A little bit more clear. Okay, nice. Fragment Stash tab is now available for use in Path of Exile 2. It can hold fragment stuff. Cool. Added support for build guides. Community creators who write builds can now create a .build file for players to download. Please? Please. I'm begging you, GGG. Please let us have the ability to make this before the launch. Before the league actually goes live. No, come on, man. PUB said they would have it. Let's freaking hope, man. Let's freaking hope. Because we need the tree. We need the tree to be able to make the build file, to be able to be like, hey, here's the build and here's the progression and all that stuff. Is this music from PoE 2? It is. This is Kingsmar music, right? Kingsmarch music right now. Added ability to quickly search trade market with an item you have. Oh yeah, they added the like Wake and Poe trading game. You'll do it post-launch and like it. I am not gonna like doing this post-launch, please. Please, let me just do it before. Please. We expect you to stop your stream every 30 minutes to update it for everyone. I mean, that's what it's been the past like 4 leagues, right? It's been just pulling it into like Mobalytics, or before that Max roll, because POB hasn't been up to date because they didn't give us the tree till last minute. So POB, you couldn't like share POBs. I don't know. I'm just hoping we get the tree this time. In party play, you can now quickly revive any fallen party members after defeating the boss. Okay. Party play buffs, nice. You can now skip dialogue sequences with NPCs by pressing escape. No. That's big. Skip the dialogue sequences by pressing escape. This is the kind of buff I've been looking for. The buff where I get to skip dialogue and lore faster. Now we're talking. New world record incoming? Yeah, that's at least 10 minutes off the clock right there. That's at least a 10-minute save. I know most people hate this, but I do not like the create build thing because game is becoming more automation rather than thinking and actually building characters. No one is making you use the build make thing. It is purely a tool for people that already want to like follow a build, right? It's not a feature for you, right? That's just simple as like, I don't personally want to go follow builds. I like to make builds in this game. But there's also a ton of people that just want to follow something that knows works or is cool, right? Added a reforging bench to entrance of the Trial of Sekimas. Does this change much? What exactly? Is this just so you can like vendor some of the stuff you get in Trial of Sekimas when you're like partway through a run? I want to make my own build in PoB and use it to follow them in game. Yeah, that's a good point. I 100% agree with you on that, Ultra Static. I really like the part where like every time when I go and I'm playing, through a character I know and I made a guide for, I still have to go over here, click this, and type in the have all this extra tedious step to go get my gems and stuff. And if I could just click the tab and just always have the right gems there, because that's a pretty big like time save of not looking through this like cluster of a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter for the character. When will we get the in-game guide? I want to make my own. I don't know. I do not know. I'm hoping we have that info stuff before the launch, though. Continue to incrementally improve sound, art, effects, and environments. Classic. Absolutely beautiful. You'll love to see it. Huge for people that don't want to have a ton of screens up. Yeah. It's like a lot of times, even sometimes it's like, okay, I already thought about what I wanted to do, but it takes up some of that mental pressure, right? Acolyte of Chayula. The Into the Breach skill granted by Waking Dreams notable now grants 20% life to you when collecting red flame. Mana when you collect a blue flame. This is still garbage. The wording of the Into the Breach skill has been updated to clarify behavior. So that's a non-change. Into the Breach now applies modifiers to remnant pickup range to the range at which flames of Chayula can be seen. This is purely a visual. What is this? What is this? Dude, imagine being like a Chonk believer. Where's the Chonk players at? Holy, how do you guys feel about these patch notes? Yo, that is crazy. I guess, Gemini and Chronomancer were less played than Chonk. they got the Giga reworks. Chonk though, man, holy. At least Chonk and at least Gemini Legionary in the first patch was like Giga OP, you know? Chonk's just been never good the entire time. Gazzy's trying to bait people into playing Chonk. Gazzy wants people to play Chonk on minions. Okay, that I have no idea. Why does he want people to play Chonk Chonk minions? Chrono looks giga tanky. Chrono's got some really strong nodes. Chonk player, it'll be fun. Yeah. Chonk players they're something else, man. Purple remnants for allies, just for the gain damage. I guess. I don't know, man. Chonk, I don't know. I'm a Chonk hater. Chonk, I think, has been garbage through its entire existence so far. Chonk is gonna become the dreamer. Yeah, you guys think Chonk is gonna have it might have an extra ascendancy. We'll see. That's possible. Vitality Siphon, Leech to counteract all the Leech nerfs. Fair enough. Chronomancer. The Rapid River notable passive skill has been removed. The position has been taken by Now and Again. Now and Again grants... Yeah, this is just a really nice damage node. Usually like the repeats and the echoes. The Unbound Encore has taken the previous position of Now and Again. The Ultimate command notable passive now requires Unbound Encore. Which that's the time stop, and this is the cooldown reset. The new helmet double remnant power. So that says something. I mean, you log into Chonk, Ramrod. You be my guest. Add a new phased notable, which is the really nice DR notable. Temporal Rift skill granted by footprints in the sand has been updated. It now has a cast time of 0.1, previously 0.5. And also removes delayed damage from phase form. Cool. That's a way faster cast time. That's almost instant. 0.1, that's kind of nice. Inevitable Agony got buffed, right? No longer a curse. That's kind of a nerf in terms of like you can't do curse effect. The thing is, this skill was still pretty strong even without that, and now it just makes the damage apply without having to wait for it. So probably still a fairly good node worth clicking. Sands of Time buff granted by Quicksand Hourglass notable now grants 1 to 60 skill speed, previously cast speed, and now has new visual effects. Hey, so attack builds can use it. Cool. Chronomancer got some really nice buffs, to be honest. Is Warrior good now? Maces? No. Can you play some warrior classes? Yes. Yeah, I definitely want to play a Chrono this league. Chrono's got some really strong nodes. Gemling lost a notable. Doesn't say anything about small passives. The barrier skill and the extra quality thing. This extra quality thing kind of has to carry. I don't know. Like, it feels like Chronomancer got way more, but this extra quality thing could be... I mean, it really just freaking depends on what all that means. Are you going to start with Minion Beast build? We're going to start with a Spirit Walker, Unique Tame Beast. That's the goal, yes. I thought there's going to be something crazy for Gemling quality. Yeah, I mean, it's not one of those things where I'd want to start it. I mean, you could just YOLO start it and just hope you figure out what's good, but I don't know. Or, you know what you could do? You could have a Gemling Legionnaire in, like, the Standard League and just check. Like, grab the Ascendancy point and just, like, look at all the jewels or all the gems and just check all the all qualities before you, like, start. It would take you, like, you know, 10 minutes or something to go through all the possible gems, or we'll try quickly scan through and see if you see any ones you'll want. But that's a way you could, like, verify whether or not you want to do it before just sending it. Wait, hold on. Pathfinder, poison nerf, running assault nerf. So pretty solid nerf to Pathfinder. And then Witch Hunter got its sorcery ward nerfed. That's crazy to me. I guess they're thinking since they're buffing armor and evasion values everywhere, they got a counterbalance there. That's what it is, right? It's a reactive nerf. Witch Hunter does have a decent play rate, 4%. Sizable nerf to it, yep. That I mean, they're buffing a lot of the values of armor and evasion everywhere, so probably just trying to make it somewhere around the same place it was before than the buffs. Armor buffed and Bear not nerfed, yeah, and Bear gets a decent amount of like base armor with the just from being in bear form, if I remember correctly. Let me remind myself. Grab a random talisman that I have just sitting around. Where's the, like... bear form? Yeah, 10 flat armor per level and 30 LE damage applies to elemental... 30% of armor applies to elemental damage. Yeah, so you just got some like nice base armor just from being bear. Cool. All right. Next up, passive tree changes. Let's see it. 19 new companion theme passives to the passive tree, which I'm assuming that would all be in the Huntress area. Is 19 gonna be enough to support a companion build? Because right now, the current tree has this wheel, which does nothing for companions, and has the weirdest notable I've ever seen in my life, culling beasts. So one companion wheel completely useless for companion builds. This one has about 50... No, it has, yeah, 50% increased damage. And that's it. And then you have this wheel, which has like another like 50% damage. And that's it. So there's just not a lot of percent increased damage. Like, you had 19 passives. Those passives gotta be good. Are there companion nodes in the Druid area? I don't actually think so. Let me check real quick. Wait. Can companions your presence have onslaught while you're shapeshifted? There are some. But most of them, like, okay, these ones are okay. Yeah, this one's not that good.
And my axe.
Oh, there is some campaign stuff here. I didn't know this was here. That helps a little bit. You're missing 2 wheels? Yeah, I forgot that I didn't realize these wheels were here. Companions gain your strength. Leeching life from your hits causes your companion to also leech the same amount of life. Uh-huh. Damage taken from companion's life before yours. Your companion Elira is there as well. Interesting. They murdered instant leech in all but one spot, so I'm hoping they're gonna miss it. Did you actually go through and check that there's still one instant leech spot left? They're probably gonna turn the gaze of Sauron's gonna turn its head and look for it, you know? What's the one spot? Katava's Thirst? Life Leech? Just got a Prage? They already know? Yeah, or they just forgot to put in the patch notes. You might be in danger. Archon of Undeath. Added to the Witch Sorcerer's area of the passive tree. What the hell is this? They need to change Archon, man. It just needs to be less bad. Physical Archon, Chaos Archon. Yeah, it could be one or the other. Or it could be an Archon for, like, minions. You know? But Archons, dude, I've learned my lesson. Archons ain't it. They ain't it. The Ancestral Bond Keystone now causes placing totems to have no cost and not require consuming charges to place. That is probably why Palstron was saying clean your totems. I now understand. Not require consuming charges to place. This is big. This is big. You might think, Lance, you're just saying that because you care about your friend Palstron. No. I'm saying this because this is part of the vision waning, getting a little bit weaker. They're giving up on this idea of everything needs to have some charge consumption to be able to be used. We're one step closer to when they give us Templar. Righteous Fire doesn't say need charge to use. Okay? This is important for that reason. Not related to totems at all, but it happened to be that part of the breaking was on a totem situation. One step closer, the vision's getting a little bit blurry. Yes, the vision's getting a little less focused, a little less resolute. Arv's gonna need a power charge? No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It still causes totems to reserve to 75 spirit, and now doubles totem limit instead of just removing it completely. Doubles the totem limit instead of removing it completely. I don't know what sources of +1 totem you have in this game, to be honest. I don't know what the baseline totem limit is. But cool. Now you can actually just go boom, boom, totem. Cool, cool, cool. The Trusted Oracle. Does Oracle have something for plus totems? +1 maximum. Oracle does have something for +1 totems. You can get a Focus Abyss mod for +1. Of overabundance for 1. Spell totem starts at 2. This would take you to 5 then. Interesting. You need the spirit to even reach the baseline 6 max. Wait, 6 is the baseline? Oh, that's right. You can freaking... It doubles. It doubles. Okay, okay, I'm following. Because it's baseline 2. I'm following. Yeah, that's still a lot of spirit, but the thing is, you're investing that spirit, you do the 1 focus with spell damage per spirit. Like, that... They didn't, like, nerf Thread of Light, did they? Or is it Threaded Light? Yeah, this thing is insane. You get, like, 500 spirit, and this is, like, all your spell damage. It might be a little bit too tied together. Biggest issue around Spell Totem is that they can't utilize infusions. That's an issue? I don't know if that's an issue, man. Comet Totems, guys. Are you guys prepared for Comet Totems? Think about it. Think about it. All right, King's March, it's been fun. I think it's time for a little bit of Zarok the Temporal. Okay, no. Sorry, that's giving me like PTSD of dying to like him poking my head and my character dying. That was actually a mistake. That was a mistake. Hold on. All right. To the caravan. Okay, where were we? Can you make your comments and views on totems with sharing them with the new Hollow Mask? Yeah, somebody else in chat was saying that too. I think that might be a possible thing you can do. Alright, where were we? Ancestral Bond, totems might be real. Trusted Kinship. Huge buff to Trusted Kinship. Not only is Trusted Kinship not have a huge downside, it now has a really good upside. This is going to help us a lot for A, being able to reserve our companion skills, but also B, I could see myself using this keystone in non-companion builds because of like haste aura and stuff. Like, the reservation efficiency you're getting here, I think, is worth more than the reservation loss you're getting, and you can do 2 of them, right? Still gives you +1, yeah. Trusted Kinship is looking great right now. 20% more reservation of Herald of Ice sucks. Think about it this way. 20% less reservation on a thing that cost you 30 spirit versus 30% more reservation efficiency on something that would cost you like 35% of your total. Like if you had 200 spirit, it'd be like 70 or something like that. That's sort of a concept. Like the mods you can get on rares can be quite helpful. Temporal Bubble, Haste Aura, Energy Shield Aura, Shock Ground, you know, any skills that need ground effects to get value, like that sort of stuff. I used companions on my tornado build, or actually it might have been specters. It was specters or companions. I can't remember. It might have been both actually. I had one specter for chill ground, and I think I had a companion for shock ground or something like that to guarantee I could get the triple effect tornadoes. I think is what it was. It was something like that. But there's definitely some use cases there. The Vaal Pack Keystone now grants 50% more amount of life leech, 67% less leech Speed. Cannot recover other than from Leech. Not remove when reserving. So goodbye, Insta Leech. We've been here before, right? This feels oddly familiar. I guess it went back to instant Leech. But it's instant? How far back do I have to go? 3.2. Total recovery is doubled. Regen has no effect. Let's go to like 3.13. Doubled regen has no effect. Let's go to 3.8. Doubled regen has no effect. Do I have to go all the way to 2.6? Doubled. Looks like I have to go to 2.6. Is Vaal Pact even on the tree at 2.6? Oh my word, it's over here. Life Leech applies instantly. The regen has no effect. What a blast from the past, man. So, Vaal Pact starts out instant. They say, wait a second, that's OP. They double it. They make it just double recovery, but you can't get your other sustain source as a nerf. PoE 2, Vaal Pact starts out as instant Leech. They go, wait a second, instant recovery's OP. A tale as old as time. How many times am I gonna have to teach you this lesson, old man? Classy, classy, classy. Pretty soon, guys, pretty soon, this is gonna say melee only. Just wait for it, okay? Listen. Right now, we're on this version of Vaal Pact, okay? We're on this version, okay? Pretty soon, though, at some point, we're gonna hit this version. Wait, hold on, wait. My bad. How recent was this, dude? I didn't even know it got changed to melee only. Wait, it is instant Leech. Wait, what? Wait, it went back to instance, but it was melee only? Wait, what? Okay, dude. I didn't even know it was instant Leech in current PoE. That's hilarious. Listen, this is maybe in our future. It might go back to instant, but it's gonna be melee only, and you get no other sustain sources. Just give it time. Give it time. We might end up there somehow. Dude, I don't think I even knew that change happened. That's hilarious. They buffed it 2 weeks ago. I didn't even realize that happened. The reformed barrier cluster has been removed. What the hell is the reformed barrier? Your energy shield recharge starts when your minions are reformed. The hell? Don't tell me minion players were weapon swapping and getting their recharge to instantly proc. Is that what this did? Don't tell me they were just weapon swapping and they're like, oh, they're reformed. Or did it actually wait for them to properly die and go through their life cycle? This whole weapon thing needs to go in the furnace, man. It needs to go in the furnace. How am I not even halfway through? Okay, Keep reading. Keep reading. Focus up. Focus up. The warding fetish cluster has moved location and no longer connects to a jewel socket. The warding fetish, which is what exactly? Oh, they literally moved it like one passive over. Okay, we already saw that one. We already saw that one. That was in the one teaser. The storm charge and breaking point clusters no longer connects to a jewel socket. All right, I'm not gonna look around for each of these. They're moving some stuff around. The adamant recovery notable passive. Is it? Wait. Are they just going through and just making it so like there aren't wheels coming out of jewel sockets? Is that the whole purpose? That, you know, that's probably what they're doing. Just anywhere they have a something connected to a jewel socket. Yeah, that's what it is. I think they just don't want anything branching out of a jewel socket because just like thematically it looks weird or something. Yeah, 100% that's what they're doing. They're just like trying to get some like consistency throughout the tree. Adamant recovery notable skill has been replaced by Fortified Aegis, which grants 100% armor, evasion, energy shield from focus. Adamant recovery. Is that the one that gives recharge based on armor? I need to stop having 2 POBs opening. It's gonna mess with my head. Yeah. Yep. So this is where it begins. This is where it begins. We looked through and we saw a lot of recharge things yesterday, but I didn't get the chance to read them all. But they're coming for the recharge. They're coming for the recharge. How many buttons is companion build? It's probably gonna be very low button use. Late game, it might just be like putting a curse on an enemy, like for bosses for single target type of thing. But we will see. We will see. The goal is gonna be like Giga QL. That's gonna be the goal. The Arcane Mixture's notable passive skill now grants 10% cast speed if you used a mana flask recently, instead of 25 recharge rate. I mean, that doesn't change anything, right? Like, who freaking cares? No one's clicking the if I used a flask recently notable. Oh, it's just charge per second. Okay. I mean, that's... I don't think I was ever clicking this wheel, but maybe some people were if they just weren't near any other recharge stores. Bastion of the Forest, notable now got 10% faster. Previously 15. Bastion of the Forest. Am I blind? Bastion? Did I even type that right? Bastion. Bash. What if I type in forest? Okay, GGG's just imagining things, right? This just isn't even a thing on the tree, right? They're just making stuff up. I think that'll be an impactful nerf. I couldn't find it either. Does anyone know what this is? Swap to the Sork tree. Druid Oracle? The Druid Oracle nodes are all over here, guys. It would highlight. It would highlight if it was here. Switch to Druid. All right, there it is. 15% gonna go to 10. Okay. Little change there. All right. That's the start. The casting cascade notable passive now grants 6% cast speed for each different spell. Previously 4. Cool. Chakra of breathing notable passive skill now grants 20% faster recharge instead of 1% increase in recharge per 4 dexterity. Okay. Sure. The commanding rage notable granting 2% minion speed per 5 rage, previously 1%. They saw Crip's video and they're like, all right, Crip, screw you or something. They did that to this thing? That's funny. So it went from 1 to 1 for 2 to 5. So they got like a 60% nerf. Oh, they saw Crip glazing the. No, you know what? Actually, I don't even think this was Crip. You know what I think this was? I think this was like the one dude using bone shatter for movement. That's what I think this was. I think this is the troll timber guy. I think this is literally, they're like, all right, this troll timber guy is out of control. And then he nerfed like builds that would legitimately use this. That's what I think happened there. That's what you get for theory crafting? No, I don't think this is because of Crip. I literally think this is just like, this is like a casualty. Like, Crip was thinking about using it on an actual minion build, and then GG's like, hold on, I have to nerf this bone zone guy. That's what this is, I'm pretty sure. The trench timber guy got Crip? Yeah, the trench timber guy got Crip. The Convalescence notable passive now grants 20% faster start of recharge, previously 40, and 10% reduced recharge rate, previously 15. Okay. The Core of the Guardian notable skill now grants 30% block chance, 20% reduced maximum energy shield, previously 100% armor, evasion, energy shield from equipped shield. 30% block chance is kind of a lot, isn't it? Like, they're very stingy with giving block chance. Am I crazy? And that's next to wide barrier? I mean, that's a lot of block chance. I mean, I'm not gonna be using a shield, obviously, though. So it's not relevant for us, but for other builds, maybe. Because that is a lot of block chance. And it's right next to some more block chance, right? Unless they change wide barrier. Like, that's just a ton of block chance all next to each other. Good afternoon, Jinjon. How you doing, man? Svalin Bros or Warbringers? You getting 2 block nodes your block capped? Yeah, that's a lot of stuff right next to each other. The Covering Ward notable grants 2500 shield when you block, previously 20, 12% increased block chance. It no longer grants recharge rate. Okay. Okay. See what you're doing over there. Yo, Ninja. 25 months. Thank you, Ninja 4. Appreciate you. Over 2 years. So strong annoying for non-armor builds? Yep. Craving Slaughter now provides 15 max rage if you use the skill that requires... I'm out. Dude, listen, there's certain things where I read them and I just go, my interest just instantly disappears. Glory is one of them. I don't know about you guys, but I read Glory and I'm like, I check out. I mentally check out. Fig Newton, dude, appreciate the sub, man. It's similar to when I see a cool new unique and it's a mace. It's a similar situation. My brain just can't get past the fact that it's like, oh, there's attack times. I love Glory. Do you, Tauntaun? I hear minions and I check out, Gilda. What are you playing, Gilda? Are you gonna play Righteous Flock? Mr. I don't like minions. Are you gonna Righteous Flock it? The Critical Overload notable skill now has 15% crit spell damage. Previously 15% spell damage if you've dealt a crit recently. Okay. Cunning Fox notable has been replaced by the Quick Fox, which grants 20% increased deflection rating while moving. The small attribute passive prior to the notable now grants 20% evasion rating while moving. What? Yeah, I guess you're moving most of the time, but why all these things got to be conditional? I'm either gonna do Monk or I don't vibe with the end game. Go back to SSF run in PV1. Fair enough, Gilda. Hopefully Monk goes well then. Deadly Force Notable now provides 15% crit chance, previously 10, and 15% increased damage if dealt a crit, previously 25. The Dependable Ward Notable grants 8% Chaos Res, 12% faster recharge, previously 25. The Devoted Protector Notable now grants 10% faster, previously 15. So basically all the recharge nodes they took down by like 30% type of thing, it looks like. Some more than others, some like took down by double or like by 50%. Echoing Pulse Notable now grants echoed spells of 25 AoE. It no longer grants repeat, has 30 AoE. Okay, which did not function. Good to know. Everyone loves stat on Tuesday. I mean, some level conditionality is fine, but some of the stuff is just like the condition is not worth the benefit, and it's just like moves into like the unusable category. Or like a feels bad situation where it's like you still pick it, but you hate that you picked it type of thing. The Effervescent Notable skill now grants 4% cast speed for different spell you've cast in the last 8 seconds, previously 4. Alright. I'm liking this approach to nerfing ES, just hitting its recovery. I will see. I am not convinced this is going to change too much, but maybe I'm cooked. Maybe I'm cooked, but I don't actually think this is... Well, we'll see. I need to look through the rest of it. Right now, it just looks like they're hitting the recharge and the faster recharge by like 30% on tree. Maybe they hit some other things too. Obviously, they did nerf... Like, for example, they nerfed the top end of its Ziri's chest piece. To me, that is more impactful than the recharge nerfs here. At least at the top end, obviously. Because, that you know, it's a very rare chest to get. But that top end was crazy compared to, like, gaining 400 flat ES plus +1 level, plus good res, plus all the soul core value. Like, that chest piece was ridiculous for ES builds. Just get the PV1 Zealot's Oath effect, Barbarous? Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. And Joffrey's might have that come with it, or you could go Soul Tether. But the thing is, I want to go Mageblood, so I'm hoping Joffrey's has that. Alright, anyways. Continue we shall. Energizing Archon. Now grants 30% increased Archon duration, increased recharge rate while affected by Archon buff. Energized Deflection. Now grants 12% faster start of recharge, 30% increased recharge rate. Okay. My actual Sildo. Appreciate the sub, man. The Essence Infusion Notable passive skill now grants 12% faster and 12 intelligence, previously 10, and it no longer grants 40% recharge rate. Fast metabolism. Yeah, that's like a huge change. Well, I mean, some of this is like changing recharge rate for faster recharge. Fast metabolism notable now grants 40% increased damage while leeching life instead of unreserved, which got moved to Vaal Pact. Fortifying blood notable now grants 50% increased amount of life leech, previously 20. Goring notable grants fizz damage, it now grants 3% life. Say what now? Guys, the number of percent life on the tree, on the entire tree, just went from 9% to 12. I don't want to freak you guys out right now, but the number of percent life increase on the tree has just gone up by 33%. I'm fairly certain. Well, let me double check to make sure. I don't want to like lead you guys astray here. Three, 6. Okay, it might be 12 to 15 because there's 3 here, 9. Okay, it's 12 to 15, I think. I don't think there's any other sources of it. I guess, no, you can count Gem Enthusiastic. Okay. Okay. I lied. Not as impactful. If you count Gem Enthusiast, 17 to 20. My bad. My bad. Okay. Not as impactful. Wasn't 33%. It was only like a meager 15% or something, you know? My bad. The Immortal Infamy, notable passive skill now grants 6% life recovery rate instead of 10% increased energy shield recharge rate. Okay. Lifelong Friend, Nurturing Guardian, notable skills have swapped positions. Lifelong. Revive. The hell is Nurturing Guardian? Okay. I guess. You know, technically, if I'm being honest, I could see myself grabbing like this wheel up to here because reservation is good and clicking that 35. Whereas I don't think I'd want to spend 2 points on 15 into 35. Like, I could maybe see that. Ideally, we just don't have them dying at all. But I could see that. A very slight, yeah, a very minimal buff at that. But I could see myself maybe spending the 1 point for the 35% if they're dying at any. Hopefully they're just not dying at all. It had a reduced life before that node? Well, before what node? This node doesn't have reduced life going into it. This node doesn't have reduced life. This node doesn't have reduced life. This node just has flat attributes going to it. Yeah, and this node doesn't have reduced life either. Maybe I'm missing something. Our companions are going to kill too fast to die. I agree, B-Shaps. Now you're thinking. Now you're thinking. Goring? Wait, really? Oh. So, okay. I see what you're saying. So because it used to have reduced life, it's actually a net positive of 6% on the tree. You know, maybe we can give that to you. I didn't realize. That's kind of funny. No longer grants 40% fizz, and its leech amount is reduced. 3% life, 20% leech. Okay, interesting. Patient barrier now grants 50%. They're actually reducing some of the percentages. 50% is still so insane. But hey, guys, they actually said, you know what? Maybe 60% increased is too much. Power to them. Okay, this is a start. Quick response notable. Now grants 10% faster. Previously 20. And 20% faster. Start of energy shield. When not on full life. Previously 30. Okay. Patient barriers by the 25 int node. Yep. Rapid recharge. This was a pretty good one. It's now 12-12 instead of 25-25. Yep. 50% nerf there. Refocus notable. 20% mana regen instead of 30. Increased recharge rates while stationary. Rip to that one. Crit damage bonus. Previously 10% to days. Shattered palm notable. Shattered palm. I having another spelling issue? Oh, not shattered. Wait. So there's just two 20 crit notables near there then? Giant Ball notable now grants 20% increased bonus. Staggering Palm, 20%, 5% fizz damage, previously 20. 10 days instead of 20 crit bonus. Okay, so they have the days on the fizz. That's just kind of a pretty slight change, right? That's a giga change, is it? To me, it just looks like they moved the 20 crit multi up here and they moved the days down here. Doesn't seem too different. Shimmery notable passive. Skill now grants this instead of this. Some more recharge nerfs. Storm charge notable now provides damage, penetrates 8 elemental res and 5 increased attack cast speed elemental. No longer grants 15 crit chance or 40% elemental damage if you've crit recently. Yeah, that's a fairly sizable nerf to that node. Was that... Which node was that? This one over here? Yeah, this one. Rest in peace, Storm Charge, man. Rest in peace, Storm Charge. That was a pretty good. That was a pretty strong notable. The Tempered Mind notable skill now provides 15% effective fully broken armor, previously 20, increased bonus damage. So nerfing some access point to crit. Voracious notable no longer grants 20% life instant leech. It now grants increased attack speed while leeching. I mean, that's a lot of attack speed if you go Vaal Pact. 15 attack speed. Wide Barrier notable now grants 30% block chance, 20% reduced armor. Previously 25% reduced defense. Wait, what? So they buffed that notable too. Dude, that's a lot of block chance on one part of the tree. I'm just not using a shield though, but if I do a shield build, I will be interested. How come this guy uses Dialas? Maybe he found a bugged way to put 8 Dialas on. You have a limit of 1, so I don't know how he had it in the PoE Ninja. First 2 small spell damage passives at the starting area of the passive tree for which sorceress now provide 10% instead of 8%. Listen, it is a start, okay guys? This is a start towards spellcaster league starts not being garbage. It ain't much, but it is a start towards helping the spellcaster league start. 4%, yeah, 4%. 4%. It's not nothing. It is something. Passive skills that grant faster start recharge now have values. Small passives. So all the small passive nodes they've hit. Small passives that grant recharge rates have been replaced by faster at lower levels. Wait, have they just gotten rid of recharge rate all over the place? I haven't been like focusing too much on this. Is it not just that they also had... They're killing the numbers, they're killing the recharge rate? Okay, I'm following. Only on notable? No, it says small notables no longer give recharge rate, but they give a faster start of recharge. Broke recharges kneecaps. You know, the funny thing is I remember this like this conversation around Energy Shield where people like I think genuinely didn't realize recharge is actually really strong in this game. But yeah, I mean, obviously they freaking took an axe to it this patch. Power to them. Small banner area effect now provides 12%, blah, 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 previously 15. Banner area tactician. I don't care about any of this stuff. The unsavored feast, timeless, jewel notable, no longer grants 20% instant leech if you have at least 200 tribute. It now grants leech life faster 35% if you have 100 tribute. Noted. I wanted recharge rolls on some gear and it felt so good. I guess we're gonna get down to the gear changes soon enough, and we'll see if they brutalize recharge there as well. Because recharge is you can roll a lot of recharge on like body armor and stuff, right? Yeah, you can get recharge rate on body armor. You can get faster recharge on like gloves, helmet, and boots, right? Or am I crazy? Am I crazy? Ints? No, it's recharge rate on gear stuff. No spoilers, chat? Yeah. Let me get there naturally. Alright, where were we? Skill changes that fix the number of projectiles, such as Glacial Lance, can now benefit from effects that cause projectile count modifiers to apply to something else instead, such as Ricochet 3. I don't know what the hell this means, but okay. Skills which have a 0 cost of mana now display this 0 cost. This allows player to distinguish between skills like default attack, which do not have a cost at all, and thus unaffected by any plus cost modifiers, from those which do have a base cost, but with 0 base value, which are affected by plus cost modifiers. Interesting. Even if they add different resource costs, like adding life costs to a skill with base mana cost of 0. I wish ES was worse than life for a league. Keep coping. Crossbow ammunition skills now have a base cost of 0 rather than having their cost completely disabled, meaning that effects that additional costs can now apply to them. Ignites inflicted on targets by oil grenade have been ignited, can no longer compound, and cannot be compounded with by any other ignites with the same skill use. Well, oil, wait. Well, oil grenade stacking. Get wrecked. Get that while I'm here as well. Okay, let's keep going. Wait, Ghost Dance. Actually, I don't know if I've gotten to the part where they nerf Ghost Dance yet, so I'm not gonna have that there yet. All command skills now have a 50% movement speed penalty during skill use, previously 70. Okay, so you can still move a little bit faster. Align Fate, granted by Oracle's Fateful Vision notable, now has modifiers of cooldown recovery also apply to visage appearance frequency. Cool, I guess. Ancestral Warrior Totem no longer has a hidden 0.6 second delay between skill uses. Instead, this delay is now 50% of the skill's attack time and is described accordingly to the skill. This note should say, like, Dear Palstron. Or something like that. Pal's real happy about this. I bet he was. I bet he was. We're sorry, yeah. Bone Storm no longer has a sustain tag. No one even knows what a sustain tag is. That surely doesn't change anything, right? Bone Shatter. Trench Timber Guy. Dude, this is hilarious to me. Trench Timber Guy? He's hurting minion players, and he's hurting the one guy who wants to play Bone Zone, like actually wants to play Bone Zone. Like, there might be one guy who like just likes Bone Zone, which is not a good skill, by the way. The skill is like not that good, and that guy just lost 10% attack speed because of Trench Timber Guy. I'm blaming Farmer. I think who is it? Prada? Is Prada Trench Timber Guy? I think it's Prada. What's crazy is the Bone Shatter movement tech is still fine. Yeah, you know, that is kind of the funny thing is these other builds that had more to lose got hurt in the process of them going off after Trench Timber guy Prada, and Prada's the setup still kind of just works. Comet minus a little bit of damage. Call the Weak is now a lot higher base damage and a lot higher attack speed. Okay, so this got buffed. Maces have a 30% play rate this league? No, they don't. That's not real. You're lying to me. Defiance banner, Dread banner, War banner no longer have movement speed penalty during use, and now have a banner aura duration or aura base radius of 6. Dude, that's sick for us, man. It's gonna be such a huge circle. It's gonna be a massive circle. The Circus Circle games is the Trench Timber tech. Brada uses it. Okay, okay. So he's just probably the person I heard of that liked using it a lot. I told you they'd buff War Banner. Yeah, that's crazy to me. That's crazy. Earthquake. Yo, Earthquake just got a straight up buff. Questionable number choice for a level 20 gem. Not gonna lie, questionable number choice. Evilage, yeah. Can no longer be activated in specific weapon sets. It now required to be active in both weapon sets and will fail to activate if this is not possible. So get wrecked if you were cheesy to Eternal Rage. Feral Invocation no longer bypasses the cooldown of socketed skills. Rip to that, I guess. Flame Breath now has energy gain penalties similar to Incinerate. I gotta be honest. This I was just I'm just like dumbfounded right now. I'm dumbfounded that this is here, but like this isn't, or this isn't, or this isn't, but this is. What, like, that one don't make sense to me. I'm surprised. Snipe got a small nerf, so it counts. Do you want me to count that? You want me to count the 5% nerf? Here, I'll put a tiny X on it for you, okay? I'll like, there you go. You happy? You got a little tiny X for the tiny nerf. Shield wall. Is there any clips from Angormus? Hold on, is Angormus streaming? I want to get his take on this situation. Offline. He's probably been offline ever since he saw the notes. He's probably been,
and I can do herbalism.
He's probably been offline ever since. Did he stream for 22 hours? Let me guess. If I go all the way to the end, it's the second he got the shield wall, right? They pull up the notes for shield wall and he insta logs. I guess not. No, he stuck around. Karn banned so many people. Wait, did Karn go around? Did Karn go around assassinating people when this happened? Give me the Karn clip. Give me the Karn clip. I'm interested. Who are we banning and why? We're not banning anybody. I'm on mobile. Okay, I can just. Surely I could just find it if I just do this, right? I could just go over here, click this, click videos, click clips, click top 24 hours. There's actually quite a few here. There's actually quite a few.
Lobgun's propaganda is stronger than anything, apparently. Lobgun's propaganda is stronger than reason and logic. It doesn't fucking matter, man. Nah, we just the PoE 2 just fucking doomed for melee. Just forget about it. Shit. Popgun's propaganda is just stronger than anything, apparently.
Popgun's propaganda is just stronger than anything, apparently.
Popgun's propaganda is stronger than reason and logic.
Stronger than reason and logic. Kinda true. Kinda true, not gonna lie. It is insane. It's insanely suspicious how, like, multiple leagues in a row, Popgun has been, like, impervious to nerfs while playing the skill that can do damage across the screen while having, like, one of the best defensive kits while having the highest movement speed. Like, the trifecta of power, and it just doesn't seem to get hit for some ungodly reason. Meanwhile, maces with attack times just getting hit while they're down. Okay, I gotta be honest. I did advocate for Shield Wall getting nerfed. I think this is fairly justified, to be fair. But, like, the other mace skills need to be brought up significantly, and this was, like, this is an overkill. This was an overkill, let's be real here. I did advocate for Shield Wall being too strong. I'm not gonna lie. I did say those words. Need Ziggy D to ask about who loves bow. Yeah, which dev is protecting the bows? Rest in peace, Shield Wall. Rest in peace. The melee hate is blatant. Guys, if I'm advocating for maces to not have garbage attack times, is that not me being a melee supporter? If you're a melee player, would you honestly say, no, I'd rather keep having melee attack timers? Or would you say, yeah, Lance, that sounds like a great change if my skill doesn't feel terrible to play? Because I want to play maces. I like slams are some of my favorite builds in PoE 1. I like playing slams. But I freaking hate them in PoE 2 because they're so slow. They feel terrible. At least last league I could play Furious Slam from the Bear and it didn't have an attack time so I could enjoy it. So I kind of got the vibe of slams without having to play slams, you know what I mean? I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. What's this, Heimger? We're okay with slow attack builds not being for everyone as long as they're fun and powerful for the people who want to play them. So you think they're not gonna speed them up? How many people are playing, like, legitimately playing mace builds? Can I type two-handed mace? I'm trying to think how I can, like, narrow this down to two-hand mace builds. Bottom box. So if I'm reading this correctly, 3% of the entire player base is using a mace. Okay, hold on. Well, let's actually real quick. Little thought experiment here. Let's cancel out Shield Wall. So you have the basic categories like, let's say, talisman, you know, wand scepter, quarterstaff, crossbow. You see these normal numbers that are like 7%, 10%, 10%, 15, and then you're like, okay, but where are the bases? A little bit farther down. Are there more people playing Chayla than bases? I don't know, man. It's just some suspect things going on there. You gonna start OP twisters? I think that's what we're gonna do to level through the first 2 acts to get to Act 3 to get companions. Seeing these numbers, I feel special. Are you a mace player? Yeah, you have to be pretty. You have to be pretty special to be a mace player. Supercharged slam, 0.1%. Rolling slam, 0.4. Some of the stuff is like kind of weird because you have like people will have multiple 6 links of various skills, right? And so it'll over-represent some things. Check hardcore. Why? 3,700 characters, 124,000. Does this change much? Hardcore has a decent amount of shield wall players. Doesn't anymore. Why does hardcore have so few characters? Survivors? Oh, do you think it takes off players after they die? I think it's just a way smaller player base. Was ED Contagion spared? I don't think I've seen any ED Contagion nerfs. Well, okay, besides recharge. Like, they nerfed ES recovery, so that's usually you're gonna go ES on ED Contagion. They nerfed ES, that's the main thing. Freezing Salvo now has more magnitude of chill and more freeze buildup. So they slightly like this is the nerf the bow players get. They slightly lose a little bit of their ailment scaling. Meanwhile, shield wall, say goodbye to all of your damage. Kiss it all goodbye. All your damage is gone now. Meet shield wall. Bow players, here you can lose a little bit of your freeze chance. Shield wall players, your damage is gone. This is justice. Not hating on you, bro, but I don't understand how Twister remains untouched. I don't know why you think you're hating on me by saying that. I think the reason Twister didn't get nerfed is it wasn't particularly popular up until 2 weeks ago. No one was talking about it. Twister's really good. It was relatively unknown, so it probably wasn't on their balanced team radar. Like a lot of the nerfs in these patch notes are, I'll put it this way, they're a lot more related to the first couple weeks of the Vaal Temple League than the month before this release, if that makes sense. Like the stuff, the nerfs to like Pathfinder are in relation to like, if you're going over here, you're clicking Fate of the Vaal and you're clicking show me the first week, you know? And the first week is 18% Pathfinders, right? I think the balance is a lot more related towards what was the meta of the league start last league. They can still headshot Twisters? Sure. I could do that. It's possible. Gathering Storm. I don't know what this is. What are these drawings, dude? Did I have Gathering Storm on here? Yeah, Gathering Storm got hit. No longer Freezing Wall or Frost Wall shotgun. I played Twisters 2 patches ago. It's too much stuff on screen and it's super squishy. Okay, now I'm gonna. It's time to eat your vegetables. I'm gonna say something you might not want to hear this. But your Twister build had nothing to do with being squishy because you were playing Twisters. It had everything to do because somebody was behind the wheel building their character with no defenses. You may not like that, but that's the truth. I did say early. I mean, if you're just talking about when your character has bad gear, then yeah, every build in the game is bad defense early. Outside of like, I'm trying to think, what's an Ascendancy that gives good defense right out the gate, even when you're on trash gear on the first lab? Smithic Atava gives you like some freebie early armor more than normal. Like for the most part, you're generally just made of paper no matter what you're playing when you have no gear in this game. Because all your defense is your gear and not your tree. You can't choose to be defensive early when you just have trash gear. It's kind of what it is. Why would we complain about defenses? We have Parry. Oh, Parry. Ghost Dance is now a regen. Rest in peace. Grim Feast. I thought they removed this. Wait, what? Grim Feast is in the game? Oh, it's just something different. While active, your minions restore a percentage of their maximum life in a collectible Grim Remnant on death. Using Grim Resurrection, it consumes the life you've collected to arrive up to that much total life of dead minions. Okay. Interesting. You should know it's your area of expertise. It's not my area of expertise. Mustier, what is this? Update to the patch notes. 22.5.26. Wait, did they actually update the patch notes? Is it at the bottom? Hold? Are you messing with me? Okay, I'm at Grim Feast. We'll come back. Oh, you're just making this up. All right. Let's read his fan fiction real quick. Twister now deals a lot less increased damage. Duration is now 1.8. Previously 3 seconds at all levels. Consuming whirlwinds to create an additional Twister now deals 60% more damage, previously 80. Okay. Nice try. Refresh, it's there. No, it's not. Okay, all right. Stop wasting time, guys. Stop wasting time with your fan fiction scenarios of Twisters getting nerfed because Fubgun told you it was too strong, okay? Faded again? Yeah. I hope you guys are happy with yourselves. Ice Shot, Ice Shards no longer have 25% more freeze buildup. I swear, every nerf to the bow build is just like, hey, you're gonna lose a little bit of your freeze buildup. But all your damage you get to keep. Like, what the hell is this? I swear, Fubgun has a guy on the inside. Somebody's protecting him. Nito! How do you feel about these patch notes, Nito? How do you feel about these patch notes? Not enough nerfs? I kind of agree with Nito. There should have been a massive X here. There should have been an X here, here. Here. What the hell is this? Our free square got hit? Like, I'm just saying. They're... You know, Matt Snipe? Well, we read Snipe yesterday. We saw the Snipe change yesterday. I control F'd it because I had like 20 minutes. I want to see players deal less damage. I want to see all gem levels down to 1 only. Okay, where was I? Lightning arrow, multiple lightning beams are no longer able to chain onto the same target. Okay. So that is actually like a reasonable nerf, right, to LA? That's a more reasonable nerf. Make gem levels a prefix. It is weird having gem levels be a suffix. I think it's just the gem level number is crazy though. Triggered moonbeams are no longer considered melee skills. Play as build's not as crazy as we make it seem. I don't think I'm making it seem crazy. I just I think the power level of in-campaign builds are some of things are just extreme overachievers compared to other things. I think the same thing about twisters in early game. I'll put it this way. With how weak some builds are, it's ridiculous how strong some builds are allowed to be. The disparity is insane. If you're a new player and you have the chance to click something and that something be 20 times stronger than something else, that's ridiculous. Ridiculous balance issue. That's more my qualm with it. Is just how low the valleys are and what skills you can click versus how high some of the peaks are. Click the wrong skill or support and you have 5 times worse things. Yeah, you're in for the giga slog, not killing anything, terrible time versus steamroll. It's like it's all over the place. Speaking of, like, what the hell is this? I know probably most people in chat haven't played Magma Barrier. I literally made a Magma Barrier build. I tried to make a build with this. And this doesn't really change much because the majority of Magma Barrier damage is from gem levels, and this ultimately doesn't matter all that much. And they're just changing it because they're changing every shield skill, but at the same time, this is like, this skill is horrendously weak. And then it's just like, why? I mean, like, come on. There's got to be some nuance to be able to be like, okay, this is not the same as shield wall. Like, be able to separate those two and realize this doesn't need a nerf. Those 5 Magma Barrier players are out of control. They just offset every skill that scales armor. Yeah, they did. I mean, you'll see the same line exists on all the shield skills where they just took that flat number that was 6 to 8 and made it 5 to 7. Which, like, sure, whatever, you're doing it because you're just trying to keep some uniformity or whatever, but, like, it shouldn't take but 2 seconds to realize this skill is in no shape or form deserving of any nerf at all. Like, I don't know. There should be some guy, like, looking through this and be like, okay, we're uniformly nerfing this, but that makes no sense because this skill is already horrible. You know what skill didn't have its damage nerfed? Parry? Oh my goodness. Nito, you're out of control. You're out of control. Magma Barrier greater than Mace's? 1% of play rate? Well, does Magma Barrier provide something that isn't just like its actual skill though, right? Are people observing, like using it for like block chance or something? Yeah, they're using it because they get some block chance out of it. They're not using this because it's actually like for the skill. Which, I mean, fair enough. Like, some block chance, sure, whatever, but this still, like, reading this line is just hilarious to me. Triggered moonbeams are no longer considered melee skills. What the hell are they considered then? M. Collins. if I click this, is this going to be a freaking like Fubgun bait Gooner image? I got baited earlier by Fubgun, okay, and I'm nervous about clicking an x.com link. It is? It's legit? All right. Yo, 6 minutes. Okay, all right. Oh, freaking log in. Hold on, guys. 6 minute martial artist is here, boys. Nobody freak out. Everybody brace yourselves. Volume max. Let's go. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Where's the quality? Auto, you know when you click auto, it actually just autos to 270p every single time. All right, maximize.
The dreamer showed me a path. But through discipline and training, I have forged my own.
Hell yeah.
In Return of the Ancients, we're adding the third Ascendancy class for the Monk, the Martial Artist. The Martial Artist took his training into his own hands and has spent decades mastering his proficiency of hollow techniques, building his body into the ultimate weapon.
You saw what happened to the Acolytes and how weak
The
they
Monk
were.
may still walk the Dreamer's path, but the Martial Artist redefines how, mostly by punching things very hard. Let's take a look at what he has to offer, starting with his exclusive
crap.
skills.
It's looking good.
Hollow Focus rings a death knell for your foes. Ethereal bells constantly appear around you, and hitting them causes them to shatter with a powerful shockwave. These bells can always be killed and are always primed for stun, so using them with Killing Palm and Staggering Palm is ultra useful. These bells are also always critically hit.
I'm sorry, I gotta stop it, guys. Just take note of the footage. They cannot find footage where it looks good. They can't. I swear. Like, look at him like backtracking, like he's trying to make it look like it's doing something, but it's just not.
Focus rings a death knell for your foes. Ethereal bells.
He like backed up so they'd be on top of the bell. It's a charge generator. I like, okay, yes, it'll give you some charges. This, I don't care what you guys say, this is Backpack 2.0. The node behind it, the bell on your back, is probably legitimately a good node. I'm trying to watch that
Constantly appear around you, and hitting them causes them to shatter with a powerful shockwave. These bells can always be killed and are always primed for stun, so using them with Killing Palm and Staggering Palm is ultra useful. These bells are also always critically hit. Why does that last bit matter? Well, Hollow Resonance thrives on critical hits.
They're always critical hit.
The final step for the bell-centric part of the Martial Artist is strapping a bell to your back, which will ring out whenever you critically hit an enemy, delivering damage around you. Both of these bell skills are also quite good at stunning, which will come in handy later. If you prefer keeping your distance from the fray, Hollow Form lets your astral projections do the dirty work for you. While channeling, you constantly spawn clones of yourself that attack with skills of your choice. You can also spend power charges to spawn triple the clones, for maximum damage and maximum ruckus. And for the three of you who are thinking, but what about shapeshifting? Enjoy your meditating wolf. Of course, the martial artist has plenty to offer besides new skills, such as taking pride in his Ezomite training by tattooing runes into his flesh. Runic Meridians gives you 5 extra rune sockets to play with, perfect for all the new runes you can find in the Runes of Elder League. If you want to focus on chaining together attacks, Martial Adept and Martial Master are tailor-made for you, generating massive amounts of combo to spend on things like these, and protecting you while you do it. Remember how I mentioned being good at stunning might come in handy? Way of the Mountain covers you in a stony carapace when you immobilize enemies. The stacks are easy come, easy go, but provide massive benefits, causing your attacks to deal a lot more damage, and reducing the damage you take from smaller hits to a tickle. Last, but certainly not least, let's put on some nice normal gloves and... wait, What the heck are these? Way of the Stone Fist transforms any gloves you equip into fists of stone until you take them off. These gloves grant truckloads of evasion and energy shield, but more importantly, they transform the explicit modifiers on the gloves you equip, and yes, it works on everything. This, that,
We gotta
and
pause
yep,
all these.
even these.
Cold per dex?
Needless to say, there's a lot to discover about this one.
Okay, we're gonna have to look at that.
So that's what the class can do, but how does it come together in practice? We've got a couple of endgame builds to show you to demonstrate the might of the martial artist. First up, the snowbound executioner wields a big staff, bells, and a very well-toned body to ice out his foes. Shattering Palm and Herald of Ice mow down packs of enemies and continuously trigger the shockwaves of both our bell skills. Because we're constantly freezing enemies, we're generating lots of Mountains teaching stacks to keep the damage flowing and protect us while clearing. And we're also taking full advantage of Way of the Stone Fist with this monstrous pair of gloves. Against tougher targets, we switch to Ice Strike and deploy even more bells per second with a Temper spell. Our cooldown reduction also allows Hollow Resonance to trigger as frequently as possible for even more damage. If you'd rather a little more fisticuffs, we've got a banger of a Hollow Palm technique build for you here. If you didn't know, Hollow Palm technique is a keystone on the regular passive tree that turns your fists into weapons in their own right, so it's perfect for martial artist. This particular build uses Staggering Palm's avalanche of projectiles to power up its whirling assault, and also gets great use out of Way of the Mountain thanks to how much it stuns enemies. But the centerpiece of the build is Hollow Form, and the huge benefits it gets from power charges. While clearing, we can rely on Killing Palm's inbuilt power charge generation. But what to do about bosses? Well, we've made sure Killing Palm can handle those too, with Culmination and Aelith's Chimes providing a power charge engine, and Martial Adept cranking it into overdrive. Which means, when a boss crosses your path, you can just do this. It is clear to see the martial artist is a well-disciplined powerhouse. So, which path will you choose? Decide for yourself on May 29th when Return of the Ancients launches. Thanks for watching, and see you then.
All right, we gotta start analyzing some of these things, guys. We gotta look at the Fist of Stone stuff. We need to know. I'm gonna look at the Fist of Stone stuff first, and then we'll look at some of the other things again more slowly. My fists are stone. Alrighty. Wait, I need to do the Can I pull this up on YouTube so I can actually properly go around on this video? I'm assuming it's on YouTube as well. Let me pull it up. Let me see. I'm assuming they posted it. Yep, they did. Right here.
The dream showed me a
These
All right.
who are
Fist of
thinking,
Stone.
but what about
My something else is stone hard? Nito? TMI. I did not need to know that, okay? Keep it to yourself. Okay, so this is a pair of gloves which has flat fizz, evasion, life, int, and cold res.
But certainly not least, let's put on some nice normal gloves and...
Okay, and he got more global evasion and energy shield. That's already extremely good just from the evasion stat. He got attacks gain damages extra fizz from the flat fizz. Less damage taken while on low life is from the life. And intelligence gave him CDR and the res gave max res. It's more, yeah, it says more global evasion and energy shield. That's extremely good. That is extremely good. And of course the item itself still has 120 ES and good life, right? Or good evasion. That's not half bad baseline. Those are bad gloves too. Yeah, they weren't necessarily high rolls either. That's crazy. All right, let's look at some of the other ones. They did a lot.
What the heck are these? Way of the Stone Fist transforms any gloves you equip into fists of stone until you take them off.
Means that character's level 100? Yeah. Because it was 120 and they had 20 quality. Yep.
These gloves grant truckloads of evasion and energy shield, but more importantly, they transform the explicit modifiers on the gloves you equip, and yes, it works on everything.
Holy.
This...
Wait, okay, hold on. I wanted to back that up. What stats
and
does
yes,
that have?
it works on everything.
Okay, this is +2 melee, arcane surge, strength, mana, armor. Okay, let's see what we get here. Okay, so we got... The hell is that? +2 evasion per level, +1 max ES per level. More attack damage while on low mana. +10 quality, +1 melee. AoE and power charge. What the hell is going on? Okay, the power charge on crit's kind of crazy, actually. The power charge on crit's actually wild. That is our first source of like legitimate charge sustain, I feel like actual like non-garbage charge sustain. That's crazy. So that was probably from the arcane surge. The more attack was from the mana. He had strength. I guess the strength is probably the AoE. What the hell gave him the flat on this? Because the flat, like, what gave him the flat there?
It works on everything.
Quality on all skills, yeah. Was it just the percent armor? Or was it flat armor? I think it was the flat. Yeah, no, it was flat armor, right? So is it safe to assume percent increase is going to give you the more multi and the flat's going to give you the flat per level on the respective bases? That's like really, really freaking good. That's really, really freaking good. This is probably one of the best Ascendancy nodes in the entire game, straight up. That's really, really freaking good. My fists are stone, yeah. 10 quality from the +2 is also really cool. So there's nothing about this Ascendancy that really has to be attacks. Like you legitimately can play other build types with this. Let's look at some of the other gloves as well.
That.
Okay, back it up, dude. Back it up. Chill, Mark.
Everything. This.
10 quality on my gemling. Yeah, you can't be a gemling while you're a martial artist, unfortunately. Set the speed low. Yeah, that's a good idea. It'll be easier for us to pause properly.
That.
Okay, so this is Tree Fingers and has Giant's Blood. So it has a keystone. Flat strength, stun buildup, reduced attack speed, fizz, and armor. Okay, so global, which is what we expected, it has percent. Gain damage, it has flat fizz. AoE, it had strength. And it traded Giant's Blood for Hollow Palm. So it swapped the keystone. It literally is like doing something for every line. They need to show us what it does with Facebreakers, okay? I need to know. And you get some real base stats. Yeah, you get good evasion, good yes. I assume every keystone is gonna be Hollow Palm. Every keystone? Maybe not. No, it could be other things too. It could be. There's definitely some consistency here. Reduced cast speed. What was it before it was reduced cast speed? Was it reduced attack speed?
That.
It was reduced attack speed. Reduced attack speed became reduced cast speed. So it swaps it. Strength is AoE. Fizz is gain. Percent is percent. Stun build up is immobilization. So there's definitely some consistencies there. Yeah, strength AoE. Gain is flat. Okay. Dex and ints. So I will see. We know. I think we saw int was CDR earlier, right? So we're gonna see CDR again. And I know I saw flat
And
cold.
yep, even these.
No, it gave percent. So it's not always consistent. Because the earlier we saw flat int and it was CDR, I'm pretty sure. Unless I like mistaken what was getting swapped there. Uniques they could be a little bit more specific with. Yeah, there's definitely that. They could be more intentional about some of those. 6 to 8 cold damage per 20 dex and AoE per intelligence. So maybe sometimes they decide to be specific about it, sometimes they don't. Fist of Stone, what do we got here? Leech life, slower, 13 leech. Chance to poison calculated from your base. Chance to inflict bleeding instead. 5% damage taken recouped his life, mana, and energy shield. Quantity of gold. Runic word per level. Oh, that's pretty hilarious. So if you decide to add the runic ward to it, you lose a little bit of evasion, but get runic ward. That's kind of crazy. It changed the implicit on that one? Yeah, it did. Demon Stitchers. Runic ward. Max life, attack speed. Sacrifice 26 of max life to gain half that much runic ward when you attack. Okay. And normally this is a sacrifice when you cast situation. Demon Stitcher, PoE 2 wiki. Demon Stitcher. Sacrifice life to gain that much energy shield when you cast a spell, cast speed, life, and then ES got swapped for ward here. Yeah. Interesting. Thunder Fist. Galed Palm. Flat Purr. More global. Onslaught for 4 seconds on hit. Unarmed base crits. Flat damage. Max cold res. And what is Thunder Fist normally? Normally it's some flat lightning, so that got changed to flat cold. Base attack crit versus unarmed melee. Unarmed melee. Am I being stupid? Is that just the same stat? 1 to unarmed melee attack crit chance. Unarmed melee attack crit chance. Crackling Palm. It changed the skill. Galed Palm. It's like a cold thing now. So the flat damage stay the same. They got the more multiplier instead of this percent. And then they traded the attack speed for onslaught on hit. Thunder Fist does cold damage, yep. But they're Thunder Fist, Fists of Stone. Sin Accio. What does this do? More global. 22 speed if you've dealt a crit recently. Suppressing chance per enemy power to gain Mountain's Teaching on immobilizing enemy. If you have Way of the Mountain Ascendancy passive skill, immobilize enemies at 50% instead of 100%. I don't know what the hell that means, but okay. Free Ascendancy. It seems like this combos with the Ascendancy. Viber added Cynico because of me. You think so? He said it's if. Yeah, it says if. Interesting. All right, let's go back to 1.0 playback speed. Well, let's take a look at some of the other stuff.
Just to say, there's a lot to discover about this one. So that's what the class can do. But how?
I know so. Holy, always you have powers. Wave them out. I want to look at this again. 100% surpassing chance per enemy power to gain Mountain Siege on a mobilized enemy up to 30. Lose Mountain Sieging when you're hit or when you use or sustain an attack that benefits from Mountain Sieging. While you have any amount of Mountain Sieging attacks you use yourself granted by this ascendancy, deal 15% more damage Enemies that would deal damage less than or equal to 30% of your maximum life after mitigation, such as armor resistances, before other modifiers, damage taken, deal 40% less. Interesting. So it's just a DR for smaller hits, but not bigger hits. Hits that would deal less or equal than 30%. Imgur said you wanted sign a goal. I was like, actually, yeah, that's a really funny one to show. It's so weird. I'd forgotten to suggest it, so I snuck it in. Holy! Well played, Alwazy. Well played. So this is like a decent node. 15% more damage on a regular basis, and then 30% DR or 40% DR for small hits or smaller hits. That's still good. No, I'd say that's pretty solid. How much times do you get one shot once you have some real defenses? Not too often. Things don't hit that hard in this game. And that's a lot of DR for anything that isn't going to hit you for 30%. That's a lot of DR. Oh, I wanted to read that they showcase this, right? Real quick.
All the new runes you can
Armor, increase armor evasion, energy shield. So you can basically get higher ES energy shield, dude. Like, this Ascendancy is maybe going to have the highest ES in the game next patch, or a very high number, because you get a direct multiplier from your gloves while also getting a good flat number from your gloves. And you get to put extra runes in your body armor. It's local to item. I mean, what else would this be doing? Yeah, I think that applies to your chest piece, right? Can't beat Abyssal Lich. Keep in mind, Abyssal Lich comes with like a lot of opportunity cost, right? Which face figure get turned into deck stacking? I mean, it's got to change in some way,
Runes
right?
of Elder League. If you want to focus on chaining together attacks,
when you gain combo, gain an additional combo. Minus 0.2 seconds to current energy shield recharge delay per combo expended. Okay.
Martial Adept and Martial...
Skills can build and retain combo regardless of weapon set. Gain combo from all attacks. I gotta be honest with you guys. Don't make fun of me, okay? Don't make fun of me. I don't actually remember what the hell combo even is. I think my brain just like... My brain turned itself off. Some skills and effects require a certain combo count to use. Combo is built by successfully striking enemies. Combo count will fall off after a short duration or not building or maintaining further combo. Combo can only be built while using the same weapon as the combo skill is bound to and will be lost on weapon swaps. And certain skills can generate it. Skills can build and retain combo regardless of weapon set. Gain combo from all attack hits. Okay, and now let me look at the skills that actually have combo on them. Just for like a reference point of stuff that does combo or has combo related things. Is it just Tempest Bell? Is that one of the only ones? Or is a lot of like support gems? There's a support. Aelith Strimes. 25% chance to gain a power charge when expending combo with supported skills per combo expired. So it's a way to generate charges. And is it just bells? Requires combo to use. There's a support for it too. Okay, let me look for the support. Is it a support that's like a regular support gem? Culmination. Support skills gain up to 20 combos. Support skills lose all combo on use. During no combo for 4 seconds. Combo count lose support skills slower. Deal more damage per combo. And how much combo can you get up to? Culmination has changed in the patch notes too. Okay. 20 is the maximum. Okay. So let me get this straight. It's just like that support can give you 40% more damage. Or maybe it's better in the notes because they changed it. Let me find the note. Culmination. No longer has combo count loss for support skills occur 50% slower. And now support skills lose combo if you generate no combo for 6 seconds. Support skills can now gain up to 10 combo. Previously 20. 4% more per combo. It's just 40% more, right? So aside from like activating Bell power charge, it's just 40% more, or am I being stupid? What is like what's the scenario where you want more of this just to be able to put more bells down if you're specifically playing like a bell build? It's just that. It's just Giga Bell support. And the way they showcased it here was like, hey, look, I have a bunch of power charges. Right here, right?
Sure, Killing Palm can handle those too. With Culmination and Aelith's
When expending combo support skills per combo. Okay, yeah, so basically he has a way to permanently use his power charge for the thing,
Chimes
right?
providing a power charge engine, and Martial Adept cranking it into overdrive. Which means, when a boss crosses your path, you can just do this. It is clear to see the martial artist is a well-disciplined.
He still ended up running out of power charges. In the video, he was doing tons of damage. Well, I mean, the damage is like relative depending on like his gear and stuff, right? You get 70% as extra from the mantra thing? Oh yeah, I didn't look at the mantra thing, did I? Combo. Combo. Mantra requires 8 combo to use. Lose combo if you generate no combo for 8 seconds. And power attacks deal 63% damage. Base buff duration is 8 seconds or until your next attack. Build combo. After reaching max, use a skill to empower your next quarterstaff attack, causing a deal. Each kill with the empower attack grants purple flames. So you would use this and you would get 1 attack out of it? Or am I being stupid? Buff duration is 8 seconds or until your next attack. I feel like that's like a one-time use. I don't know. Like, I guess, sure, if you want to like get a clip of one-shotting a boss or something. It's 6 year gain for 8 seconds. It's not 8 seconds. It says your next attack, your next quarterstaff attack. So it's like you proc it when you get 63 gain for 1 hit. But it's snapshots on whirling or flicker. Okay, guys. I mean, sure. Still not sure if I'm as much of a believer as you guys are. Fist of Stone is crazy. This is pretty solid. What is the Oh yeah, I wanted to look at these bells. Actually, the bell mod. While active, ethereal bells appear periodically near you. Your hits immediately destroy the bells, creating a shockwave that damages your enemies. The bells are themselves always primed for stun. They can be cold, and hits against them are always crits. But you still need to use an ability that generates power charges, I'm guessing, on a coal, right? It doesn't, like, guarantee a power charge unless you're using a specific skill for it. Might be CDR, the bell appears. Oh, I think it's just level. The earlier showcase is probably a low level one. This is a higher level one.
For your powerful shock prime for stun. These spells are also always critically hit. Why does that last bit matter? Well, Hollow Resonance thrives on critical hits.
Attaches an ethereal bell to your back, critically hits with other skills, will cause the bell to ring out, damaging nearby enemies. It has a half a second cooldown, 180 effectiveness. I want to see the damage on the breach boss. Yeah, we can watch again. The breach boss was actually like a full, like, 10 mil HP boss. Hollow form. Okay, well, yeah, we'll look at the breach boss real quick. Where's the breach boss at? Right here? Not right here. I lied, not right there.
We've got a couple of endgame builds to show you to demonstrate the might of the martial artist. First up, the Snowbound Executioner wields a strike and deploy even more bells per second with a temper spell. Our cooldown reduction also allows Hollow Resonance to trigger as frequently as possible for even
So it's about 10 seconds to do 10 mil.
deploy
Like
even more
DPS.
bells per second with a temper spell. Our cooldown reduction also allows Hollow Resonance to trigger as frequently as possible for even more damage.
Can you not have perma max charges with the Ascendancy with a charge on crit? It's only 10%. I don't know how much. I don't know if Flicker like disables your ability to generate charges while doing it. It's buffering here. Thought it was me. Is stream cooked? I got interneted. My bitrate says I'm good. Is it YouTube as well or just Twitch? How cooked are we? Is just Twitch is just gone? You guys sure? It looks like it's sure. It looks like it's working for me. It looks like it's sure. It looks like it's working for me. It looks like it's sure. I thought I'm lagging. It looks like it's working. Are you guys sure you're try refreshing? We're good on YouTube. Okay, so YouTube's fine. It doesn't say I dropped any frames. So I don't know what happened. Maybe it's on Twitch's end. Normally when there's like lag stuff, I'll see like it'll start picking up some dropped frames and like I'll go to like red bars and stuff. It was running the YouTube video. I think I have too many YouTube videos open. Here, I'll close out of some stuff. We'll close out of some stuff. We'll keep it a little bit more reasonable here. It's all good. All right, cool. I was gonna go back and I was gonna look at some of the other stuff in the showcase. Wanted to look at the hollow form node. Close your Discord. I don't think I have Discord open. Yeah, I have Discord closed. All right, hollow form, channel to create fleeting images of your astral self, and this part is definitely like one of the cooler portions of it. Does it say any melee martial weapon? So it doesn't have to be quarterstaffs, right? That martial weapon could be talisman, that could be maces, right? They literally showcased a wolf, right? I'm not being crazy here. What else do they have with it? Images perform socketed melee attack once they've finished targeting the closest enemy. If possible, the images cannot perform channeled skills or conditional skills. Consuming a power charge creates additional images. Spear should work as well. Yeah, I would think Spear would work as well. Choose power charge to create 2 additional images. Socket skills cannot consume charges. Socket skills have 30% less attack speed, 15% less damage. So you definitely want power charges for this, right? You don't want to do it without power charges, I'm guessing. Chance to not remove power charge, but still count as consuming.
Astral projections do the dirty work for you. While channeling, you constantly spawn clones of yourself that attack with skills of your choice.
Mess them up.
You can also spend power charges to spawn triple the clones for maximum damage and maximum ruckus. And for the three of you who are thinking, but what about shapeshifting? Enjoy your meditating wolf. Of course.
Even bow's a martial skill? I thought it said melee. Melee. So I'd imagine only some of the spear skills will work. Or maybe it won't count spear. Maybe it doesn't consider spear a melee martial weapon. Because there's like some of the abilities are melee, some aren't. I don't know. We'll find out, right? You cast and run past.
Skills of your choice. You can also spend power charges to spawn triple the
Well, okay, if we look at this right here,
skills of your choice.
at the very end, it looks like he starts running and the clone still finishes the attack, right?
You can also spend power.
It looks like that clone still did the attack even though he started moving. So maybe you can start the animation and like be able to move and then start the animation and be able to move, maybe?
Power charges to spawn triple the clones for maximum damage and maximum ruckus. And for the three of you who are thinking, but what about shapeshifting? Enjoy your meditating wolf. Of course, the martial artist has plenty to offer besides new skills, such as taking pride in his Ezomite training by tattooing runes into his flesh. Runic Meridians gives you 5 extra rune sockets to play with. Perfect for all the new runes you can find in the Runes of Elder League. If you want to focus on chaining together attacks, Martial Adept and Martial Master are tailor-made for you, generating massive amounts of combo to spend on things like these, and protecting you while you do it. Remember how I mentioned being good at stunning might come in handy? Way of the
Definitely some broken interactions with the new runes. Yeah, we'll see what the new runes have to offer, but even without new runes, the 5 body runes is actually a fairly decent ascendancy point, just because you can apply it to like a high ES chess piece, for example. Like that's like 200 ES or something, I think. 200 flat ES is pretty solid just as a baseline value without considering like actual good runes.
The mountain covers you in a stony carapace when you immobilize enemies. The stacks are easy come, easy go, but provide massive benefits, causing your attacks to deal a lot more damage, and reducing the damage you take from smaller hits to a tickle.
Enemies hits you take that would deal less damage than or equal to 30% of your life have mitigation. After mitigation, such as armor or resistance. I love ES acting. The runes love gloves is really good. Yeah, Barbarous, they're insanely good. I think there's a non-zero chance the highest ES build in the game next league might actually be this Ascendancy. Charge on hit's pretty crazy too, as well. Like they showcased power charge on crit, for example, which hold on, it might be endurance charges. It might be power charges. I can't 100% remember. I'm pretty sure that charge regulator gives more defense as well. But it's like awkward to generate. Yeah, it's more defense while you have an endurance charge, for example. But at each charge is, yeah, but if you're generating 10% on hit, you actually have like giga permanent sustain on it, is the thing. Like 2 more multipliers like that is crazy. That's like crazy to me. What's the resonance node do? Gain endurance instead of power. So you could literally have resonance clicked, that power charge on crit, and get another 20% more ES. I think there's a very high chance the highest ES build next game is actually a martial artist. That's crazy. Bunch of bonuses for generating power charges as well. And there might be, if there's a power charge on crit, there might be some other stuff too that's beneficial, right? 2 max power charges. 20 have generated a power charge recently. Where's the is it Adonia's? Is Adonia's the power charge wand? Am I thinking of the right thing? Yeah, this thing, Pinnacle of Power. 15% more elemental damage per power charge consumed. You'd have to. I don't know. I haven't played with this. I don't know how annoying it is to maintain. Buff duration is 5 seconds per power charge. So you generate some charges. You proc it. You get like a 50-second buff, and you're getting. That might be a pretty solid option. Adonia's might be very legitimate next patch. If you want to do like a martial artist caster, I think that would be legitimately a way to build something. Wait, is that not even like this? You don't even have to be playing a wand character. Yeah, you could literally just weapon swap, proc this, and then swap back to whatever else you were doing, right? Weapon swap doesn't work. You have to have it out. It doesn't. It removes the buff. Okay. Well, okay. Then you wouldn't be able to weapon swap. So you would be playing a caster then. Go away. Stick with your little monkey and leave us stone fisters alone. Oh, relax. I am starting the monkey. I do like the idea of playing Fist of Stone as a second build, though. I'm not gonna lie. I like the idea of playing it as a second build. I can't deny. The Stone Fisters will know my name. you guys better. You're on warning now. We monking now, not monkey. No, we're still going monkey. Okay. But hey, this has got some good things going for it. I'm not gonna deny that. This has got some good things going for it. Have a good stream, y'all. You take care, Hermit. You take care. Dude, that is just this stuff. This Fist of Stone stuff is crazy.
Everything. This.
The fact you get more flat too. I know, like in Ascendancy, when I generally want to click 5 to 6 of the nodes. Yeah, dude, it's got some good stuff going on. Stop saying it. They'll nerf it. Okay. All right. Relax, people that are excited about playing the monk. The monk's bad. It's not good. GGG. Nothing to see here. Look away. This cool new thing that people are excited about. I'm not excited about it because it's not actually that good. Best sense you got node in the game by far. Is it by far? That I don't know about. It is pretty freaking good. I don't know about by far. By far might be a little bit too far, if you know what I'm saying. Might be a little too far. Oh, dude, that dude looked pretty cool though. 100%. Yeah, okay. It's pretty insane. I still think Skiz is better, but only if the game's harder. I don't know about that, Oeasy. You're getting a lot of value out of this. You're getting a lot of value out of Fist of Stone for sure. Like having a more multiplier on top of good flat, on top of like some of these other build enabling things, like charge on hit doesn't exist in this game really, right? Quality is usually really hard to come by and also usually a really good stat. Like so there's where my quality went. It went onto the gloves. There's one with 1100 in the video. Is there one with 1100? Where's the one with 1100? Did you make that up? I think you made that up. I don't think there's anyone with 1100 evasion in the video. During the build showcase? Oh, did I miss something?
Cranking it into overdrive, which means when a boss crosses your path, you can just do this. It is clear to see the martial artist is a well-disciplined powerhouse. So, which...
You guys are just messing with me, right? You're just making stuff up. There was one with 1100 in the vid. There's one with over 1k evasion. Are you guys all just like agreeing to do like some mass gaslighting thing? 436. How did I miss this? 4 per level, 3 per level, 20 quality increased. Oh my word. Oh my word. Just look at those. Oh my goodness. Holy. Now those are some gloves. Now those are some gloves right there. Those look good. I doubt that's the max. Oh, it's not. Because this is only 20 quality. You can get 30 quality. You could also have 3 sockets. Yeah, those gloves are going to be able to save 400 energy shield. Holy. 2.8 base crit? Yeah, what the hell is that? They got a base crit in here? Oh my word. It's beautiful. Look at the level requirement, level 30? Yeah, Elon wouldn't want those. They're not good enough. They're not good enough for him. My word. My word. There's too many things on it. The nerfs are incoming. The nerfs are not incoming, guys. Let's just appreciate the gloves together. Let's just appreciate the gloves. Oh, those are some nice looking gloves over there. Buy Sphere Walker. I'm still starting Sphere Walker, guys. I'm down to do martial arts as a second build, but we're still starting Sphere Walker 100%. Oh, that's some good gloves though. Didn't they have like DR as well, or am I crazy? They had DR while in low life. Am I making that up? Like the life stat was DR? It could be an incentive. Well, no, you just die to bleed, right? You can't play low life without Lich. You just die to bleed unless I'm being stupid, unless there's another way to deal with bleed. Ward low life. Ooh, I mean, maybe. I mean, you'd have to get some wards somewhere. Which it seems like it made the glove synergizes with ward okay, where you don't lose ES. You don't get more extra damage while bleeding. Yeah, I still think it could probably kill you, right? It depends how much ward you'd have if it could sustain it. CI, well, CI you can't be low. Wait, no, you. wait. You can be low life with CI. Hold on, I forgot. I totally forgot about that. Less damage taken while on low life. CI is full life, or is it? Or is it? Just get the 0.25 live. If only there was a way to do that. I'm not gonna. I don't think I should talk about this right now. I think I should. Yeah. We'll just leave it be. We'll just leave it be. Well, I'm not gonna talk about it. No snitching. I'm pretty sure they didn't change that from last patch. I was gonna maybe build with it, but I didn't end up doing it. I don't think they changed it from last patch. Secret technology? Is it secret technology? I don't know if I'd call it secret technology. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. Back to patch notes. Martial artist is looking good. Looking good indeed. Compare it to Invoker? Would it be bad to say the glove beats Invoker by itself? Is that crazy talk? Is he yapping? No, sorry, I was talking to my wife. GG took him out. No. No, sorry about that. What did I miss? I refilled my drink. Oh, I was just saying Fist of Stones might just be better than Invoker by itself. I don't know, man. Fist of Stones seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. Does the backpack belt generate energy for cast on crits? Does it generate energy? I mean, it's a skill that does damage. Are you... So probably. I don't know why it wouldn't. No bingo? Not yet. We still have a week for GGG to get us some bingos. All right, where were we? Where were we? I haven't finished the notes. How am I only halfway through? This can't be real, right? Shattering Spike, granted by Ziri's Contempt unique spear, now has 50% less magnitude of damaging ailments you inflict. No longer has life leech from explosions, with at least 15 bloodstone lances. So that's the Ziri spear. Okay. Shield wall, base damage nerf, as well as a shotgun nerf. Shred. As attack speed, previously 10% more. Okay. I don't get is the instant bit at the end. It's probably a part of the Shattering Spike, I would imagine. Can I search this? Okay. Leech from explosions with at least 15 bloodstone lances is instant, and they're just getting rid of it. There's no longer... That doesn't happen anymore is what it says. It no longer has that instant leech part. They're saying it no longer has it. Yep. Snipe has slightly reduced base damage. Explosion got slightly increased. Icy Blast got slightly increased. And it has a bit more scaling, so it doesn't start out with 50% more. It scales up to 50% more. Hence, we have the tiniest of X's. Because it didn't really change. All right. Next up, we have Spell Totem. Can now be used while moving and has received updated animation. Yo! Animation more powerful. What a time to be a totem player. Supercharged Slam now more clearly states that it has a fixed attacks time that cannot be modified. This is purely a description change. Oh. Dude, seeing like these lines, it just cracks me up. It's like, oh, are they going to do something to this? Then it's just no. Same thing with Chonk. Chonk's like, oh, are they going to do something with Chonk? And I was like, nope. Just going to make its descriptions better. Tame Beast. Summon Beast. Now deal 40% more damage at level 9, scaling up to 84 at 20. Now immediately summons newly tamed Beast if you have enough spirit. Hey. Cool. I mean, that's not it, right? Like, they said they, like, tripled the companion damage. Let me guess. The base damage of all the companionable beasts were tripled. And then this is another 84% more on top of that, right? Right? Yeah, nothing here says there's an earlier tame beast, so I guess we're going to find out at some point what's going on there. It didn't say that? No, I think that's assumed. Mark told me tripled. He said we tripled the baseline. That's unrelated to the more damage multiplier. This is just a little bit of gravy on the top, you know? Who cares now that my fists are stone? You guys gotta chill. These stone fisters in chat, you guys gotta relax. Take it down a notch. You're getting a little bit too high on your own kites. Tempest Bell can now be ancestrally boosted as though it were a strike skill, and its maximum number of active bells has been increased to 3, greatly improving its combo potential. Shockwave now does this instead of this. Make it trigger faster. So, congratulations to the bell enjoyers. More bells. Toxic Growth fires 5 pustules, previously 4, with a limit of 5, previously 12. Quality grants +1 and +1 of the limit. Previously +2/+2. So it used to get 14 and now it gets 6 max pustules. So rip Toxic Growth enjoyers. I don't like the word pustules. I don't like it either. It's a weird word. Thrashing Vines, updated description to clarify how frequently it spawns vines. This is not a functional change. Time of need. The interval blessing is no longer a duration. It now has modifiers to CDR also apply. So no more Giga Sustain time of need. Rest in peace. Lance's fists are made of corrugated paper. Hey, corrugated paper is a perfect material to ship things across the country. Okay? So show some respect. Okay? Show some respect to corrugated paper. It's goated. I will not take this disrespect lightly. Volcano now has a base crit of 8, previously 5. Congrats to Volcano. Whirling Assault now has increased attack speed. It used to have more attack speed. Rest in peace. Wing Blast does more damage. All right. Okay. Support changes. How far am I through the notes? How are these notes so long? Unleash, Expand, Salvo, Freezing Salvo supports are all now use the same concept of seals. Instead of each having their own version, this means standardized rules for seals that will be consistent for all cases, resulting in some behavior changes. Supporting granting seals now consistently all have seal category. Okay. Seal tag. Seal tag is in our game now. The comments are loaded on this page too. Oh, so I might be closer to the bottom than this bar suggests. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. FYI, 20% increase versus 15% more is basically a nothing burger unless you have 200% attack speed. Is that true or are you lying to me? Let's see here. It's probably mostly true. Let's just say no, if you have 100% attack speed, it's already 10% increased attack speed better, right? Right, 30. That'd be effectively 30% increased attack speed versus 20. But you don't have much attack speed in this game, though, is the thing, right? You don't have much attack speed in this game at all. That's like... Are you even getting to 100% increased attack speed? Lance has trust issues? No, I just think he's wrong. If we're talking 200, it's well before 200. At the point you're at 100% attack speed, you're already It's already a fairly, like, significant upgrade over that, right? Hold on one sec.
And my axe.
Alright, I'm back. Oh, I was talking to me. We're having some, we had to take our minivan to the shop. There were some issues with the alternator. Vaal said 10% more needs 200% to matter, so I just listened to Mr. Streamer. Then why are you coming over here saying, Lance, you know math? Why you being all sassy? I mean, he's right in regards that for mostly it's not too big of a change. Like, a lot of these attack speed changes are, like, pretty minor. They're mostly, it seems like they're mostly just, like, grazing a little bit off the top / getting rid of the more multipliers. It's ultimately probably not that big of a deal. It would be more of a big deal later on as they add more and more sources of attack speed. Is the minivan the best and most functional vehicle in existence? Minivan? I don't know about that. I feel like there's a good argument for trucks. It's probably top 3. Yeah, I would probably put it in top 3. Patch notes, lock in. Oh, shoot. Yeah, you guys got me talking about friggin'. All right, where were we? Freezing salvos. Salvo support previously had an extra restriction that the relevant skill could not gain seals while you were performing that skill. Is no longer the case. All right. Seal stuff is a thing. It's a good skull. Good stall. Americans killed wagons for no good reason. Wait, what the hell is a wagon? Are we talking about like a horse-drawn wagon, or is that like a different type of car I've never heard of? Station wagon, exactly. Wait, what? What? That's different. What's a station wagon? Listen, guys, you have to understand. I am a young man. Okay, you start saying things like station wagons. That was before my time. Okay, as a young man and approaching the prime of his life, I do not remember such technology as the station wagon. Station wagon was the GOAT. It's like a minivan, but closer to car sized. Okay. It's like a hybrid between sedan and station wagon. It's a sedan with a big long nose. Oh, wait. No. Oh, no, you didn't say no. So I got you. Okay, I think I got it. You're talking. It's like one of these. I think I know. It's like this. Like this type of shape. Is it like, is that kind of right? Hatchback is a more modern equivalent. Okay, I'm following. That's a shoe. That's not a shoe. Okay, listen, this is a good representation. Screw you. I'm spot on there. Patch notes. Okay, all right. Anyways, all right. Enough of the car talk. Advancing Storm can now support any storm skill under any conditions, rather than only spells you use yourself. Cool, I guess. Archon's Metal now grants 25% chance to load a bolt into all crossbow skills on dealing a killing blow with supported skills, instead of 100%. That's a pretty big change. Crossbow gamers, how we feel about this? As I am not a crossbow enjoyer, How much does this matter to you guys? Are you guys flipping a table? Are you throwing chairs? What's the situation? You calm, cool, collected? Unfazed? Not great, it's fine. So this is like not a big deal. It was originally 25 in 0.3, then it got buffed, and now it got nerfed again. So we got yo-yoed. It got yo-yoed. It had one patch of glory. As a big crossbow enjoyer, I will not start crossbow this time. And Desmo, is that because of this change? Or is that because your fists are stone? What's the reason you're not playing crossbow? Be honest with me. Is it because your fists are stone? Bazooka's flipping the table, but honestly, it's kind of whatever. Say it like that. My Witch Hunter got 5 nerfs, completely gutted. Oh no, Granite. Oh no, you might need to consider stoning your fist. I'm just saying, you might need to consider. Can no longer support persistent skills. Okay. Which they changed like a lot of these persistent skills to be like CDR based for the duration. So it's probably the reason, part of why. Expo Spirit Walker trusts? That's crazy talk. No, man. No, the answer is Spirit Walker companions. Giga build, farm a lot of content, and then Fiststone. Bater's Vengeance. When you freeze a target with support skills, for each 2 rage you have, you and allies in your presence gain 1% damage. Yeah, so this is just like cutting the value of this thing in half. It's still insanely good. It's still just really good. You still just use this on like your what did I use it on? I used it on Maul. So I'd like Maul one guy, and then I get Bater's Vengeance for like straight up like 30 seconds or something. So now I'll have Bater's Vengeance for like 24 seconds, and it's still gonna be like 40 gain. Brink 1 can now be cut as level 1 support. Previously level 2. Does this matter? Do I care about Brink 1? Brink 1 is stun buildup caused by support skills. Can I already... sorry. Stun buildup, nah, I'm checking out. I'm checking out. I do not care. I do not care. Screw Brink. No longer has combo count loss. Yeah, so the combo thing's better for more comboing. Sure. His eyes glaze over after 3 words. Listen, I just cannot get myself excited about stun. I'm sorry, guys. I can't do it. Corrupting Cry 2 no longer causes support skills to inflict corrupted blood, but instead it triggers a skill which inflicts corrupted blood, scaled by the level of gem it's socketed into. No longer causes support skill to inflict corrupted blood, but instead triggers a skill which triggers corrupted blood, which can scale by gem levels. So now maybe corrupted blood or corrupting cry can be a real build if it can scale with gem levels. Because right now it's like horrific damage in its current state. So maybe having it be gem level based will help it. Maybe corrupting cry can be real. Okay. Need the numbers? Yeah, I mean, it depends what the baselines are, but I mean, right now, Corrupting Cry, the way it exists currently, is just not very good, so I wonder if they would have the same thing for Picatis, because isn't Picatis just Corrupting Cry, but like better? Decaying Hex no longer causes support curse to inflict decay. Instead, it triggers a skill which inflicts decay, scaled by the gem level. So same thing with Decaying Hex as these, because these were both tied to like, this is tied to strength and this is tied to int, I believe, and they were just not enough base scaling. Diala's nerfed, get wrecked, Scrub. Should have grabbed the Rakiata's Gurakan immunity, you amateur. Doedri's Undoing. Frogged. You got frogged. That's it. You know, when I read this last night, I wasn't thinking about the fact people were actually legitimately using Doedri's as like a cast on crit proc. I was just thinking to myself, I was like, wow, that's kind of weird. Why'd they change it to the thing no one was playing? But now I have the context of being like, oh wait, people are playing Cast on Crit with Doadries. This was an intentional frogging. They said, okay, you want to use this for your Cast on Crit comment? Get wrecked. It's been frogified. Infernal Legion, damage cut in half on both cases. Still probably good. We may consider chucking this on like the bear, for example, and just see if it does damage. I'm a little bit like I might be tempted just to chuck it on one of our companions and just see if it randomly does like some decent damage. Infernal Legion 3 can no longer be obtained. How good was Infernal Legion 3 compared to the other ones? So it was 30% of their life. That's crazy. So a third of your damage from what you could at the top end. Did 25. Minion Swords will take 30%. Deal damage to 25. Okay. So it's 25 to 10. Companions technically have more damage on them. They have more damage multi. So maybe that helps. The perma crit. Oh, is there a bug fix for the crit thing? How much of a multiplier is that? That's a pretty big multiplier, right? Living Lightning no longer replaces minions when summoning a new one while already at maximum number. Morgana's Tempest can now support any storm skill under any condition rather than only spells. I hate this. Specifically, I hate Morgana's Tempest. I have a bone to pick with this. You guys know this support gem? You guys probably don't know this support gem. I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up. This freaking garbage, man. This freaking garbage is just. There's like, okay, like one of the only skills you'd ever use this with is Tornado. Context, Tornado does very mid damage. And there's support gems that say Rakyatas, Gurkhans, a lot of support gems that are like, here, let's make your skill do more damage. That already has a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Morgana's, for some ungodly reason, just says 35% less damage. The hell, the why? Why does it say that? For spell totem use? Were you using this with spell totems? Because, like, one of the only spells I knew that could even use this was Tornado, and it was just like, here's your lineage gem. You don't even want to use it. It's terrible. It was just like you put this on and you kill all your damage, so you just wouldn't even use it. Supports to be vendor trash. It was like one of the only supports that could even work with Tornado, and it was just like, my only lineage choice is just, it's just a brick. Overrun 3 now properly describes that it cannot support persistent skills. Okay. Overextend can no longer be obtained. Existing items unaffected by this change. Okay. Pakatis. No longer causes support skill to inflict corrupted blood, but instead it triggers a skill which inflicts corrupted blood. Scale by gem level. No longer has lose 2% per corrupted blood inflicted by support skills. Instead, now support skills cost 10% of life for each time they've been used recently, up to 30%. Neat. Rage 3 can now support minion skills. Okay. I feel like there's exactly one dev who does balance is just a Vision True Believer. And every time we look at something and go, what? Why does it suck so much? He was just the last guy to touch it before launch. I don't know about that, but There is definitely some stuff that draws some question marks. Like, why are they doing it like this? Please, Lance, I need this. What is the song you keep skipping called? Right now we're just listening to... Shoot, sorry, I bonked the mic again. Right now we're just listening to the old, what is this? Caravan? Or are you talking about Gary's Reserve? Are you talking about Gary's Reserve? Let's go back to some Clearfell for a bit. Gary's Reserve is an Age of Mythology track, if that's what you're if you're talking about the where there's randomly like some jazz going on and who knows what's happening, that's Gary's Reserve. That's old. That's the Age of Mythology track. Or is it Gary's Resolve? I don't know. I started calling it the wrong thing and I can't. I think it's Gary's Reserve. I think it's Reserve. All right, where was I? Wrathless Assault now grants support skill loads both 4 times when you dodge, previously 5. Support skills load 3 additional boats, previously 4. So it's just a slight nerf. And a reduced attack speed. Additionally, banner skills that grant allies deflection rating 50% of their evasion rating. Deflection rating 20%. Shock and Toxic 2 gone. True shocking hits. Utrids nerfed. Utrids nerfs. Wait. There's 3 Utrids. There's 3 Utrids. Wait, one of the Utrids did not get nerfed. Hold. Which Utrid? Exodus? No other supports. Omen, 1 other support. Augury, 2 other supports. It's the Exodus, right? Exodus. They did not nerf Exodus. Which kind of makes sense, because you can just, like, there's supports that just give +1 level. So it would be a little bit weird to nerf this one, and then nerf this one as well, because why would you even use this one in that case, right? Okay. Checks out. Unique item changes. Wait, that's actually, like, kind of silly. A little bit. Because this one that's like +2, where you can have 1 other support. This one right here. This is basically identical to the other Utrid now, if you think about it. Because, like, if you care about the gem levels and you're only using a couple supports, you're just going to put in, like, +1 lightning, +1 fire, +1 cold, +1 minion. Like, you're just going to use one of those, and it's still just going to be a +3. So that's kind of like a weird situation, a little bit. To have this one be +3 and then the one with only 1 support be a +2. Makes it cheaper? Yeah, those will both be like a similar price probably then. Can we still water plants? Yes. Why couldn't you? Volt now grants support skills gain. Voltaic charges for gain 1 damage per volt. Okay. Don't really know what that means. All right, unique item changes. There's going to be some bangers in here for sure, right? Some absolute bangers. Ab Atero boots. Wait. These are like the worst boots of all time, right? No longer grant 10% less movement and skill speed per dodge roll in the past 20 seconds. Okay, so they got rid of the line that makes it just a completely unusable item. Good start. Now has 250% blah 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 above the numbers. It now has your speed is unaffected by slows while sprinting. Good. Gain over encumbrance for 4 seconds when you dodge roll. Are we gonna well, what the hell does this mean? What that doesn't sound like a good word there, GGG. This feels like a bait and switch. This feels like a little bit of a bait and switch going on here. All right, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say these gloves are still just trash as hell. Don't use those, or not gloves. Sorry, they're boots. They're boots. My bad. My bad. Boots. You think your clones on Moke can also have a bell on their back? I don't think the clones will also have a bell. No, I think it's the bell is only on you. The Apex Supremacy unique. Yeah, sorry. I said gloves because they're just like the theme of boots is that you should be moving faster and like what the hell's going on there. Anyway, sorry. The Apex Supremacy unique focus no longer has faster start of recharge. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Why not? Why? Yeah. It's freaking. Woo! Crisis averted. People almost had faster start of recharge. Good job, GG. All right. Aziri's Acuity unique gloves have been reworked. They now grant armor, maximum life, leech damage, 10% physical dealt by your hits causes blood loss, and Vaal Pact. They also grant the Herald of the Royal Queen skill. Vaal Cultivation Orbs outcomes of Aziri's Q have also been changed. Is this gonna be good? It sounds like it might be kind of good. 150 life, 10 Fizz Leech, 10 physical damage dealt by you, cause blood loss, Vaal Pact, the Herald of the Royal Queen. Herald of the Royal Queen. Like, that's gotta be good, right? Obviously, the instant leech is gone from the gloves, probably. Does it say it drops from Aziri now? Do they drop from Aziri currently? Can drop anywhere. Like, it's a crime. This should drop from Aziri, right? Is there a patch note? Am I missing it? Now drops from Aziri? Am I missing it somewhere? Am I blind? Terms and armor, so much global. We Fist of Stone. Yeah, maybe break out the Fist of Stone. They're like, come on, like these should drop from Aziri, right? Like 100%. If they rework and make these gloves like kind of good, they should be dropping from Aziri. Vaal Pact equal instant leech? No, Vaal Pact is changed. Vaal Pact now gives like overleech. The Sierran Inheritance unique body armor now grants increased recharge rate instead of faster start of recharge. Okay. The Black Flame unique ring no longer has enemies ignited by you take chaos damage instead of fire from ignite. It now has withered. You inflict also increases fire damage taken. Oh, a little reverse, a little Uno reverse. Oh, that's kind of cool. Ignite you inflict deals chaos damage instead of fire. And wither does not expire on enemies ignited by you. Additionally, it now has a 80 to 100% increased ignite magnitude. Reduced duration. Ignite magnitude and duration modifiers can be updated by the new values of the divine orbs. Cool. Blistering Bond unique ring. Now has fire damage, also contributes bleeding magnitude, and bleeding you inflict deals fire damage instead of physical damage, in addition to other modifiers. What the hell is going on here? Let me read that one more time. Fire damage contributes to bleed, and bleed you inflict deals fire damage instead of physical. So are you just doubling up? You like hit with base fire damage, you inflict bleed and ignite, but then they're both doing fire damage? Fire bleed? Yeah, fire bleed. Or a bloody fire. This is Invoker now? I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, they're not just Invoker. It's Invoker and Chayula are both in this situation. Just looking on with envy. What the hell is this, by the way? Did some AI generation just messed up the Grinding Gear game logo? Yeah, this AI art's not doing too hot, is it? Like, what is it? What is it? Made all the thumbnails like the same artwork here? The hell is AI doing, man? Chalupa Monk, out for 5 patches and still not buffed. So bad nobody even calls him by his actual name. Half the Ascendancy points make you worse by taking them. True. Martial Artist Monk. Special interactions with every unique glove in the game. Based. Infinite free combo, infinite free power charges, exclusive new modifiers on gear. Hell yeah. Just 2 points to be more powerful than entire Ascendancies. Heck yeah. True. Martial Artist is looking juiced. No lies were told. No lies were told. I don't know how I feel about this. Like, I already hate that bleed and ignite and poison don't feel like they have any identity. Like, this might be like, it's actually like, this seems like you're just doubling up and you're getting 2 ignites pretty much. Because that takes like even more of the distinction between bleed and ignite. It blurs the line even more. More bleed elementalists hate. I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm a hater for ailments in this game. I just really don't like them being like based on hit damage, and then you might as well just be a hit build, and it just feels weird. The Blistering Bond unique ring now has, yeah, that's what you just read. The Brass Dome has reduced its armor, probably because they made the base items have more armor. I'm not sure. Carnage Heart. Damage while leeching. Okay. Chober Chamber. Plus some levels, but still terrible base damage. Maybe if you can do the like the Runic Ward upgrade thing and it randomly actually gets some good base damage afterward, but then you still have to get the in for it. I don't know. It's a weird situation. Probably not going to be able to use this, but maybe. Be upgraded, but for sure, yeah. I just don't see its base damage being competitive even after like an upgrade or an increase. They mentioned maybe doing something with Chayla with the Q&A. Yeah, maybe the alternate version of Chayla's good. I don't know. We'll see. Death's Harp now fires 3 additional arrows instead. It now grants surpassing chance. Okay. Elevor unique helmet now grants charms gain 1 charge per second, previously 0.5, and now provides plus 1 to 2 charm slots. We can only have 3 maximum still, right? Am I like being stupid or something? You can only have 3 charm slots maximum. You get 1 by default from the campaign, and belts roll like 1 to 3 charm slots or something. Almost Mageblood changes the max, maybe? 4 charm slot Mageblood to trust? Okay, I really hope Mageblood is not charm related. We'll see. I don't think it's going to be charm related. The Ashtera's Path unique ring no longer has cold resistance. Cold resistance is unaffected by area penalties. It now has 5 to 10% to fire and cold per equipped item. Lightning resistance mod with a lightning resistance mod. Existing items are not affected by this change. Okay. Just gonna look at this. Ashtera's. I didn't even spell that right. Alright, you know what? I'm going to PoE debut. It's just easier, faster than the wiki. Wait, did they just make this item up? Is this even a real thing? Ashtera's Path. What the hell? So they renamed this. This ring right here. 20 all attributes, 10 rarity, and now you get fire and cold based on lightning res everywhere else. Okay. Cool, I guess. Glow Swarm unique ring has mana flask, grants guard equal to blah blah blah. Don't care. Hollow Mask now grants Wildwood's gift skill, whereas Mirroring Spirits offer guidance, allowing you to see nearby ancient blooms. It's one of the new items, I think. Husk Dream unique body armor has been renamed to Reverie. It no longer has 20-30% flash charges or less flash charges used. It now grants Rite of Restoration skill and non-unique life flask apply constantly. These are like some of the new items. Right? Or are these actually reworked items? I thought we saw a showcase on these two things, right? Were those actually reworks? Those were actually reworks? Okay. I thought those were like new items. Okay, fair enough. Here's our body armor. Now has slightly lower evasion, slightly lower gain, small little nerf. Keeper of the Ark unique helmet now has armor and energy shield, previously 150 to 250. What does Keeper of the Ark do? Keeper of the Ark. Alternating every 5 seconds, take less damage from hits, take less damage over time. Okay. So it's just Trickster. It's just Trickster, right? Slightly higher armor and energy shield. That's Heartstopper? Yeah, that's Heartstopper. The Livingstone Ring no longer has +1 level. It now has Lightning Skills Chain. Neat. Megalomaniac now drops Identified. Because they don't want you to be able to gamble it or something. I don't know. We're just talking about martial arts, but isn't Chalumod still strong? I mean, volatility plus shrine stacking looks OPAF. I can link you a showcase if you don't mind. I don't really want to look at a showcase right now, but I'm just going to stop you right there and say, Chayla sucks. That's my thoughts on that. Chonk has been bad from 0.1 to 0.2 to 0.3 to 0.4 till the end of time. All right, anyways, where was I? Plague Finger Gloves now have cannot inflict elemental ailments. All right. A little bit of a downside if you can use Plague Fingers. Poison only, buddy. The Prized Pain unique ring no longer has deal your thorns damage to enemies you stun with a melee attacks. Now has 25% chance to deal your thorns damage. Did they nerf thorns? Is that real? No longer has deal thorn damage to enemies you stun. Now has 25% chance to deal thorns to enemies you hit. Oh, okay. No. It's just on hit. You no longer need the stun, but it's 25% chance. Okay. That's just fair enough. So maybe the Thorns player are happy about that then, I guess. Radiant Grief unique helm now has enemies in your presence are ignited as though dealing 200 base damage, previously 100. So small little buff. Saffron's Resolve unique ring no longer has lightning res, is affected by area penalties, now has 5 to 10%. So all of the Sekima rings have their names slightly changed. Is that what's going on here? Ashtera's Path, Saffron's Resolve. I see. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Lore, yeah, they're adding some lore stuff. Seed of Cataclysm no longer has crit spell bonus and now has 5% reduced spell bonus per crit hit you've dealt recently. 3% chance to be lucky. Okay, it's kind of weird. Sinakoas, mobilized by you, take 20% more damage, and now has 30-50% increased damage against mobilized enemies. Sure. Soul Mantle now has plus 75 spirits for the Totem Bros. Savalin, cast on block, now has extra runic ward built in. This is the ring, same as the other Sycamore rings. Xerfes, unique belt, no longer has charge use. It now has charge consumed by life loss. Granted to your charm skills from corrupted gems have 15-25% cost efficiency. Okay, I don't freaking know. Nah, pass. It's not Mageblood. We don't care. We don't care. All right, item changes, guys. Item changes. The economy shakeup. Greater and perfect currencies have been made somewhat rarer. Transportation augmentations have been made significantly rarer. The economy shakeup is upon us. Greater transmute, greater aug. Now have minimum modifier level 44, previously 55. So greater is worse. And perfect is way more rare. But how much more rare? How much is it going to cost us to get good mods via perfect currencies? Divine orbs are now more common. How more common? What do you guys think? Do you guys think this is like a 2x, 5x, 10x, 50% more? 0.005? 2% more? There's no way they make a patch note and it's only 2% more. If they're going to change it by 2%, they're not changing it. You know what I mean? Like, this has to be a conscious, like, significant change. 1.25? That would have to be, like, at least 1.25. Surely, right? I think it's, like, probably 25 to 50% more is my guess. The corruption outcome that randomizes numeric values on an item in the normal range now multiplies each modifier based on the current value instead of randomizing. This is huge. This is so incredibly huge. To be able to divine or get a good roll before sending the currency and have it matter. Dude, I still remember the 0.1 patch with Ingenuity. I dropped a, I'm pretty sure it was like straight up a perfect roll of Ingenuity. And I was like thinking, because this is before we knew that it divined the roll. I thought I was in the ideal situation that I should send my perfect roll to Ingenuity. And I got like a double 30%, like it min-rolled and went negative. I didn't even know. I didn't even know it divined it. But now it doesn't. Which means you can do a lot more prep for the items you're going to send with the corruption. But we don't have Omen of Corruption, so that we do lose that. So we can get the no change situation. No Omen of Corruption, yeah, it's still a lot better on average if you're corrupting things that already have proper divines, though. Now we have Divine Sync. Yeah, it definitely makes you Divine Sync for sure. Sanctify an item now multiplies each modifier value based on the current value. This is, yep, more Divine Sync. So they made Divines more common, but then they just made the Divine Sync way higher. How much more common do Divines have to be to counterbalance this additional Divine Sync in value? Because this is a lot of Divine Sync. Granted, some of the uniques you'll just buy perfectly divine because they're common enough or whatever, but there's gonna be a lot of uniques that don't fit that category, and there's gonna be a lot of rares you want to sanctify. I like it. I like it too. Yeah, I like this. Is a solid change. Keeps things interesting. Hopefully, Mageblood will be consuming divines. Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. Omen of Corruption can no longer be obtained. Rest in peace, man. Rest in peace. Are you gonna corrupt your own Mageblood? I mean, you can't brick in this game, can you? I forget, honestly. Can Vaal Orbs even brick in this game? What the hell? No change. Applies a multiplier. Vaal enchant adds a socket. Yeah. So depends what's on the Mageblood, honestly. The one chance for it to brick is if this can brick it. Can't brick? Well, I meant like turn into a rare. You know what I mean, right? Like when I Vaal something in PoE 1, 25% chance it becomes a rare. If I Vaal and I hit this outcome, there's a 50-50 shot my item just outright gets better, right? Like that's significantly better odds than the PoE 1 chance to break, right? Because you half the time you'll go negative value, half the time you'll go positive, right? What's Mageblood even gonna do? We don't know. We don't know. We don't know what it's gonna do. It's gonna do something though. And it's gonna be beautiful. Can make the rolls worse. Well, now the whole corruption outcome that would re-roll the divine, it doesn't. It just applies the multiplier. So it's just straight 50-50 to be a positive multiplier or a negative multiplier. Depending on what the roll ranges are, we'll see if that's bad or good, right? Martial weapons and flasks found in the campaign are now more likely to be of the highest base type available. Cool! Yo, that's a buff to us. Our spear leveling will be more consistently strong. The overall number of essences found in the campaign has been increased, though the proportion of these have been infinite has been significantly decreased. Okay. Finding more useful essences. Fair enough. The amount of armor granted by items modifiers has been increased as you get higher levels. At 65, you should be approximately 30% more armor, tapering down 15% more at 80 plus. Okay, so evasion gear buffed, armor gear buffed. The amount of energy shield granted by items is now roughly 8% more at level 65 and unchanged at 80. Can somebody explain how these two lines can exist next to each other? The amount of energy shield granted by items, unchanged at 80 plus, 8% more at 65. Dude, why am I on the wiki, dude? The wiki is so slow. Vial robe, 8% more at 65. Fire robe 65 base. This math is not mathing, okay? I'm just saying. Not that they aren't justified in nerfing Vial robe. I'm not disputing that. I think it deserves a nerf. I just think these two lines next to each other are sending mixed signals. I think there's a little bit of a, like, I'm not sure this is quite adding up here, buddy. Maybe it's meant to say 8% more or less. Oh, yeah, hold on. Maybe it is supposed to say 8% less, because that, yeah, that pretty much is around 8%. That would make more sense. The unchanged is, it's not unchanged at 80 plus though. It's still less because this is your endgame chess piece. I do suppose because they're nerfing recharge rate and stuff, and they're making it rarer. I guess I haven't gotten to it yet. Maybe when I go to see Sacramental Robe, when I get to Sacramental Robe, this thing will get killed. So maybe I haven't gotten there yet. So excuse me, let me keep scrolling. It might be removed. The base armor of existing items will automatically be adjusted while armor modifiers or existing items can be updated with Divine Orb. Increase the base weapon range of some martial weapon base types. One-hand maces now have a base weapon range of 1.3 to 1.1. Blah, blah, blah. Obliterator bows are slightly faster. The implicit of Ward and Guardian bows are slightly buffed. Implicit modifier for Rabid Fury Magi Talismans are nerfed a little bit. Oh, yeah, this is slower. Yeah, you're right. My bad. All right, keep going. Implicit modifiers of Thunder Talismans have a higher shock magnitude. Alternate quality of Breach Catalyst can now be salvaged. Should get a return in the portion. Gem levels. Okay, technically, I don't see any like spell stuff on here, but this is the gem level hit. And we did see Ghost Dance as well. I can't believe the gem level hit was just Vertex and then attacks. Like, I was expecting, like, you know, this sort of change to happen to spell skills as well, but it didn't. I was expecting the couple gem level loss there. Interesting times. You were also expecting to cast a crit nerf? Yes! Silly me. Plus to all gem levels on attack weapons can now only roll above level 18. Okay. Surpassing chance to fire additional arrow modifiers to quivers. Might still come? Yeah, might still come. Progresses of battle is +3 instead of +5. Hysteria Essence, when applied to a foci, is now 20 to 23 instead of 40 to 40 whatever. Okay. Body runes. That's actually a lot of life. Goes up to 60 flat, previously 40. Interesting. 30, 40, 50 Ascendancy when targeted into staves and wands, previously 25, 30, 35. And grants Leech buffed. Okay. So body runes buffed. Mind runes also buffed. Okay. Interesting. Are there a lot of rune buffs? Life on kill buffed. Regen up to 0.45% when socketed in armor items. Previously 0.35. Buffed as well. Inspiration runes. Mana on kill buffed. Mana regeneration buffed. Stun buildup buffed. Stun threshold buffed. Vision runes buffed. Life recovery buffed. Buff for martial artist? Yeah, buff for martial artist because it's using runes. Fire res up to 18, usually previously 14. Ignite magnitude buffed as well. All the resistance ones are buffed. Attribute ones are buffed as well. Interesting. Standard rune bonded modifiers now grant 20 life and mana when targeted previously. Yo! Shaman buffed! Let's go! We played Shaman, guys. Shaman's a good time, man. Lesser Rebirth Rune, recharge rate when socketed staff previously 12. 4% recharge rate when socketed into wand, previously 12. This is hilarious to me. Buffed? No, this is not buffed. This is nerfed. Here you go. You can have 4%. You can socket it in your wand or staff. That's crazy. That's crazy. 6 previously 15. Greater 8 previously 18. That is funny. That is funny. They do not. They went after the recharge. They did not want it to exist. Creation Rune of Current now grants 30% recharge rate when socketed into body armor. Previously 50%. That's still pretty okay. Ladies, Hestra Rune, flat damage. No longer. Instead, it grants flat damage to chill they're frozen. Okay. No longer grants flat damage. Now they need to be shocked. Okay. Okay, and they need to be ignited. Okay, so adding some conditionality. Cool. Love to see it. All idols can now be socketed in scepters. Let's go. Scepter W. Idol of Ignorant. Oh, dude, please, please give me. Oh, idols, guys, everybody, lock in. This could be buffs for our companion build. This could be good for us. Idol of Egrin now grants 20% curse duration when socketed into a scepter. Oh, is this just gonna say what it does if it's in a scepter? Okay, that's not great. All right, Idol of Escha now grants 15% cost efficiency when socketed into a helmet. Previously 12. 30% mana recovery rate when your companion is in your presence socketed into a scepter. I mean, I guess if I have a mana problem. Idol of Grold now as socketed into boots can grant 50% total power counted by war cries. Previously 20. Now grants 15% increased damage for each different companion in your presence when socketed into a scepter. The bottom mod is 30% glory generation. Damage for each different companion. That doesn't apply to the companion, though. So that's not really great for us. Maxarius. Grant charges per second when socketed into a scepter. Ralikesh. 40% armor, evasion energy while your companion is in your presence when socketed into a scepter. That's decent. Idol of Cirrus now grants allies in your presence have 8% movement speed when socketed into a scepter. The bottom modifier is 20% reduces slow potency. Okay, 8 MS for allies, sure. Allies in your presence gain attack chaos? Uh-huh. Bear Idol now grants 10% AoE when socketed into helmets. Previously 8. Sure. Bonded mod gives reservation of companion skills when socketed into helmets. Interesting. The Boar Idol now grants allies in your presence regenerate 0.5% life per second when socketed into scepters. Previously 8 flat. And the bottom modify gives Warcry CDR. Cat Idol now grants 25 accuracy when socketed in gloves. The bottom mod gives charge charm gain. Okay, I gotta be honest, a lot of these are not very helpful for us. Fox Idol now has a limit of 1. It now grants other socketed idols in this item also grant their bottom modifiers when socketed into body armors. Previously +2 quality. The bottom modifier now grants +5 quality of all skills when socketed into body armor. Previously +4 all attributes. Interesting. So I put one of these in the body armor, and it makes other socketed idols give the bonded modifiers. That's pretty sick, actually. And then it gives us 5 quality as well. That's actually really nice. So that we 100% use, like for sure. Owl Idol, 12% CDR. Dude, wait, do I have to go back and look at the bonded modifiers? Wait a minute. I need to know what the bottom modifiers are now. Fox Idol's crazy. Yeah, this thing's really good. Owl Idol grants 12% CDR when socketed into foci. Previously 10, and allies in your presence have cast speed. Bottom modifiers, Archon. Ox Idol, 15% block chance when socketed into shields, bucklers. Allies have res, scepters. Damage when hitting, blah, 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 blah. Not too useful. What's bottom modifier? It's just an extra stat that only Shaman has access to. But now they made it so Fox Idol and the other idols socket, or the other items socketed in the body armor also are activated. They're bottom mods. And you only can have one of these. Fox Idol was only body armor, right? Am I being crazy right now? Body armor and scepter. So I guess you could use it on scepter too. This thing right here. Well, should I gamble with 100 divines? I don't know, man. I don't know. Something. Primate Idol now grants minions have 50% increased life when socketed. Previously 12. Allies in your presence 40% increased damage when socketed into a scepter. Previously 30. The bonded modifier now grants remnants can be collected from 15% further away. Okay. 40% in presence is solid for an idol. Rabbit Idol now has a limit of 1. It now grants 12% rarity found when socketed in body armor, previously 5, and 15% increased spirit when socketed in scepters, previously 10. The bottom modifier now grants 10% quantity of gold drop by slain monsters when socketed in body armor, previously 5. Okay, so So let me get this straight. I put this in my body armor and it would give me 12 rarity and 10 gold. I mean, I don't know if I really want to do that. Like, I guess if I really want some gold, but that doesn't give me any character power. It just gives me like more trade power, I guess. Snake Idol grants 8% curse magnitude when socketing gloves. Previously 5. That's pretty solid. Allies in your presence have 10% increased attack speed when socketing scepter. That's solid. Bottom modifier now grants 15% increased effect when socketed in gloves. Okay. Remnants of increased effect. Sure. Any news about new weapon types? New weapon type? There is no new weapon types for this patch. The news is not happening. Stag Idol has a limit of 1. Now grants projectiles have 50% chance to fork when socketed in helmets. Previously 50%. The bottom modifier in helmets is 30% chance for additional projectiles and forking. Okay, that's just a weird situation. The Wolf Idol now grants 15% magnitude of bleed you inflicted when socketed in gloves, and allies in your presence have 20% bonus damage when socketed in scepter. Bonded modifier bleed magnitude. All right, that wasn't too good. I mean, some of those are okay. Some of those are okay. It could have been a better situation. Isn't tied to ritual. Ritual as a mechanic. Are people arguing about whether or not it's tied to ritual? Who's going around still saying it's tied to ritual? Granted, oh no, it's not tied to ritual, guys. It's just a random drop. Granted, I'll put it this way. We saw Chaos Orbs was a possible reward from Ritual. Does that mean Chaos Orbs can only be found in Ritual? Like, think logically for 2 seconds. Chaos Orbs was a reward in that video. Does that mean you can only find them in Ritual? All right, Soul Core of Retreat. No longer grants 30% faster start of recharge, because screw recharge when socketed in body armor or focus. Instead of gain additional ailment threshold. I'm just having hot takes. I'm allowed to be wrong. Listen, and you're also allowed to be called out for some baloney hot takes that make no sense and have no logic behind them, okay? Fair is fair, right, Granite? Fair is fair. Increased chaos damage with Sapphire Jewels can now roll 7 to 13. What the hell is this, man? This is lying, dude. Okay, yo, buff the chaos damage. A buff's a buff, guys. A buff's a buff. Prime numbers, yeah. More aesthetic to the eyes, I guess. They like them for chaos. You know, that's fair. That's fair. They did that for the spaghettification, right? Isn't spaghettification like all prime numbers? Three, 29, 13, 7, 23, 53, 3. Okay, I gotta put some respect. Do they have all prime numbers for like every chaos source? Dude, you know what's like funny about this? Is like the net result from them doing this like always needs to be prime thing is the chaos clusters, I think, kind of get screwed with it, don't they? The chaos clusters kind of get screwed. Whoa, whoa, 50. Well, I guess it's not cast damage, it's skill effect duration, but still, 15 skill effect duration. That's kind of sus. Like, what's a specific damage wheel right now? 12, 12, 12, 12. Where's like just one that has percent? Okay, this is like pen. I'm trying to like just see like a generic damage wheel just for comparison. Where's the is this a generic damage wheel? Magnitude. Anyways, 12, 12, 12, 35. Which is all the chaos wheels are like 7, 7, 7, 7. Generic damage 10, 10, 10, 10, 30, 7, no, 5, 5, 5, 23. Yeah, it's like, so just everywhere you're getting percent damage, you're losing a couple percentage, because like the number that might make sense is 10, but the closest prime number to 10 is 7, and 11 would be too high or something. It is cool. Yeah, it is cool, but it's like they are kind of just getting screwed across the board for the whole prime number thing. Whoa, whoa, what the hell? Somebody's getting fired. Somebody's getting fired. What the hell is this? GGG, they gotta go through the logs. They gotta find this guy. Who did this? Who put 10% chaos damage? That guy about to lose his job. That should be an 11. Yep. Yep. You done messed up, buddy. You done messed up. When we find the guy who did this, gonzo. This patch note right here, believe it or not, 3 people got fired over this, okay? 3 people lost their jobs over this one. When they find the 10% guy, oh, he's done. He's done. Pack your things. Suffix modifiers granting faster start of energy recharge. You can no longer roll on foci, in body armors, or jewels. So faster start, gonzo. Increased recharge rate suffix modifiers can now roll on int body armors. So, okay. To me, what this feels like is they're trying to draw a distinction. They're saying passive tree is a place for faster start, and gear, your like body armor, your boots, your gloves, etc., is a place for recharge rate. I think they're just trying to like give some identity distinction between the locations of the stats, because they're taking off like recharge from specific places, and they're taking off faster start from specific places. I like faster start of recharge on my body. Well, that's the thing, is they're putting recharge rate on those gear pieces, and they're taking recharge rate out of the other places, I think. I actually would have to go back and look at the notable changes to make sure I actually am reading this correctly. Maybe I got it in reverse, but I think that's what they're doing. Implicit modifiers of arcane raiment, sacramental blow is now... Okay. So the situation where you were considering wearing a sacramental robe, they know. They said, nope, you're not considering it after all, are you? You don't want to wear that sacramental robe, do you? I didn't think so. Have to fire 2 more people, then so it's a prime number. Oh yeah, to get to 5, true. Gotta keep the balance. The fevered prefix modifier can no longer roll on time lost and sapphire jewels. I don't even know what that is. Do I want to even look it up? Diffusion, dispersal, enlivening suffix no longer roll on body armors and foci. The buffering suffix can now grant recharge rate and previously 36 to 40. Okay, let's just back it up for like 2 seconds here. Just back it up for 2 seconds here. Boots, int. Buffering is 41 to 45. They just have, this is just a notation error. I think what they're trying to say is the top end is now 12 to 15. Over door. Is this a different gear piece? What gear piece are they looking at? Exactly. Of our door. Fever does increase recharge rate. Classic. Probably his body armor. You think it's body armor base? The thing is, body armor base can't roll recharge rate currently. So that's the weird situation. Maybe it's a focus. Could be. There you go. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Focus. Focus is the one. They still have the number wrong for the buffering one, which is kind of weird. Just a notation error, though, right? Yep. All right. Anyways, so nerfing recharge rate. Yep. Keeping it classy. GGG's on a roll. Cast speed modifiers and rings and amulets are no longer shared with foci and wands. For rings and amulets, these modifiers now roll at slightly higher levels. The highest tier cast speed modifier for rings is now level 60. At level 66 for amulets, the maximum values of the modifiers are unchanged. Okay, cast speed still exists, but there's slightly higher levels to get those. Increased banner modifiers and jewels now have a lower roll range. Desecrated mods, instant leech can no longer roll. Rest in peace, instant leech. Squire hybrid physical damage accuracy on weapons is minimum level of 8, previously 1. That kind of helps. That kind of helps the weapons. Like your early weapon. A lot of time you could get hybrid and it would just is like half the value of like increased fizz. So that takes away one of your dead prefixes early on. You still have the dead prefix of accuracy. But that makes your likelihood you get a useful prefix. It makes it much better, right? Flat, 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 flat. Percents. Hybrid no longer can roll. So now it's 2 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you have a... No, 2 out of 7, right? So it's like a 70% chance you have a good prefix if you roll a prefix on a weapon. If they take away the level 1 version of this mod. Keep reading. Precise accuracy model weapons now has a minimum level 8. Yo, wait. Wait, is it gonna is it gonna do it to the elemental damage mod? Okay, so now we can only get bricked by elemental damage then. Which is a level 4. Okay, so if you get, well, that's usually when you start wanting to like transmute AUG, you're talking about a you're talking about a ironwood spear or whatever, iron head. That is nice though. That is nice. Getting rid of some of those dead prefixes for early game. That's actually kind of huge. Cool. Reliable Axima, blah, blah, blah. Gladiator's helmet base type has been renamed to Cassie helmet. Cool. Oswald no longer undercuts you for priceless idols found on Act 3. Now offering 3K, 4K, and 6K gold. Hey, about time he gives me some real gold. Can't believe I was letting that guy scam me all these years. He's been XTD businesses. The gold prices of weapons for async trade have been increased by approximately... What the hell? What kind of inflation is this? GGG, come on. This is not justifiable. You give me a little bit more gold one time in the campaign, and then you said, hey, here's 50% more fees. Oh, what the hell? Ow, it hurts. My ability to buy items. Oh. The gold inflation, guys. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. That 10% more gold aisle is looking good now, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's looking better. It's looking better. The desecrated map modifier of Union is no longer functional. This was a legacy modifier that only existed in early access. All right. See you later, of Union. See you later. Just weapons? Yeah, the weapon tariffs are going crazy. I don't know what the hell's going on here. GG really wants me to feel the pain when I go to buy myself a weapon upgrade. What was of Union? That was the Union of Souls mod, I think. Calling strike threshold for normal enemies is now 35, previously 30. Monster Leech resistance now starts at a later level and values are lower at every level. All monster rarities now have the same amount of Leech resistance. Okay, I still don't know what the hell Leech resistance is, but sweet. That just sounds like a buff for early game Leech. Have you read the skills yet? Yes. We did look through the skills earlier. I believe we were past the skills. As Miri spirits that are released from monsters now retain their power and empower other spirits released from other monsters. Maybe this means we get more than like 5 cat charms per league. Essence modifier packs are now affected by modifiers to pack size. Interesting. Beam from Priest of the Sun no longer ignores some walls. You will now refill flash charges when Viper and Nameless strollers constrict the size of the arena. Hey! A little bit more empowerment for the noobs. Myself included, thank you. The Burning Dead Ogum Village now deals a portion of their damage as fire, previously pure physical. Okay. So if I have some fire res, that'll help. Improve the visual telegraphing of Lightning Doriani's elite monsters. Lance, what's going on, farmer? What's going on? Talk to me, speak to me. How long are you streaming for? Probably not too much longer. Probably not too much longer. I'm probably just gonna be done once I get through these patch notes. These are taking out my soul right now. This has been a whew. It's been a day, I'll tell you that. Long enough for a run? Oh, is that why? As far as you wanted, are you wanting a rematch? How much cheese is he eating? I haven't eaten any cheese. I just read through the patch notes. I've accepted defeat. Good. Yes, that's what I like to hear. You sound demoralized. I was gonna raid. Nah. Just raid somebody else. I'm probably not gonna be streaming too much longer. We're just getting through the notes. Don't raid in the end of the stream, dude. Farmer. The other day when I was like, I'm gonna raid you, and you were like, nah, man, I'm about to raid somebody. I don't believe you. You're gaslighting me. I clicked raid right when, and then you clicked raid like a half second later. I'm pretty sure everybody that was in my raid got just sent to no man's land. They did not get carried through. They just got deleted. They were all left out stranded. I'm pretty sure. I wasn't bluffing, and then I didn't think you were gonna click raid right then, and it was horrible timing. Half of us died that day. Yeah, there was a lot of casualties. I was trapped in limbo. I got stuck in the void. Yeah. It's like I'm believing to make it. You can no longer enter Plunder's Point until you have turned in all 4 map pieces. Could you do that previously? You can now receive Greater Mind Rune in the Halls of the Dead when interacting with the Vaal, previously lesser. Nice. You can no longer interact. Visit Halani Gates. Oh, this is really nice. So we don't have to do the time waste. Move the zone. Go talk to the person. Go back to the caravan. Nice. Plus 15 seconds. Yep, plus 15 seconds to our lives. Added accessibility settings to increase the size of pop-ups. They can be found in the UI options. Nice. Added dedicated keybind to perform a dodge roll, which will not cause players to sprint. This keybind is unbound by default, and it must manually be assigned in the input options. How do we feel about a dedicated button to sprint not tied to dodge roll? Thoughts? My brain's already too used to it. Yeah, we've played a lot of gameplay like this. I don't want to add an extra button. Yeah, I don't want to either. I think the situation where I would change my keybinds is if I could have a keybind for just like stop and start sprint that wasn't tied to dodge roll. That's what I would add an extra keybind for. Because really, I just wish they could be separate. I wish I could have, I just have a button for dodge roll and a button for sprint. And I could just separate the two. I would actively unbind dodge roll if I had a sprint key. I think I would still use dodge roll because there's situations where you still want it, but like, if I could separate the two, I'd be happy as a clam. I just dodge when I want to stop. Yeah, I use it to get out of the sprint. What's wrong with dodging before sprinting? I have to like hold down my space bar. Like I just want to like press the button and have it be done. Like how do I explain this? If I want to dodge roll or if I want to sprint, I have to hold down my space bar for like, I don't know, half a second to a second, maybe a little bit longer every time I want to sprint, which think about pressing that once, it's not annoying, but doing it every single time I want to stop and start a sprint, I just want to be able to like press the button and that be it, you know, and be able to toggle it on and off. That's part of it. The other part is a lot of times I'm not trying to dodge anything. I just want to start running. You know, like there's no dangerous things. There's no reason I need to dodge, but I'm just forced to do this dodge roll. Realistically, I think the reason they don't just have the toggle ability is because it's another part of the way they're balancing sprint is they're forcing you to do this slow thing first to give you access to the fast thing. Just add a windup. Yeah, they could do that where it doesn't immediately go to 50% movement speed. Like it has some sort of build-up time that makes it a similar speed to if you were just doing a dodge anyways. Dodge is just as fast. If you think dodge is just as fast, then I think you should wholeheartedly agree that why can't we just have the ability to turn on and off without having to hold down our... Like, I don't like having to do this like hold thing. Like that's my biggest peeve with it personally. Would you add this Rua mode? Is it going to be a weird one? Or is it going to be like... No, that's way too much movement. That's way too much movement. I don't like the... All seed and pay, but that's too much movement. I'm trying to cull the amount of like high movement emotes I have. Because they just start... They can get painful to look at. Too flashy, too much motion. Alright, anyways, we're getting distracted by the sprint thing. For players using clicking to move while channeling a skill that can be used while moving will no longer interrupt channeling. This should significantly improve the usability of skills such as Flame Breath interact on click to move. So they're buffing click to move. I don't know, like, okay, there's something about click to move in this game that just doesn't feel right. I don't really know what it is, but for me, click to move doesn't feel like click to move in PoE 1, and I don't like it, and I can't quite put my finger on why. I don't know if this is part of it. I'm not sure exactly. Improve visual clarity, load times. Performance on Act 3, 1 to 3 maps. Additionally, they have been made to more accurately reflect the in-game directionality of the area layouts. Okay. More intuitive on where you're going on stuff. Sweet. It's because all the skills can be done without stopping. Yeah, like to be able to move and do stuff at the same time makes it weird for sure. Designed for Wazda? They definitely were designed with Wazda in mind, right? Oh no. Yo, Lily! Hey, appreciate the raid. Lily, it's funny. Farmer just asked if I was about to end stream, and I told him not to raid because I was probably gonna end stream. Well, you know, I say that. How much notes are left? Okay, that's a lot of bugs. That's a lot of bugs. Okay, that is a lot of bugs. All right, never mind. I might be streaming for hey, never mind, guys. Stick around. We might be here for 2 hours. At least 2 hours left at this rate. Ready to do a stream classic? Well, I don't know, man. I am giga going slow with these notes. I've been riding the struggle bus. Lily, what are you starting for the next batch? Did you get upsold on the martial artist? Did the martial artist seems insane. I'm still gonna be committed to my plans to be a unique tame beast handy, but the martial artist looks so freaking good. Improved visual clarity, load times, and performance. Nice. Skill information pop-outs no longer move modified stats to top of the panel. They're just shown in blue. Cool. Probably Gemling, but martial artist is tempting. All right, on. Well, anyways, best of luck to your league start. I'm sure you probably got somewhere to be if you just end a stream. Appreciate the raid as always. And best of luck on the theory crafting and build prep for the league. I'm a little bit less dude. I'm thinking about Gemling specifically, just right a little side note. I don't know. I would be too chicken to start Gemling. Because I feel like the whole cool thing about the Gemling is the alt qualities. It's like, I don't know if you like the build you want to play with it, if the alt quality isn't good, then it's like a little bit weird. But I guess you can always do like the test and standard thing before you send it. Alright, reroll button in Ritual UI now pulses when you have free rerolls available. Pulses. Okay, just to get your attention to let you know you can click those. Okay, let me rephrase. I'm starting Witch Hunter Nades and respecking when I know what the alt qualities are. Alright, that makes more sense. Okay, I'll follow it now. It's like, just going straight into the alt qualities, then it's like you just click it, then it's like not good for whatever you're playing would be yikes. But there's gonna be some broken ones, I would imagine. Like, there's no way there's not. Look how many gems there are. Reroll button in the Ritual UI now pulses. Cool. Empowered minions from various modifiers or resources now update the text to say minion displayed on the monster. Sure. Augment stash tab has been updated and now has 5 sections. Wait. What does it look like right now? We have an augment tab? Is that a thing? I feel like I don't have that. I feel like that's like something I just didn't buy. I was just like, I have a quad tab and I was just chucking things. I feel like I have a quad tab somewhere with just all my junk. Okay, I just had okay. I'm gonna continue to believe my quad tab can hold all the random garbage, but maybe with the Runes of Aldura, this dream might become a pipe dream. We might have to cave and buy the augment tab. That's a lot of socketables. 5 sections of socketables. Honestly, old GGG would hit us with Necropolis League and be like, here, you're going to need 17 quad tabs. They've lost their touch. They've lost their edge. Old GGG would be ruthless with the stash tab requirements of a new league, okay? This newer GGG, only making a league mechanic that's only going to cost us 1 tab, pathetic, okay? Call me when you got another Necropolis. That's a real money printer right there. Marking an enemy now shows the mark of their life bar. Shows the mark on their life bar. Okay, cool. Maximum rage loss delay, rage loss per second are now displayed on the character panel. Neat. Increase the maximum character limit of search text boxes to 250 character. Yo, Regex buff coming to a theater near you. Copying an item's text now also copies the advanced item description format. Cool. Searching by an item's text will now match the advanced description. Cool. You can now set favorite trades on currency when using mouse and keyboard. They added this to PoE 1, right? I don't think I ever used it. Maybe I should have. I don't think I ever did this, though. I never used it. Yeah, I don't think I ever used it either. And I'm somebody who, like, should use it, right? Like, I'm somebody who's regularly trying to, like, market lubricate, you know, help the economy work, help it thrive, and I still didn't do it. I forgot. Yeah, I think I kind of forgot it was a thing, too. You can now pin a tracking scroll to your social profile to display your friend's guild. Tracking scroll. Like the pilfering ring or like something else? Like, what are we talking about here? Tracking scroll. The hell does that mean? Like, I just think of like it's a different MTX. Tracking what you sold. Oh, is that the XDD businessman one? That's the one that's gonna be in like the mystery box. There, I do want that. Don't get me wrong, because it'd be cool to like see like the amount of trades and stuff we've done. But I'm pretty sure it's in a box, isn't it? I don't think I'm gonna buy it till after it's out of the box. It's buyable, I'm pretty sure. How sure are you? How do I even go to the cosmetic shop in this game? Shop? How do I search for things? Is there no search feature? GGG. Dude, have mercy on me. Can I not search? Is there not a search bar somewhere? GGG. Blindage? Where the hell is it? Status all. You guys are trolling me right now. Where do you see a search bar? You guys are messing with me, aren't you? Guild, specials, features, packs, points, mice, cosmetics. Calling us old. Where do you see a search bar? Do not tell him. I'm about to start hurting some people in chat right now. Where do you see a search bar, you bastards? Where do you see it? Where is it? I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose. You guys are trolling me really hard right now. Press the funnel? No, that's not a funnel. What the hell is a funnel? What are we even talking about? Oh my word. Dude, like, why is it like this? Guys, okay, in what world does this symbol represent, hey, this is where your search bar is? In what world? Yeah, this random little weird cone thing. That makes sense. That's where the search bar will be. A lot of worlds, that's a filter symbol? Oh, come on. Nah, dude. They're trying to make me learn hieroglyphics here. Freaking can't just have the search bar in a realistic, obvious location. Tracking scroll of Vaal, tracking scroll of Lupus, tracking scroll of hunting, treasures, bounty, head hunting. Yeah, none of these are the tracking scroll of trade one. I'm pretty sure that's the new box. The search bar should be in an obvious location. It should not have to be, it should not be hidden in this. I'm just saying, okay? It should be like right freaking here or something, or up here, you know, in an obvious location. I will not back down from this stance, okay? You guys are out of your minds. All right, you can now preview microtransactions, weapon skins, and cosmetic without needing the applicable weapon type. Cool. Added a top-down camera for editing hideout when using a controller. Controller buffs! You know what, GGG? How about the next time I see a controller-related patch, it says something along the lines of hot swap, so help me do it, okay? I'm tired of eating these crumbs, okay? I want the cake, all right? They keep sprinkling little controller quality life here and there, but they don't want to give me the hot swap. It's messed up, man. It's messed up. Rework the currency exchange UI when playing with a controller. Yeah. How about we rework the part where I have to use a controller when interacting with this? Then let me just hot swap. Give it to me. I need it. I want it. Improve target selection for items and interactable objects when using a controller. All right. Anyways, listen. I'm still gonna play with a controller after I beat Farmer to a pulp, but like, can we work on the hot swap ball? That's all I'm saying. Updated and restructured the options menu. Enabled in-game clock options for PlayStation and Xbox. Sweet, I think. I don't know. Microtransactions. All right. All right, guys. We're not reading this, right? I think we all can agree I am not reading this, correct? I'm just going to scroll past. We are not reading that, okay? I'm going to check my MTXs on League Start, and I'll be like, cool, I can use this. And it is what it is. Did they add the Lotus helmet? No. At least not in this patch. I don't know if they added it in previous patches. Check the turtle. No. All right. I'm done searching random things for you guys. Okay. Bug time, baby. Bug time. Bug fixes it's the Wild West. Anything can happen in the bug fixes tab of the patch notes. There could be insane nerfs. There could be some buffs. There could be some, hey, guess what? That skill you played that you thought was garbage? Guess what? Its entire mechanics didn't work when you used it that one time, and now it does. There's a lot of things that could happen in here, okay? Bug fixes are a good time. Fixed a bug where Life Flask could not always be used while at full life with the Enduring Pathfinder node. Suck it, Pathfinders. Fixed a bug where the Ritual Sacrifice skill gained a cooldown at level 20 specifically. This is what I'm talking about. Like, what the hell is this? It gained a cooldown at level 20 specifically. Oh, it's a thing of beauty, man. It's a thing of beauty. Fixed a bug where Pounce was providing additional mark effect. You hate to see it. You hate to see when your Pounce is randomly giving you additional mark effect. Classy things, man. Fixed an issue that prevented the Mirage Archer and Mirage Jedi from properly rotating to follow their target while using Rapid Shot and similar skills. Don't really know what that means. I'm not a bow cuck. Okay, screw bow players. Fixed an issue that allowed certain skills to be socketed into Mirage Archer and Deadeye should have been prevented. Justice? Maybe. Not really sure. Maybe Justice? Fixed a bug that caused Devourer and Feral Invocations to not interact correctly. Okay. Fixed a bug where minion instability did not bypass Last Gasp. Okay. Fixed a bug where thunderstorms could be created out of bounds. All right. Who was doing it? Who was creating thunderstorms out of bounds? Who was doing this? And why? Why were you doing it? Who was violating the boundaries of the game with your out of bounds thunderstorms? Why though? Who knows, man? Who knows? Fixed an issue where Hollow Palm was not providing its bonuses the most skills that could be used with any martial weapon. Fixed an issue where Hollow Palm was not providing its bonuses to most skills that could be used with any martial weapon. How many skills could be used with any martial weapon? Like, not many, right? Is that just like default attack? Because like this, like let's say you have earthquake that can only be used with a mace, and you have like the freaking killing palm or whatever, it can only be used with a quarterstaff. Heralds, so it didn't work with heralds at all. But it was probably working with most of the quarterstaff skills, is what it sounds like then. Interesting. Fixed a bug that could cause modifiers to unarmed critical hit chance to not be applied to displayed critical hit chance on the skill information pop out. So you're getting misinformed for your unarmed crit. Fix several issues with mechanics that make modifiers to number of projectiles apply to other values instead. Okay. Fix some cases where some stats giving chance for additional projectiles didn't apply to the skills like rain of arrows that use the number of projectiles to determine the number of things to place. Interesting, interesting. Read the second Hollow Palm line. Hollow Palm now replaces your unarmed base damage for attacks rather than adding damage to the top. This I think is a non-change unless I'm really stupid. Because I think your base damage is like nothing. This I feel like is mostly a description change unless I'm being a potato. It's like 5 to 9. Yeah, it's inconsequential. Inconsequential. Fix some cases where some stats. Okay, additional proj. Cases where some stats additional change didn't apply to some beam skills. You hate to see it. It's like an iron ring. Okay, relax, guys. Relax. Fix the bug where benefits quality provided to Comet were not functioning. What the hell does quality on Comet even do? Hold on. We need to find out. Chance to repeat. Okay, so let me get this straight. In the patch notes, where they're nerfing Comet, they nerf it by 10%. And then that nerf is wiped out by them fixing the quality? What the hell? Bug fixes are a wild place, man. Bug fixes are a wild place. Fix the bug where Devour and Lightning Warp were able to devour or explode some corpses they shouldn't. Yeah, you hate when that works that way, don't you? Fix the bug where Poison Spores support did not have appropriate vendor and asynchronous trade prices. Okay, sure. Fix the bug where Burning Inscription would create ignited ground around a monster instead of on top of the Runic Inscription. Huh. Don't know what that means, really. Fix the bug where the low tolerance passive skill was incorrectly described as increased effective poison instead of increased magnitude. That's fantastic. Fix the bug where Arctic Howl could empower you in a human form while using Echoing Cry. Anybody out there abusing Arctic Howl to get the empowerment from it in human form? Any of you cheaters in chat using this? Fix some issue where ice crystals from Glacial Bolt could have weird damage calculation in some situations. That has to be one of the most vaguest descriptions I've ever heard. Like, what the hell is that even saying? Weird damage calculations in some situations. Don't be too specific now. I might have a clue of what you're talking about. Weird damage calculations. Some situations. Fix the bug where Wrathith Globe was missing its unique on-cast effect. Existing items won't be fixed by this unless you use a Divine Orb. Is there like an animation or something? Are Wrathpith players getting an aesthetics upgrade? What does it mean by missing unique on-cast effect? They only fix some of them? Fix some issues? Yeah, I guess, yeah. Don't want to give out too much information. I feel like this is an MTX effect, but maybe I'm crazy. Some glowy animation on the red orb, probably. Yeah, something like that. Fix the bug where Tactician's Cannons, ready, notable, would not cause totems to attack when the player uses Molten Blast, Rolling Magma or Oil Barrage, or Power Charge, Falling Thunder. Okay. Fix the bug where Melting Maelstrom, Unique Mana Flask, was unable to hit enemies. Isn't like that half the identity of the whole item is like you get this chaos damage based on the mana it consumed or whatever? Let me. I should have one of those just sitting around, right? No, I don't. They're kind of rare and you have to do Simulacrum. Who am I kidding? Why would I have that? Melting Maelstrom. Deal 25% of current. when the flask ends. Yeah, you know what's funny is I don't think I could ever tell if this was actually doing anything. So I guess now it makes sense. Now it makes sense why I could never tell if this was actually doing something. Because it wasn't. Fixed a bug where attacks that struck with both weapons simultaneously while dual wielding would have a longer than intended. The intention is for skills to use average attack time of your weapons. Okay, is that a buff for dual wield? Maybe. Fixed a bug where skills that cost a percentage of maximum energy shield could not be used if you had no maximum energy shield. That's a bug? How is that a bug? Is it just like, it's just like, hey, I'm willing to spend mana instead of your ES? Or is it saying, oh, because you have no ES, therefore, I no longer cost any ES? That's a buff? Yeah, it's really nice for like the Lich, right? Because Lich was like, where is it? Lich has this node right here, which gives you more damage when spending like your life or whatever. At least I think that's what this is applying to. Maybe I'm not understanding this line correctly on what the hell this is. Fixed a bug where the stat giving the chance for projectiles to be able to chain from terrain did not correctly count how many chains had been used, allowing projectiles in some cases to chain forever from terrain. Ooh, how nice. Fixed a bug where a forge hammer did damage. Is that what this is going to say? Would not count when tracking slams for the Titan's ancestral empowerment. Okay. Fixed a bug where heightened charges support would not apply to flicker strikes. Extra flickers per power charge consumed. Okay. Sure. Fixed a bug where living lightning did not scale its level from gems. From the gem it was supporting. Okay. Living lightning buffed. Fixed a bug where Into the Breach would not benefit from Selfless Remnants support gem. Sure. Fixed numerous bugs related to players' versions of his Amiri Spirit's possessions created by Rite of Passage charm, not using their skills or otherwise not functioning correctly. Players' version of Asmiri Spirit's modifiers created by Rite of Passage unique charm now deal dramatically more damage and use their skills more frequently. Enemy versions are unchanged. So cat charm, etc. was not activating as much as it should, and now it needs to deal damage. Is the unique charm gonna like start killing things? That seems a little weird, but that would be something, I guess. If the unique charm like stuff starts killing stuff too. Fixed a bug where Dial's Desire Lineage support did not grant quality to meta skill gems and items granting skill gems. Alright. It's a buff. Fixed a bug where Hyaxin's Fulmination Lineage support gem was able to support non-curse skills. Fixed a bug where Heavy Armor notable passive skills and adjust the description to be more clear. Fixed a bug with the Heavy Armor notable passive skill. What the hell does that even mean? Heavy armor? What was the bug? What was the bug? Don't worry, it's fixed. Yeah, it's good, okay? Okay, good talk, GGG, good talk. Maybe a nerf, maybe a buff. Who knows? Now it just does what it's supposed to do, guys. Fixed an issue where Shockwave Totem was able to be socketed an Ancestral Warrior Totem. Fixed a bug where Echoing Cry was able to support an Ancestral Cry, which I guess it's not supposed to be able to. Fixed a bug where Melty Maelstrom unique Mana Flask was unable to hit enemies. Did I not just read that earlier? Am I going through deja vu? Fix the bug where Melting Maelstrom Ultimate Max was unable to hit enemies. Fix the bug where Melting Maelstrom was unable to hit enemies. They fixed it twice! Holy! Now we're talking. Delirium in the patch notes, yeah. Trying to make me feel like I'm going crazy here. Okay, fix some unintended supportability, Mirage Archer dead. Nah, I read this one too. Did I not? Was there not one about Mirage Archer Deadeye things earlier? Am I crazy? Fix an issue that prevented Mirage Archer Deadeye from properly rotating to follow their targets. Fix an issue that allowed certain skills to be socketed in Mirage Archer that should have been prevented. Fix some unintended supportability with Mirage Archer. Are they messing with me? Is that not kind of like the same thing? Next patch notes, fix the bug where multi-maelstrom was hitting enemies twice. Fix the bug where calcification... calculation for Infernal Legion was always a critical hit if it had any amount of critical hit chance. Got him. Fix the bug where some types of reviving minions that are intended to inherent player movement speed modifiers were not doing so, specifically Smith Katava's manifest weapon, row mounts, while the players dismounted, and hyenas summoned by the claw. Right on. Fix some cases where two effects of empowering one skill would not stack as expected. Hey, okay, nice. Fixing edge case interaction with blood price, unique helmet reservation combining with other reservations. Interesting, I think, maybe. I'm not sure. Fix some edge cases of skills that inherently triggered, not being considered trigger skills for their stats. Fix the bug that causes Grim Feast to sometimes fail to revive minions. Fix the bug where projectiles ignoring ice crystals created by frozen locusts. A bug that caused Ice Nova to do no damage in the early game. To have the wrong visual effects and audio when repeated. Okay. We'll work on it. Maybe Ice Nova can have real damage eventually. Fix a bug where Winning Wing Whale of Flame granted by blah blah blah, consuming the ignite dealt no damage. Unfortunate. Fix the bug where channeling skills could not be interrupted by another channeling skill. Like, is that like if the enemy hits me with their channeled skill, or like I can't choose to start channeling a different skill? I'm lost. My favorite MTX, Sag, didn't get added. Did you go through the MTX list, Fabius? If you want to start another channeling skill to like interrupt it, yeah, I guess. I got genuinely excited when you said Ice Nova damage was bugged. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yank your chain like that. I was just coping that they would say something like ice damage is better now, but it's not. Sorry, that's my bad. Fix your bug where Abyss tablets would add additional Abyss each instead of just enabling Abyss spawning. Fix the bug where negative toughness did not apply. You know what's funny about this line here? So it was adding additional Abysses, which apparently was a bug, but then they also are making tablets now do that, where they add additional mechanics or they make the mechanic bigger by default. So I think this is still going to end up being the case, right? Or am I being crazy? Fix the bug where negative toughness did not apply more damage taken to the target. Now negative values of toughness will apply an equal amount of more damage taken effectively. Each 100% toughness halves the damage a monster takes, and minus 100% doubles the damage a monster takes. How the hell do you make enemies have negative toughness? Is this some new thing they added to the game? Where do we get negative toughness? I don't know. Fix the bug that caused players to be unable to respawn if they died to Itziri, the Red Queen, or Zipakato, the Royal Architect in party play. Xbox players having friends party playing. This is crazy. Wait, did I just make that up? Fix the bug that allows players to be unable to respond if they die. Where did I get the console thing from? Dude, I am going crazy. I am delirious, aren't I? Fix the bug where bosses could occasionally push players out of the arena. Yeah, not cool, not cool. Fixed a bug that prevented the Iron Count from using his sword and pale skill. Unlucky. Fixed an issue that prevented Bloated Miller's backhand swing from being able to be blocked, parried, or evaded. Oh, so it was a bug. Oh, of course it was. It was a bug. That's why he was able to backhand me every time. It's about freaking time. Parry buffed? Yeah, Nito's. Let's just say his fists are stone right now. Nito's fists are stone reading that line. Fixed a bug that caused some boss skills to be unable to target player minions. Okay. It's a little bit rude if they're going to be able to kill the minions, I'm just saying. Fixed an issue which caused abyss pits to sometimes not close. Fixed a bug increasing chance for maps to contain summoning circle. Providing chance for maps to contain a summoning... Fixed a bug where increased chance for maps to contain a summoning circle was instead providing base chance for maps to contain a summoning circle. Okay. So increased chance versus just flat base chance. Okay, fair enough. Fixed a bug where Rogue Exiles had a higher maximum infusion count than intended. How are they getting away with it? Cheating, I say. PoE reading skills level over time spent reading the patch notes. I'm pretty sure I have de-leveled my reading skills while reading these patch notes. Fixed an issue where boss arena force fields could sometimes fail to be removed in a stronghold map after defeating the boss. Right on. Fixed a bug where experimental monsters in Synth Flesh Lab could sometimes get stuck. Fixed an issue where beyond bosses were getting more damage reduction than intended when they first spawned. Straight hacking. Fixed a bug where Arc provided additional change regardless of whether lightning infusion was consumed. Are there any Arc players in chat? Were there any Arc players? Because hey, say goodbye to the extra the extra chains you were getting that you didn't know you were getting, huh? Kiss those extra chains goodbye. You're getting a little bit more than you thought you were than you realized you're supposed to. Fixed a bug where poison on crit modifiers on Atzoatl site. Unique helmet did not apply critical hits with Thorn's damage. It's a buff for Thorn player, I think. Kaltark will be happy. Fixed a bug where reloading and switching ammunition crossbow counted as attacking. Fixed a bug where many bleed chance modifiers did not apply to Thorn's damage. Yes, that's what Thorn's damage needs, is the ability to inflict bleed. Fixed a bug where certain trigger skills could generate energy. Not on my watch. Fixed a bug where Prism believed Unique Jewel could roll modifiers for Solar Orb. Dude. Solar Orb was like kind of a cool skill. Where did it go, man? What did they do with it? It's gone. I mean, it wasn't very strong, don't get me wrong, but like fixed the bug where Stoicism support was able to support non-attacks. Fixed an issue with Volt, incorrectly chaining tag. Iron Wars Nova wasn't correctly affected by Astral Projector. Lightning Warp was prioritizing selected targets instead of callable enemies. Or ball lightning projectiles. Fixed a bug where passives that granted increased AoE on accessory boosters were actually multiplicative. Wait, what? So like the 1% players. Okay, the 1% players that are going around with their maces. They probably aren't even checking the patch notes, to be honest. They probably didn't even get this far in the patch notes. They're just like, I just want to bonk things with my maces. Last league, this was their AoE, okay? This was their AoE. This was last league, okay? This league, they're gonna show up. They didn't see this patch. They didn't see this patch. This is their AoE. This patch. The base players are furious. They'd be furious. Yeah. Fix the bug where passes that credit increased AoE to ancestrally boosted attacks are actually multi-flicking. That is a crazy line, man. Fix the bug where blink, parry, and raise shield were not counted as skill uses. This also fixes a bug where using parry or raise shield did not count as channeling. Fantastic. Wellness check for Conger. Yeah, Conger. I'll have to ask him next time I see him stream PoE 2. I'll have to ask him what he thinks about that bug fix. Fix the bug where surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow could cause lightning rod arrow to fire to an incorrect location. Okay. Solar Orb died for Flame Blast. Yeah, it's kind of messed up, isn't it? Broke up with his girlfriend and now this. Yeah, can't catch a break. It's been a rough past couple months. Fix the bug where corrupting essences could sometimes remove the essence. That could happen. I didn't realize they did that Solar Orb. Yeah, they put it on like a staff and then made Flame Blast a skill you could cast normally, I think. Something like that. Fixed a bug where minions and essence monster packs did not have their stats increased due to being a part of a rare pack. Fixed a bug where Delirium Fog would visually continue to spread while the game was paused. Fixed a bug where items without modifiers could appear in lower level ritual encounters. Fixed a bug where you could not open a portal in a boss arena or of the creek map after killing the boss. Yeah, you'd have to like leave the boss arena to then open it. Yeah, that was kind of annoying. Also, random little side note. Guys, when we kill Freythorn, King of the Mist, do you think we're going to have a bunch of uniques to choose from? Do you think we're going to get a guaranteed unique with the whole ritual gives uniques thing now? No, you don't think so, Tauntaun? Guys, where's your optimism? I'm thinking yes. I'm thinking it's gonna give us a choice of like 4 uniques. I'm gonna dream a little bit here. We're gonna click on that vendor. It's 4 uniques are gonna pop up. Okay. I'm thinking we get some uniformity. You know, if ritual is the here you get uniques from the vendor thing, stuff should add up. They said endgame rituals. Let me cope. I'm gonna get my Scepter for Companions in there. Yeah, your Scepter for Companions will be in there. Yeah, I'm sure it will be. All right, what do we got next? Fixing issue where Roving Wisp encounter at Crier Village was unable to be completed. Okay. Fixing issue where summoning circles were blocking projectiles. Yep, summoning circles are annoying. Fixed an issue where shrines were difficult to highlight when surrounded by enemies. Fixed an issue where you could be desynced when walking near the Tree of Souls. Sure. Fixed a bug that could cause players to visually move away from the center of the screen when slowed while in werewolf form. Interesting. I'm going to farm face breakers. Good luck, Tauntaun. Good luck. Fixed an issue where the following quest wouldn't complete if you left the area before the boss had finished their death animation. Okay, good to know. Fixed a bug where Soul Core Ultimatum encounters could be completed using a single Soul Core. A bug where Soul Core Ultimatum encounters can be completed using a single Soul Core. Oh, I know what that is. You guys know what this is? This is where the ultimatum trial would be like, go fetch me 3 Soul Cores. You'd grab one. Then when you'd go to like place them, you could dodge roll out, place one, dodge roll out, place one, and then you could just place all 3 without going and getting the other ones. Rest in peace. Adorned actually just got twice as expensive. This one patch note might not seem like a lot, but Adorned actually doubled in price while reading this. I'm just saying. It doubled in price while I read that. Fixed a rare issue where there wasn't a small soul core available to use with the first stone altar and Jaquani's mechanic. Okay, sure. One less reason to not play that mechanic. Yeah, dude, I'd steer clear of the ultimatum thing. Fixed an issue where Abyss World Map icon and blah 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 failed when completing. So, okay, sure. Fixed a bug where Shoreline Hideout icon did not complete. Fixed an issue where ground effects could display incorrectly. The Path of the Morning. Why not? Fixed an issue where certain sources of player movement would sometimes cause the player to move in a slightly different direction from what was intended. This is particularly noticeable when using a controller and with skills that have built-in movement such as dodge roll and most melee skills. So what you're saying is controller buff. Curious how the face breakers are going to get transformed. Who knows, man? Who knows? We'll find out soon enough, I would imagine. Fixed an issue where parry description did not state that all hits can be parried. Instead, just mentioning strikes and projectiles. I'm starting to feel like Parry's the favorite child of GGG. Yeah, yes, Parry, you can parry everything. Yes, Parry, you can make the enemy take 100% increased damage. Yes, Parry, you now work on the backhand. Yes, Parry, Parry, Parry. Parry the platypus. Alright, fixed an issue where Varash's Blessing lineage did not state that it does not modify skills of minions. This is a description change. Nice. Fixed an issue where Herald of Blood incorrectly stated that its damage was based on max life. It now correctly states that its damage is based on blood loss. Sure. Fixed a bug where various hit sound effects were playing too loudly from party members. I hate it when my party members that I'm playing with are too loud. This will help me a lot in Clutch Core because it will hopefully dial down the volume of Farmer. You know, it'll make it a more peaceful vibe next time we do Clutch Core. Fixed a bug that would prevent the audio cue for energy shield being depleted from playing if the cause of depletion was damage over time. Sure. Fixed a bug where hovering totems in the skills panel would incorrectly prompt you to right-click to activate if you had Ancestral Bond allocated. Okay. Sure. Fixed a bug where items that could not have had an Exalt Orb were probably incorrectly highlighted when you wanted to use an Exalt Orb. Sure. Fixed a bug where double-clicking a portal or area transition with a conversation pop-up would display that pop-up twice. Fixed an issue where the boss health bars would be visible inside of the Atlas screen. I don't know what the hell that even means. Fixed a bug where your friends list could sometimes appear blank. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Now GGG's trying to gaslight some people into thinking they have friends. No, your friends list isn't blank. You have friends, I swear. It was just a bug. Yeah, sure. Sure, I'm sure those friends exist. Fix a bug where the upgraded variants of Grip Coolmat could not be stored in the stash tab. Fixed a bug where Presence Radiance Indicator could stop working. You hate to see it. Fixed a bug where the unsupported character glyph was showing in 1,000 place for certain locales. Thousands place, okay. I'm tuning in Atzoatl, he's hammered. That's what D4 did to him. He had the drink. It took him straight to the alcohol. Fixed a bug that could cause skills granted by Ascendancy passive skills to be hidden from the list of applicable skills when cutting support gems. Word by word, text navigator. Control left, right in text fields will incorrectly wrap in the end of the inputs in some locations. Dude, how long are they? Okay, we're almost there. We can do this. Fix the bug where having hostile takeover requests on another character would show the Act 4 world map prior to your character being in Act 4. You hate to see that map early. Fixed a bug where bulk move action wasn't available on the market earnings page while playing with controller. Thank you! I appreciate that. But for real though, I'm still mad until I get hot swap, okay? This is not enough, okay, GGG? I still want hot swap. Is this really still bug fixes? Dude, it's a long bug fix, man. There's a lot of bug fixes. Fixed a bug where players survived inside another object would not be moved to safety. I hate to see it. Fixed a bug where you could not select away. It's not select always attack moving for some skills. Wait, so this is a thing? Fixed an issue where disabling crossplay settings when on the console would carry across when you logged into the account on PC. Let's get on to spell totem theory crafting. King Radical is my name. Palsteron. Do I look anything like a totem enjoyer to you? Fix a bug we're playing couch co-op where other players would be wrongly kicked from your party if player 2 created and entered a map. Yes. Lance only plays Minion. That's... You guys are out of control. Zapato's console cannot be interacted. Couch co-op. Reconnecting controller would disable haptics. Crossplay could be disabled. Enabled. Fix the bug where you select characters in 2 different leagues and playing couch co-op. Fix an issue where selecting solo cell phone character selection, filter grayed out the character button, blah, blah, blah. Haptic feedback, low health. Engines charge unique wand, 3D model, Exene hideout. Where you could get stuck scenery, Exene hideout editing mode. Pouch gem art did not reflect it being meta. Consuming rare finish effect was previously stated as being enabled in Path of Exile 2, could not be equipped. Black hole rare finish effect was previously stated could not be equipped. Could not be equipped. Archimagus portal effect was missing its effects. All right, guys. We made it. We made it to the end. All in all, I don't think GGG's finished. This board currently has no bingos. They seem to have forgotten cast on crit. I think over the next week, we will see at least 2 to 3 more casualties on this board. Maybe it's Twisters. Maybe it's Snipe. Maybe they say, you know what, Rockiatas? No. I don't know. But I'm thinking over the next week here, there's probably a couple more casualties that will be found. All I see is 0 bingos. Yeah, right now it's 0 bingos. But listen, the bingo board will be updated over the next week, okay? There's plenty of time for them to add updates, all right? As of right now, we're planning on Twisters. Bear is virtually unchanged. And I'll probably update the guide for it, aka I'll just make a more streamlined video going over the build type of thing. Tomorrow we either work on Twisters or we work on updating the guide. That's the two things. That's the 2 things we have to do prior to the Friday launch. So either tomorrow we log into doing some Twister practice preparation, fine tuning, or we log in and we update bears. All in all, solid patch. A lot of weird changes, some good, some bad. But we made it. We made it through the patch notes. That took forever. Stop being a doomer? What do you mean being a doomer? I am not a doomer. I'm a man full of hopes and dreams. Either way, it's getting late. It's getting real late. The sun's getting real low. The sun's getting low. I'll send you guys over to... I shouldn't raid I feel like I can't raid Mathel. Every time I've raided Mathel, he's like... I'll send you guys over to Prada. We were talking about Prada earlier as the man who got Minion builds nerfed and Bone Shatter builds nerfed while playing neither of those things. Little trench chimp. You know what I'm talking about. The Minion Mace. Okay, he's an abuser. All right, I'm going to send you guys over to Prada. Enjoy his stream. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you guys had fun today. And tomorrow, we either do some prep for Twisters or some prep for Meteor Bear. We will see. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Have a good rest of your evenings, everybody. Take care. Take care, guys.